Chapter 2028. Old ancestor? Oh my God, why is the old ancestor here? Wasn't he in seclusion with the patriarch? The patriarch is here, and so is the deputy patriarch. What happened? The people from the Zhang family all revealed puzzled expressions. At this moment Yi Xian, who was in Zhang Shang's courtyard, saw the group of Zhang family's upper echelons summon the sword of life and death. The leading white-haired elder snorted coldly. According to Zhang Tianxin's memories, Yi Xian recognized this person as the Zhang family's old ancestor Zhang Lingguang. Zhang Lingguang was a half-step Dao lord and a sword cultivator. He had a Dao seed of the sword in his body, and it had been raised to late-stage greater mastery. He was only one step away from the great Dao, and his combat strength was terrifying. Senior, there's no need to be angry. I'm just borrowing the sword of life and death. Yi Xian smiled and said slowly, How dare you? The sword of life and death belongs to our Zhang family. How can you just borrow it? Another elder shouted angrily. He was the Zhang family's patriarch and Zhang Shang's elder brother, Zhang Yong. Both Zhang Lingguang and Zhang Yong had more power than Zhang Shang, so Zhang Shang could do nothing. Yi Xian, you better hand over the sword of life and death, Zhang Shang said helplessly. He had told his elder brother and father what had happened, but when they found out that the sword of life and death had been found, they had rushed over aggressively. He couldn't stop them. That won't do. Although the sword of life and death belongs to your Zhang family, I didn't take it away from you. Besides, I didn't say that I wouldn't return it. I'm just borrowing it temporarily. Yi Xian shrugged with a smile on his face. The sword does belong to you, but I'm borrowing it by force. So what? Fine. Then I'd like to see what kind of ability you have to dare to borrow my Zhang family's sword of life and death. Zhang Yong attacked Yi Xian without hesitation, wanting to capture Yi Xian. That way, the sword of life and death would be in his hands. There was no need to talk nonsense. Big brother. Seeing this, Zhang Shang wanted to make a move, but was stopped by Zhang Lingguang. Helpless, he could only watch as Zhang Yong flashed in front of Yi Xian and slapped Yi Xian on the shoulder. However, Yi Xian remained unmoved in the face of this palm. How is that possible? Zhang Yong was shocked. He was a 9th-rank half-step Dao Lord. How could he not be able to deal with a 7th-rank half-step Dao Lord? Hee. Yi Xian grinned. What a joke. The one who had come to the Zhang family was not his true body, but his sword immortal clone. What's more, he was currently a 7th-rank half-step Dao Lord. Zhang Yong was only 2 ranks higher than him. Yet he wanted to capture him? Zhang Yong refused to believe it as he immediately extended his hand towards the interspatial ring on the Sword Immortal Avatar's hand. However, the Sword Immortal Avatar immediately kept the interspatial ring and held it in his hand. If you want to completely lose the sword of life and death, then continue. As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, Zhang Yong no longer dared to move. If the Cosmos Ring was broken, the sword of life and death would disappear. No one knew where it would appear. Stop! Zhang Lingguang could no longer watch and immediately shouted. Senior, do you have something to say? Yi Xian said with a faint smile. As a junior, you're the first one who dares to threaten me in such a situation. Zhang Lingguang narrowed his eyes and said, Then let's both take a step back. Return the sword of life and death to me, and I'll let bygones be bygones. Not only that, but I'll also pretend that Zhang Fei stole the sword of life and death never happened. What do you think? Senior, you're really old. I just said that I want to borrow the sword of life and death. Did you not hear me clearly? Yi Xian said. You're courting death. Zhang Lingguang opened his eyes wide and looked like he was about to attack. However, if he attacked, he had to succeed. Otherwise, the sword of life and death would really be gone. I heard that Senior brought people into the forest of death and returned empty-handed. Instead, many experts died. However, I was able to go through the entire forest of death and bring back the sword of life and death. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Yi Xian's face suddenly turned cold. As soon as he said that, everyone present fell silent. What was Yi Xian's background? How did he accomplish something that even the former family head could not? That was what everyone was thinking. However, Zhang Lingguang, who was already a Dao Lord, still did not take Yi Xian seriously. No matter who you are, As long as you return the Sword of Life and Death to my Jiang family will treat you as an important guest. Otherwise, even if I die, I'll take back the Sword of Life and Death. Jiang Lingguang threatened again. Hearing that, Yi Xian could only helplessly shake his head and said, "Since Senior is unwilling to make this deal with me, then let's fight to the death." After saying that, he clenched the interspatial ring tightly and tried to crush it. Wait! Jiang Lingguang was frightened. He did not expect Yi Xian to be so unafraid of death. He paused for a moment and said, "We'll talk about it in 3 days. All right, then I'll give you 3 days to prepare enough Dao seeds. Who knows, I might return the Sword of Life and Death to you in 3 days." Yi Xian smiled, then sat down and closed his eyes to rest. When everyone saw this, they were shocked. Facing a Dao Lord, Yi Xian sat down so defenselessly. He must have some kind of confidence. Otherwise, how could a 7th-stage half-step Dao Lord threaten the Jiang family, which had a Dao Lord overseeing it? Following that, Jiang Lingguang ordered his men to guard the courtyard strictly. To be precise, they were to keep an eye on Yi Xian and not let Yi Xian escape. As for Jiang Lingguang himself, he hid in the surroundings and waited for an opportunity to make a move. As long as he obtained Yi Xian's interspatial ring, the matter would be over. He did not care about Yi Xian's life or death. Unfortunately, after 3 days, Yi Xian still sat cross-legged on the ground and did not even open his eyes. This really shocked Jiang Lingguang and the rest of the Jiang family. 3 days later. "Senior, how's the preparation?" At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly spoke. "It's ready, but you have to revive the dead members of the Jiang family first." Jiang Lingguang appeared out of nowhere. "No way." Yi Xian stood up and said slowly. Jiang Lingguang gritted his teeth in anger, and threw an interspatial ring over. It was filled with a large number of Dao seeds. Among them were the Dao seeds left behind by the dead members of the Jiang family, as well as the spoils of war that the Jiang family obtained from killing enemies. Of course, most of them were purchased in the past 3 days. After Yi Xian received the interspatial ring, he grinned and said, "Thank you, Senior." The number of Dao seeds in this interspatial ring was truly shocking. Chapter 2029. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now an 8th-stage half-step Dao Lord. The system notified. After the breakthrough, Yi Xian's aura skyrocketed. He was not afraid of the Jiang family before, and now that he had made a breakthrough, he had even less to worry about. Very good. Please bring the corpses of those people here. I will revive them one by one. Of course, their cultivation cannot exceed that of an 8th-stage half-step Dao Lord when they were alive, and the success rate of revival is not 100%, Yi Xian said. Some people's heads had been blown up. How could they be revived? Without a physical soul, even samsara Dao Lords could not be revived, right? Jiang Lingguang immediately did as he was told. Since the establishment of the Jiang family many years ago, many people had died in battle. Some corpses were scattered outside, while others were collected. Then the Jiang family dug them out one by one and sent them to Yi Xian. At this time, Yi Xian had already taken out the Sword of Life and Death. The Sword of Life in his right hand absorbed the death aura, while the Sword of Life in his left hand channeled the life aura into the physical soul in the head of the deceased. Then the person was revived. This magnificent feat shocked the Jiang family's upper echelons. Reviving the dead was truly a heaven-defying method. Long ago, the Jiang family's upper echelons had sealed off this courtyard, so no one could enter or even get close. However, this secret would definitely spread soon. After all, with so many people revived, no matter how deep the Jiang family hid, it would be exposed sooner or later. There were thousands of people in the Jiang family who could be revived, and Yi Xian revived all of them. It was a fair deal. Jiang Lingguang was stunned to see so many people revived. If the Sword of Life and Death was in his hands, he could revive those with high cultivation realms in the Jiang family. At this time, Yi Xian was done with his work. He looked at Yi Xian and said, "What do you want to return the Sword of Life and Death to the Jiang family?" "Don't worry, I will return it, but not now. If you really want to talk about it, you have to wait until I break through to become a Dao Lord," Yi Xian said. Dao Lord. When this word spread, everyone was shocked. Who the F***ck are you? You want to break through to become a Dao Lord? Many people thought so in their hearts, but in the next moment they suddenly remembered. When Yi Xian had won first place in the tournament, He had been a mere 4th-rank half-step Dao Lord. But now he was already an 8th-rank half-step Dao Lord. What was going on? Alright, then you can stay in the Jiang family. I will personally guide you. Jiang Lingguang nodded. Having the guidance of a Dao Lord was the dream of countless people. However, Yixian wasn't interested in this at all. He had the devouring Dao seed and life Dao seed in his body. Would the guidance help? However, right at this moment, a powerful aura suddenly descended. Jiang Lingguang raised his eyebrows and stared into the distance in shock. For him to take this seriously, this person had to be a Dao Lord. Sure enough, after a short while, a man in green appeared in the sky above the Jiang residence. Your Excellency looks unfamiliar. May I know who you are? Jiang Lingguang asked curiously. The man in green glanced at him, then his gaze fell on Yixian. You killed my younger brother? Yixian couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. He carefully recalled and found that there was a memory of this man in the Great Wood Dojo's disciple. It turned out that this man in green was that person's elder brother, and also a disciple of the Great Wood Dojo. At the same time, he was already a Dao Lord. So what? Yixian didn't play dumb and asked directly. Then you deserve to die. The man in green didn't waste time and directly attacked, preparing to kill Yixian. Swish! A flaming sword chi tore through the air and instantly hit the sword immortal clone. However, what shocked the man in green was that Yixian was unharmed. You think you can kill me with just you? You're too arrogant. The corner of Yixian's mouth curled up as his figure instantly disappeared. Eye of assassination. In the next moment, Yixian appeared behind the man in green and slashed with his sword. Bam! The man in green was caught off guard. Coupled with the death sword in Yixian's hand, he couldn't resist at all and was instantly hit. The aura of death quickly spread. But the man in green also had a Dao seed of life. The aura of life suddenly surged out of his body and cleared away the aura of death. A Dao soldier of death? The man in green was shocked. A Dao soldier of death was a Dao soldier made from a Dao seed of death. It wasn't something that ordinary people could refine, not even the Dao Lord of the Great Wood Dojo. If someone with a Dao seed of death used it, its power would be greatly increased. It had to be said that Yixian's strength had already surpassed that of an ordinary Dao Lord. However, the life Dao seed in the azure-clothed man's body had already risen from the small Dao level to the great Dao level. It wouldn't be that easy to kill him. However, Yixian wasn't alone. The old tree and Black Horn immediately came to help. Not only that, but even his original body had arrived wearing the Void Spirit Divine armor. Now it was 4 against 1. Below, the group of Jiang family members were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Yixian really did have the strength to fight against a Dao Lord. However, Jiang Lingguang was hesitating. He thought that if Yixian was killed by this man, he might be able to take back the Sword of Life and Death. However, what if the other party was like Yixian and didn't hand over the Sword of Life and Death? Stop! Jiang Lingguang had no choice but to shout. Old man, shut up or I'll kill you too. The man in green roared angrily. Jiang Lingguang's expression changed drastically. Even if he didn't have the intention to attack, he couldn't do nothing after hearing this. The people below were his family members. He couldn't bring himself to be scolded in front of so many people. Ignorant junior, I'll let you know what it means to respect your seniors. Jiang Lingguang shouted and charged into the sky. After condensing the Dao seed of sword, his combat strength was very strong. With just one sword strike, he severely injured the man in green. Old man, how dare you injure me? I'm a disciple of the Great Wood Dojo. The man in green's expression finally changed. He didn't expect Jiang Lingguang to have comprehended the Dao of the sword, and had even improved it to the level of the Great Path. Although the Dao of Life was above the Dao of the sword in terms of combat strength, it was far inferior to the Dao of the sword. I don't care who you are. How dare you come to my Jiang family and behave so atrociously? I'll definitely make you pay. Jiang Lingguang didn't care who the other party was and continued to attack. Of course, if he knew how powerful the Great Wood Dojo was, he would definitely regret it. Unfortunately, the Great Wood Dojo's influence didn't reach here. Otherwise, Jiang Lingguang wouldn't have dared to attack no matter how bold he was. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yixian suddenly attacked when the man in green was sent flying. Eye of Assassination. Chapter 2030. The life sword absorbed the vitality of the man in green, while the death sword infected him with the death chi. With the combination of the two, the man in green turned into a skeleton in the blink of an eye. The life sword can actually absorb the life essence of others and strengthen my Tao seed of life. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. If that was the case, that would be great. While Zhang Lingguang was still in shock, Yi Xian quickly put away the body of the man in green and began to strip it. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now a 9th grade half-step Tao Lord. Yi Xian's cultivation level suddenly increased. He used the Tao seeds in the body of the man in green and the Qian Kuan ring to improve his devouring Tao seed to the late stage of greater mastery. Now, he was only a step away from becoming a Tao Lord. If he unleashed his full strength, even a veteran Tao Lord like Zhang Lingguang would be killed by him in a short time. Old Master Jiang, please lend me the life and death sword for now. See you later. After breaking through, Yi Xian felt that it was useless to stay here any longer. Hence he laughed 3 times and left, leaving behind a group of stunned Zhang family members. If not for Zhang Feixing, he would have destroyed the Zhang family long ago. However, destroying the Zhang family would not increase his strength much, so Yi Xian decided to forget about it. At this time, he had already searched the soul of Wan Peng's body. Not only that, he had already disguised himself as Wan Peng with the mask of truth. The Great Wood Dojo had its disciples plant the giant tree of life outside to improve their strength. Wan Peng was the manager of this area and had 5 forests of death under him. Yi Xian thought to himself. This time he was preparing to go to the other 5 forests of death to absorb the essence of life and break through. The actions of the Great Wood Dojo's disciples were devoid of conscience. This time Yi Xian was going to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. As for why the man in green was able to track him down, it was because the Tao seed of life in the long-haired man's body was given to him by the man in green and had his mark on it. Since the long-haired man was dead, the man in green could naturally track him down. Yi Xian arrived at the Forest of Death through the teleportation formation. Then, he used a bead in Wan Peng's Qian Kuan ring to easily avoid the man-eating flowers and other plants. Senior brother Wan, why are you here? Suddenly a voice sounded. Yi Xian looked over and found that it was a disciple of the Great Wood Dojo. At that moment, Yi Xian activated Assassin's Eye and flashed behind his opponent. Poochie! A crisp sound rang out, and the disciple of Great Wood Tao Lord, a 9th rank half-step Tao Lord, instantly perished. After that, Yi Xian kept the corpse and devoured the Tao seed. Then he used the life sword to absorb all of the life essence of the giant tree of life. Not long after, the forest of death disappeared. The Tao seed of life within Yi Xian's body had also improved significantly. If this continues, I'll soon break through to become a Tao Lord. His eyes lit up as he broke through the void and left, looking for the next forest of death. In the following period of time, he destroyed the remaining forests of death. However, it was not easy to upgrade the late-stage Tao seed of life to the great Tao level. Helpless, he could only go to the next area. In this Jumu dojo, disciples were sent out to spread the branches and leaves, allowing them to cultivate on their own. Therefore, there were many areas like this. Yi Xian spent more than a month exterminating the death forests one by one. In the end, he finally upgraded the Tao seed of life to the great Tao level. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now a first-ranked Tao Lord. The system notified. However, the combat strength of the Tao of life was not high, but the Tao of devouring and the Tao of raging inferno were at late-stage greater mastery. They would probably be upgraded to the great Tao level soon. Destroying the forests of death one by one is too slow. I'd better go directly to the Great Wood Dojo. Yi Xian thought to himself as he rushed north. The Tao Lord of the Great Wood Dojo was a 4th-ranked Tao Lord expert, and he had nearly 100 Tao Lords under his command. However, the combat strength of these people was not particularly strong. They either comprehended the Tao of rotten wood or the Tao of life. After more than a month of traveling, Yi Xian finally arrived at the Great Wood Dojo. The Great Wood Dojo was very different from the other dojos because it was a huge forest of death. Moreover, it was no longer in the 3rd heaven but in the 4th heaven. This huge forest of death was divided up by the Tao Lord of the Great Wood Dojo, the other elders, and the protectors. Yi Xian looked at the forest of death in front of him, his eyes flashing as he rushed in. According to the past, the Great Wood Dojo was a demonic sect, so Yi Xian was not going to show mercy. However, to make things easier, he disguised himself as Wan Peng and went in. In the Great Wood Dojo, there were some disciples on the periphery. Yi Xian used the identity of Wan Peng to sneak into the disciple area. When the disciple saw Wan Peng, he ignored him because he thought Wan Peng was just passing by. Unexpectedly, Wan Peng came to kill him. Eye of assassination. Yi Xian instantly killed the disciple, who was a first-grade Dao Lord. With Yi Xian's current realm, it was too easy for him to kill an opponent of the same level. Then he devoured the Dao seed and the essence of life, and the forest of death withered. Then he continued to move. In less than half a day, the periphery of the forest of death withered completely. Yi Xian killed more than 20 disciples of the Great Wood Dojo. What's going on? Why did the periphery disappear? A protector of the Great Wood Dojo who was passing by was surprised. However, at this moment, whoosh, whoosh, a gust of wind suddenly sounded behind him. When he turned around, 2 long swords pierced his body. One was the sword of life. The other was the sword of death. Coupled with Yi Xian's devouring Dao seed, the person's organs were instantly devoured and turned into a husk. Dead. The protector, who was a second-grade Dao Lord, was instantly killed by Yi Xian. Looks like I have to move faster. Yi Xian thought to himself and quickened his pace. This time he wanted to directly enter the protector area. With his means, as long as he was careful, it was easy for him to kill a second-grade Dao Lord. However, things were not that simple. At this moment, in the center of the Great Wood Dojo, a middle-aged man opened his eyes. Why are the giant trees of life in the periphery withered? The middle-aged man was puzzled. There was also a giant tree of life beside him, and it was the center of the entire forest of death. After all, he was the master of the Great Wood Dojo, and he was the one who planted this giant tree of life. Chapter 2031. However, unbeknownst to Dao Lord Juggernaut, someone else had already snuck over. It was the Sword Immortal clone who had killed the Guardians earlier, while the one sneaking over was Yi Xian's true body wearing the Void Spirit Divine Armor. In addition to being immune to all energy attacks, the Void Spirit Divine Armor also had extremely strong defense. In addition, its stealth ability gave Yi Xian a lot of convenience. Dao Lord Juggernaut, a 4th-grade Dao Lord, has been lured away by the Sword Immortal clone. Let's see if I can absorb your giant tree of life. The corners of Yi Xian's true body's mouth curled up slightly. This giant tree of life was connected to other giant trees of life, so as long as the life sword stabbed in, it could absorb the life essence of the entire Juggernaut Dojo. However, now was not the time. Soon, the Dao Lord of Juggernaut Dojo saw the Sword Immortal clone acting as bait. Hey dog, how dare you come to my Juggernaut Dojo and behave so atrociously? You're courting death. All the protectors and elders were alarmed by this sudden outburst. There were not many people left in Juggernaut Dojo. Most of them had gone out to hunt sacred beasts and brought them back. Now that Dao Lord Juggernaut had attracted their attention, it was time for Yi Xian to make his move. With a crisp sound, the life sword stabbed into the giant tree of life and began to crazily absorb its life essence. The giant tree of life was connected to the entire Juggernaut Dojo. No one would notice the loss of such a small amount of life essence. The life sword absorbed the life essence and fed it back to the Dao seed of life in Yi Xian's body. Yi Xian's understanding of the Dao of life grew deeper and deeper. Rumble. Outside Juggernaut Dojo, the Sword Immortal clone was fighting with Dao Lord Juggernaut. No, to be more precise, he was being ravaged by Dao Lord Juggernaut. Dao Lord Juggernaut was not as weak as imagined. He was much stronger than ordinary 4th-grade Dao Lords. Unfortunately, his attack was completely useless against the Sword Immortal avatar. Bastard! Let's see how you block this move of mine. Dao Lord Juggernaut roared and suddenly wrapped the Sword Immortal clone with vines. Then wisps of black aura. The Sword Immortal clone, enveloping him. Seeing this, the Sword Immortal avatar raised his eyebrows. This was the aura of death. The Dao Master succeeded. He comprehended the Dao of death from the Dao of rotten wood. This guy is dead for sure. Heavens! If that's the case, the Dao Lord has already comprehended the Dao of life and the Dao of death. In the future, he might be able to combine these two Daos and comprehend the Dao of life and death. The Dao of samsara. This is the most powerful Tao which a Tao Lord can comprehend. The group of enforcers and elders let out cries of disbelief one after another. However, the sword immortal avatar did not show any reaction despite being enveloped by the deathly aura. How is that possible? Tao Lord was shocked. Although he had just comprehended the Tao of death not long ago, he was already at the late stage of the primary solidification stage of the great Tao level. How could he not be able to injure his opponent? Tisk tsk. You want to kill me with that little ability of yours? The sword immortal avatar grinned. You are courting death. Tao Lord did not believe it and continued to attack. Even Tao Lords of the 4th rank would have most likely perished under the aura of death. But the sword immortal clone seemed to be completely fine and was even able to spout nonsense. This was truly bizarre. At this moment, Tao Lord's expression changed. He suddenly sensed something and immediately said to the protectors and elders beside him, "You guys watch him." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and rushed towards the giant tree of life at the center of the Great Wood Dojo. This giant tree of life was connected to him. Now that it had lost so much of its life essence, how could he not sense it? Don't forget, Yixian not only had the life sword, but also the Tao seed of life. He was absorbing life essence like a mad dog. When Tao Lord arrived, he saw that there was no one there. He carefully examined the place and found that there was a gap that had not yet closed. The aura of a stranger. Who is it? Come out. Tao Lord Greatwood shouted angrily. However, no one responded. However, the Tao seed of life in his body was already at the early stage of the lesser success stage. It was extremely sensitive to living beings. He carefully sensed for a moment and discovered a person hiding in the dark. Swish! Immediately, he raised his hand and launched an attack. Good heavens, he actually discovered me. Yixian narrowed his eyes and allowed the attack to fall on his body before it dissipated. With the Void Spirit Divine Armor, he was not afraid of such an attack at all. Who are you? Tao Lord Greatwood shouted loudly. Just a nameless junior. Farewell. Yixian did not say anything else and directly broke through the void and left. However, he did not go far. Instead, he arrived outside Tao Lord Greatwood Dojo. Immediately, there was a bloody storm outside Tao Lord Greatwood Dojo. Rumble. A series of loud noises came from outside. Tao Lord Greatwood's expression changed. Now he could not leave, but he could not stay either. What if that guy came back to absorb the life essence again? However, if he did not leave, would those people be able to deal with the intruder? Immediately, he sent a voice transmission to the 2 elders, asking them to come over and guard the giant tree of life. Then he would kill his way out. Unexpectedly, the 2 elders did not respond. At the same time, the rumbling outside finally stopped. Is it over? Tao Lord Greatwood narrowed his eyes. However, when he sensed carefully, he felt that something was wrong. There was no one alive outside Tao Lord Greatwood Dojo. However, there was someone near him. Tao Lord Greatwood, we meet again. A familiar voice sounded. Yixian finally broke free of his invisibility and appeared in front of Tao Lord Greatwood. However, at this moment his aura was already that of a second-grade Tao Lord. Previously, when Tao Lord Greatwood returned, he was only a first-grade Tao Lord. However, after his original body killed his way out, he used the second-grade Tao Lord protectors as a springboard to break through to the second-grade Tao Lord realm. Then he would kill those elders. Therefore, Tao Lord Greatwood was the only one left in Tao Lord Greatwood Dojo. Who are you? Tao Lord Greatwood asked with a gloomy expression. You don't have to worry about who I am. Let's fight. When Yixian finished speaking, he had already flashed behind Tao Lord Greatwood. Not only that, but the sword immortal clone, the old tree, and Black Horn all appeared as well. Kill. After breaking through to the second-grade Tao Lord realm, Yixian was no longer afraid of Tao Lord Greatwood. This was because he knew that Tao Lord Greatwood had comprehended the Tao of rotten wood, the Tao of life, and the Tao of death. He did not have the Taoist that could break through the Void Spirit godly armor, so he could not harm him. Not only that, but as long as he killed Tao Lord Greatwood, he would be able to obtain the Tao seed of death, and his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Eye of Assassination. 9-layer heaven-devouring flames. Devouring dragon roar. Yixian and the others used their trump cards, and the battle was very intense. Chapter 2032. Let's go. Dao Lord's expression changed drastically as he quickly flew into the sky. Unfortunately, not many people were able to escape from Yi Xian's hands. In the end, he was killed by Yi Xian and the others due to his depletion of Saint Power. Dao could only be used through Saint Power. Since he had exhausted all his energy, Dao Lord's combat power was less than 10%. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. By the time the system notification sounded out, the corpse of the giant wood Dao Lord had already been put away by Yi Xian. Ding! Host has devoured a death Dao seed. Another death Dao seed appeared in Yi Xian's body. Now, he had a few Dao seeds that had not been devoured by the devouring Dao seed a second time. They were the blazing flame Dao seed, death Dao seed, life Dao seed, thunder Dao seed, gale Dao seed, and rotten wood Dao seed. It was said that the rotten wood Dao seed was one of the rarer ones. Although it was not ranked as high as the life Dao seed or the death Dao seed, it was not bad. However, at this moment, ding! The life Dao seed can fuse with the death Dao seed. Ding! Unable to fuse due to lack of materials. Suddenly, two system notifications caught Yi Xian's attention. The life Dao seed can fuse with the death Dao seed? What's going on? Yi Xian was puzzled and quickly searched the system's soul. It turned out that those who had the life Dao seed and the death Dao seed could use it to comprehend the life and death Dao seed. This was the strongest Dao that could be comprehended. Others relied on comprehension, but Yi Xian relied on fusion. Lack of materials. Crimson gold Dao seed, black ice Dao seed, red flame Dao seed, and violent earth Dao seed. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. In order to fuse the life Dao seed and the death Dao seed, he needed the 5 elements Dao seed. The 5 elements Dao was relatively common, such as the frost Dao and the blazing flame Dao. They could also be extended into other Daos, such as the black ice Dao and the red flame Dao. Dao Lord's rotten wood Dao seed was one of the materials. So it needs the 5 elements Dao seed to balance. Yi Xian immediately understood. However, he only had the rotten wood Dao seed, so he had to look for the other 4 Dao seeds. But before that, it was better to absorb the life essence of the entire Great Wood Dojo first. Immediately he stabbed the life sword into the giant tree of life and began to madly absorb its life essence. This process lasted for more than a day. It was a pity that Dao Lord Giant Wood had absorbed this life essence a year ago, so there wasn't as much of it as expected. Otherwise, Yi Xian could have used this opportunity to break through to become a 3rd-ranked Dao Lord. From today onwards, the Great Wood Dojo would no longer exist in the 4th heaven. After the destruction of the Great Wood Dojo, Yi Xian immediately left and began to investigate the 4 Dao seeds. Spirit Monkey City's City Lord possesses the rare Crimson Gold Dao seed. This was the news that Yi Xian had found out. Coincidentally, he had heard about it in the Spirit Monkey City. The governor of Spirit Monkey City was also a rank 4 Dao Lord. He wasn't much of a threat to Yi Xian. His strength might even be weaker than Dao Lord Giant Wood because he comprehended the Crimson Gold Dao seed. It was mainly very strong in terms of defense. Yi Xian hurriedly rushed to the Spirit Monkey City's City Lord Mansion. After pausing for a moment, he rushed in. Which scoundrel dares to barge into the City Lord Mansion? The experts in the City Lord Mansion immediately leaped into the sky. But in the next moment, they were sent flying by a wave of sword chi. Yi Xian sensed for a moment and discovered an aura that was comparable to Dao Lord Giant Wood's. He immediately rushed over. At this moment, the Spirit Monkey City's City Lord had also discovered Yi Xian. What do you want? The Spirit Monkey City's City Lord asked. I want to borrow something from you. Yi Xian said directly. What is it? The Spirit Monkey City's City Lord was a little surprised. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and said, Your Crimson Gold Dao seed. After he finished speaking, he attacked again. You're courting death. The Spirit Monkey City's City Lord immediately reacted. If he wanted his Crimson Gold Dao seed, wouldn't he have to kill him? In an instant, both sides began to fight. Since Yi Xian came uninvited and did not have any deep enmity with the other party, Yi Xian showed mercy this time. He spent some time to severely injure the Spirit Monkey City's City Lord, who had the Crimson Gold Dao seed. Then, he got Black Horn and the Old Tree to use the double devour skill to devour the Spirit Monkey City's City Lord and the others. As a second stage Dao Lord, it was still possible to suppress a fourth stage Dao Lord with the devour skill. Previously, the devour skill was damaged because Yixian was only at the invincible Heavenly Lord realm. He had overestimated himself by trying to subdue a half-step Dao Lord. After subduing this group of people, Yixian used the Immortal Grade Devour skill to forcefully extract the Dao seeds from their bodies. In this way these people would not die. Yixian had shown mercy. I've got the Crimson Gold Dao Seed. I'm still missing the Black Ice Dao Seed, Red Flame Dao Seed and Violent Earth Dao Seed. After Yixian finished thinking, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he got Black Horn and the Old Tree to absorb the entire Spirit Monkey City into the Devour skill. After Spirit Monkey City was absorbed into the Devour skill, Yixian heard a system notification sound. Ding! The 6th round of the Sect Chain mission is completed. Reward: 3 Devour points. The reward this time was really good. Yixian directly received 3 Devour points. However, the 7th round of the Sect Chain mission was a little tricky. It was to find an 8-star disciple who was at the Samsara Dao Lord realm. What a joke! Yixian was not even a Samsara Dao Lord yet. How could he find such a disciple? Therefore, this mission was directly ignored by Yixian. He would deal with it later. Then, he searched the souls of those who were subdued to see if there was any news of the other 3 Dao seeds. After a search there was indeed one. This piece of information was the Violent Earth Dao seed, so he immediately acted. During this period of time, Yixian was constantly on the move. Occasionally, when he passed by cities, he would absorb them into the Devour skill. However, there were too few 8-star talents. They were hard to find, so Yixian was very calm. While searching for the 3 Dao seeds, he finally broke through to the 3rd-ranked Dao Lord realm. At the same time, he also collected 4 of the 5 elemental Dao seeds. Now, only the Black Ice Dao seed was left. It is said that there is a Black Ice Abyss. There is a Dao Lord Black Ice there. He condensed the Black Ice Dao seed. However, he is a 7th-ranked Dao Lord. It will not be so easy to get his Dao seed. Yixian thought to himself. What allowed him to break through to the 3rd-ranked Dao Lord realm was the Devour Dao seed. Therefore, his current strength was not bad. He was confident in facing a 7th-ranked Dao Lord, but he was not 100% sure. Let's go and take a look first. Chapter 2033. The Black Ice Abyss was actually a dark land of extreme ice. It was surrounded by black ice crystals that constantly emitted a black aura. If an ordinary person came into contact with it, they would be corroded into nothingness if they were not strong enough. Yixian was wearing the Void Spirit Divine Armor, and was immune to this aura. However, just in case, he still sent his Sword Immortal clone to scout ahead. It was said that Dao Lord Black Ice had a few disciples under him. If these people also formed the Dao Seed of Black Ice, then Yixian would not need to attack Dao Lord Black Ice. The Black Ice Abyss was very famous in this area. Many people chose to enter to train because there was a type of black ice grass that grew there. It was very valuable. Along the way, Yixian encountered many people. Needless to say, they were all sucked into his devouring space. However, on the 2nd day after Yixian entered the Black Ice Abyss, roar! Suddenly a roar entered Yixian's ears. He looked up and saw a huge black dragon sweeping over from the horizon. This is the Black Ice Dragon. Yixian raised an eyebrow. It was said that this Black Ice Dragon was created by Dao Lord Black Ice, and was in charge of stopping those outsiders. This meant that Yixian was already at the edge. If he went any closer, he would be attacked by the Black Ice Dragon. No, this Black Ice Dragon charged straight at Yixian. Yixian had already entered its attack range. Just in time, Yixian shouted and summoned the Old Tree and the other 2. In this realm, humans were supreme. All other creatures had to stand aside. What was a mere Black Ice Dragon to him? Yixian's devouring Dao seed was already at the late nascent Dao level. When combined with other Daos, its attack power was not to be underestimated. What surprised him was that his attack couldn't hurt the Black Ice Dragon. It's at least a 6th-grade Dao Lord. Yixian's expression darkened as he quickly dodged the Black Ice Dragon's attack. However, it was at this moment that Yixian saw a Black Frost Dao seed in the Black Ice Dragon's body. It really came knocking on my door. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up. That black ice Dao seed was the black ice Dao seed. No wonder this black ice dragon was so strong. It turned out that it had the black ice Dao seed as its core. This meant that if Yi Xian killed it, he would be able to gather the 5 Dao seeds. Immediately, he pulled out the death sword and flashed to the back of the black ice dragon. Then, he viciously stabbed it. The death sword could only penetrate by 30%, and this was because of the effect of the devouring power in death chi, otherwise it would not be able to break through. Roar! The black ice dragon roared towards the sky, then turned around and charged towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian did not retrieve the death sword. Instead, he quickly turned invisible. He had to be careful against such a ferocious beast. After all, this black ice dragon specialized in physical attacks. If he was bitten or scratched, Yi Xian did not know if the Void Spirit Divine Armor would work. Sword Immortal Clone, charge into its body. Yi Xian immediately gave the order. The black ice dragon opened its mouth and charged at the Sword Immortal Clone. Then the Sword Immortal Clone took the initiative to charge in. As for Black Horn and the old tree, they attacked with all their might. But surprisingly, after the black ice dragon was injured, it could gather the melted black water droplets again. In other words, it had the ability to recover. I don't believe it. Watch me kill you. Yi Xian and the Sword Immortal Clone worked together. As long as they could trigger the one-hit kill effect, the black ice dragon would instantly collapse. However, it did not seem to be that easy. Yi Xian had no choice but to use his ultimate move. Sword Immortal descends. First Sword Immortal Ascension. He turned into a stream of light and stabbed the black ice dragon with the first Sword Immortal Ascension. However, this attack was useless. Even though he had used the slaughter mode and his holy power and constitution were greatly improved, this black ice dragon was still a product of Dao. If he wanted to fight against Dao, even if he was 10 times stronger, he was not qualified. If I don't kill you, my surname is not Yi. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He immediately used the time reversal skill again. He did not believe that he could not kill this black ice dragon. If the first Sword Immortal Ascension did not succeed, then he would try 10 times, 20 times, 50 times, or even 100 times. For this black ice Dao seed, he had put in a lot of effort. Soon he charged in again and used the first Sword Immortal Ascension on the black ice dragon. Unfortunately, it failed again. Yi Xian used the time reversal skill again and returned to the past. He repeated this again and again. There was really a small chance that he would encounter it. Finally, after repeating this for more than 30 times, he encountered a stroke of luck. Kacha! A crisp sound rang out. The black ice dragon's ice crystals began to fall. And then the black ice Dao seed in its body appeared. I finally killed you. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He quickly put away the black ice Dao seed. Ding! Host has gathered the materials to fuse the Dao seed. Will you fuse the Dao seed of life and the Dao seed of death? Yes. Yi Xian replied. Ding! Host has obtained the Samsara Dao seed. The system notification sounded. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He quickly devoured the black ice Dao seed. The Samsara Dao seed was formed. The 3 realms of half-step Dao Lord, and Dao Lord of Life and Death did not mean that one could only break through to Dao Lord of Life and Death after forming the Dao Seed of Life and Death. It was just that the Dao Seed of Life and Death was the most powerful Dao that one could comprehend in these 3 realms. Yi Xian felt that the current him should be able to take care of a black ice dragon. However, at this moment, changes in the world? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow as he sensed the changes in his surroundings. In the next moment, he saw the ground crack open. Then, one figure after another shot out from the ground. These figures were made of human bones, ice corpses, and beast corpses. However, without exception, they all came back to life. Yi Xian had fused with the Samsara Dao seed and brought the dead back to life in this area. Even the bones began to grow flesh for no reason. What's going on? Didn't I die? Damn, I'm a skeleton now. Roar! These people and beasts all looked on in disbelief. However, even if they came back to life, they would be very weak. This was because the Dao seed would not reform. I don't care what you are. Get in. Without another word, Yi Xian released Black Horn and the old tree and swallowed them into the devouring space. However, the commotion attracted the attention of some people in the depths of the black ice abyss. Before Yixian could leave, several figures flew over. Chapter 2034. 3 5th-rank Dao Lords and a 6th-rank Dao Lord Black Ice Dragon. Yixian narrowed his eyes. He had fused the most powerful Daos he could comprehend at his current level, and was anxious to test his skills. That phenomenon just now was the result of someone condensing the Samsara Dao seed. There's only one person here. Could it be him? The eyes of the leading black-robed youth flashed as he quickly surrounded Yixian. At this moment, there was still a steady stream of people emerging from the ground, but the newcomers clearly felt that Yixian wasn't with them. "You're the one who condensed the Samsara Dao seed?" the leading youth asked. "That's right. Are you jealous?" Yixian smiled. They thought that Yixian would pretend that he didn't know anything, but he actually admitted it. After hearing this answer, a look of greed flashed through the leading youth's eyes. A single Samsara Dao seed was extremely precious. Even Samsara Dao Lords might not necessarily be able to obtain one. Who would have thought that they would actually see one? As long as they killed Yixian, they would be rich. Even if they didn't, they would be able to comprehend it themselves. But would it be that easy? "Go, capture him and let Master deal with him," the leading youth immediately shouted. They were all 5th-rank Dao Lords, while Yixian was only a 3rd-rank Dao Lord. However, Yixian was within the Black Ice Dragon's attack range. To be able to walk there unscathed meant that he was definitely not an ordinary 3rd-rank Dao Lord. "You're courting death." Yixian withdrew his smile that was not a smile and quickly made his move. In the blink of an eye, he and his sword immortal clone had insta-killed one of them. "What?" The leading youth was shocked. A moment later, Yixian flashed behind him and slashed out with his sword. Rip! A crisp sound rang out as the leading youth was struck in the back and turned to dust. The Samsara Dao seed was the product of the fusion of the Dao seed of life and the Dao seed of death. Its power of death had been greatly increased, so it was able to insta-kill its opponent. This was not the main point. The main point was that Yixian did not use the death sword just now. The current him no longer needed it. Kacha! 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 At this moment, a series of crisp sounds were heard as the second Black Ice Dragon was killed by Yixian and the Sword Immortal Avatar, another Dao seed of Black Ice. However, this was of no use to Yixian, so it was directly devoured by the devouring Dao seed a second time. However, just as Yixian was about to leave, another figure appeared in the sky. This person was a black-clothed old man. "Dao Lord Blackfrost, eh?" Yixian narrowed his eyes and watched as the other party arrived. "My disciples are all dead, and I even lost 2 Black Ice Dragons. Are you the one who did it?" Dao Lord Blackfrost looked at Yixian. "Exactly." Yixian nodded. "In that case, you deserve to die." Dao Lord Blackfrost immediately attacked. In fact, he knew that Yixian had condensed a Samsara Dao seed in his body, so he wanted to kill him and seize the treasure. "I'm afraid you're not qualified." Yixian's lips curled up slightly, and in the next moment his aura surged. He broke through to become a 4th-grade Dao Lord. "Die!" Yixian and the Sword Immortal Avatar instantly flashed behind Dao Lord Black Frost and slashed down. Bam! Before Dao Lord Black Frost could react, he was hit by the sword, and the aura of death spread instantly. "Oh no!" His expression changed and his eyes flickered. The piece of black ice on his back fell off as a black ice crystal. The Dao seed of black ice could turn his entire body into black ice, except for his heart and brain. After this piece of black ice left his body, he instantly healed his injuries. "Not bad, you're quite capable." Yixian nodded slightly. The combination of the devouring power and the power of death made his attack very powerful. If that sword had hit Dao Lord Blackfrost's head, he would probably have died. However, at this moment Dao Lord Blackfrost's body suddenly began to expand, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a black ice giant. This black ice giant was formed by Dao Lord Blackfrost, and its strength was more than 10 times stronger than the Black Ice Dragon. However, this helped Yixian instead. Eye of Assassination. Yixian and the Sword Immortal Avatar began to attack crazily. The combination of the devouring power and the power of death could instantly break through a layer of black ice defense. Although this black ice defense was formed by the Dao seed of black ice, it required the support of sacred power. Once the sacred power was exhausted, It would be his death. Boom! 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 A series of loud sounds rang out. The Black Ice Giant's attack was not weak, and the entire Black Ice Abyss seemed to be trembling. However, to maintain such a large Black Ice Giant, it would probably consume a lot of sacred power. Indeed, in less than half a minute, the Black Ice Giant had shrunk by a size, and Yi Xian was not injured at all. Damn it! Dao Lord Black Frost's expression changed. He actually gave up attacking Yi Xian and ran towards the depths of the Black Ice Abyss. You want to run after showing off? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and followed while attacking. When Dao Lord Black Frost returned to the Black Ice Abyss, his body had shrunk by a size. However, Yi Xian finally understood why he had returned to the depths. It turned out that there was a teleportation array there. Dao Lord Black Frost wanted to ask for help. Don't even think about it. Yi Xian quickly slashed out several times, preparing to break the array. However, it was not that easy. Since that was the case, he would kill Dao Lord Black Frost before the other party's reinforcements arrived. Die! Yi Xian began to attack crazily. In less than 3 seconds, the Black Ice Giant had shrunk again. Swish! At this moment, a sword chi suddenly tore through the air and landed on the back of the Black Ice Giant. In the next moment, Dao Lord Black Frost's layer of black ice armor instantly collapsed. One-hit kill. He had actually triggered the one-hit kill effect. Yi Xian did not expect his luck to be so good as to trigger the one-hit kill effect twice in one day. Before Dao Lord Black Frost could react, Yi Xian directly attacked behind him. Flying Star Sword Art. 9-star chain. Stop. Poof. 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 9 muffled sounds rang out in a row. Dao Lord Black Frost's head was turned into a sieve. Then Yi Xian quickly put away Dao Lord Black Frost's corpse and looked carefully. He saw that an old man had already arrived here through the teleportation array. This aura was at least an 8th grade Dao Lord, or even a 9th grade Dao Lord. Bastard! The old man cursed angrily and attacked Yi Xian. He was so fast that even Yi Xian could not dodge. The attack landed on the Void Spirit Divine Armor and was instantly dispersed. Yi Xian was unscathed. Yi Xian has never courted death. Chapter 2035. Crack. For the first time, the Void Spirit Divine Armor was shattered. Yi Xian was also sent flying by the huge force. However, the Void Spirit Divine Armor and Yi Xian's injuries were healed by the Immortal Phoenix bloodline in the next moment. I've triggered 2 one-hit kills today. I might be able to trigger a 3rd time. I don't believe I can't kill you. Yi Xian thought to himself as he attacked again. However, this person was a 9th grade Dao Lord expert. He was not someone he could fight against at the moment. In less than 3 seconds, Black Horn and Old Tree were killed nearly 10 times. Yi Xian was also severely injured several times. It seemed that they were no longer a threat to this old man at the moment. Let's go. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He immediately separated from the Sword Immortal clone. The old man turned around and finally decided to chase after Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian had another trick up his sleeve. He could switch places with the Sword Immortal clone. Then he could break through the void and leave the Black Ice Abyss. I don't believe you can catch up to me. Yi Xian looked at the Scarlet Kill character in the sky and used the Eyes of the Void to leave. Even if the old man had left an imprint in his body, it would take him several days to catch up. Let me see who you are. Yi Xian immediately asked Wei Zhentian to search Dao Lord Black Ice's soul. In the next moment he knew the old man's identity. So it's Dao Lord Black Ice's father, Lu family's head, Lu Feng. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Since that was the case, he might as well kill his way to the Lu family. As long as he made another breakthrough, he should be able to fight this guy. Immediately, he broke through the void again and asked the Sword Immortal clone to attract the old man's attention. Then, his main body would take the opportunity to act. Unfortunately, the old man had left an imprint on his main body. Since the Sword Immortal clone was in an invincible state, the old man could not leave an imprint. Therefore, the Sword Immortal clone was on the way. The old man charged at Yi Xian. Then, the Sword Immortal clone took advantage of the time when the old man was away to teleport to the Lu family through the teleportation array. Immediately, a reign of terror was set off. The Lu clan still had several rank 8 Dao Lords, as well as more than 10 rank 7 Dao Lords. However, the Sword Immortal clone was an invincible figure. He alone was enough to take on the entire Lu clan. What? You've killed your way to my Lu family? Lu Feng was shocked and immediately turned around. He had received a message saying that a mysterious expert had challenged the entire Lu clan by himself. Many people had already died, and the entire Lu clan could not do anything to him. Unfortunately, when he returned to the Black Ice Abyss, he discovered that the teleportation formation had been destroyed. It was Black Horn and the old tree who had destroyed the teleportation array. Lu Feng was infuriated. He killed Black Horn and Old Tree before heading north. It would take some time to get from the Black Ice Abyss to the Lu family. With his speed, it would take at least 2 days. Time was nothing to him. But don't forget that the Sword Immortal Avatar was still in the Lu family. 2 days of continuous fighting was enough to turn the Lu clan upside down. Moreover, Yi Xian had already used the Sword Immortal Avatar technique to appear in the Lu clan. This battle lasted for quite some time. Yi Xian first used the Void Spirit Godly Armor's invisibility effect and the Eye of Assassination to kill those Lu clan members with lower realms. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a rank 5 Dao Lord. After devouring those people's Dao seeds, Yi Xian finally broke through to become a rank 5 Dao Lord. Not only that, but Old Tree, Black Horn, and the Sword Immortal Avatar also reached this realm. Now they were a threat to those rank 8 Dao Lords. However, these people would be left for last. He would deal with those rank 8 Dao Lords and below first. In less than half a minute, only 3 rank 8 Dao Lords were left in the Lu clan. The rest were all annihilated by Yi Xian. Then the 3 rank 8 Dao Lords also died in Yi Xian's hands. After that, the entire Lu clan no longer had any experts who could resist Yi Xian. They were all sucked into the Devour space. Now Yi Xian was waiting for Lu Feng to return. Lu Feng rushed back with all his might, but he could not find any of his clansmen. This made him very anxious. However, by the time he arrived, he found that the Lu clan had already disappeared. At this moment, several figures were waiting for him in the air. You did this. Lu Feng looked at Yi Xian and said coldly, "That's right. As long as you kill me, you'll know where they are." Yi Xian nodded. In that case, die. Lu Feng did not say anything else and attacked directly. Previously, his son Dao Lord Black Ice had sent him a message saying that Yi Xian had formed a Samsara Dao seed in his body. If he could obtain this Samsara Dao seed, all the Lu clan members who had died in battle could be revived. In addition, his combat strength would increase exponentially. When he broke through to Samsara Dao Lord, his strength would be incomparable to others of the same level. Rumble! Suddenly, a loud sound rang out in the air. The battle between the two sides was very intense. As the strongest person in the Lu clan, Lu Feng was indeed very strong. He could be considered to be half a step into the Samsara Daylord level. However, no matter how strong he was, he could not be compared to Yi Xian. Even Lu Feng didn't dare to take Yi Xian's attacks lightly, as he had formed the Life and Death Dao seed. The key to this battle was still Saint Power. Lu Feng did not have the immortal phoenix bloodline in his body, so he could not last as long as Yi Xian. After a minute, his Saint Power was almost depleted. After all, he had to withstand the attacks of Yi Xian and the other 3. Die! At this moment, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He slashed out with his sword and landed on Lu Feng's back. Although Lu Feng was strong, he could not withstand the deathly aura of the Samsara Dao seed. His back was instantly exposed. Then Old Tree, Black Horn, and the Sword Immortal clone used their trump cards and killed Lu Feng. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. After Lu Feng died, a system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Yi Xian quickly went over and put away Lu Feng's corpse. He then refined the Dao seed. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a rank 6 Dao Lord. Yi Xian had devoured many Dao seeds before. Now that he had obtained 3 late-stage Dao seeds from Lu Feng, he had broken through. He estimated that he would soon break through to become a rank 7 Dao Lord. Yi Xian had developed a habit. He would let Wei Zhentian search the souls of those he took away. Perhaps he could get some interesting information. Immediately, he began to search Lu Feng's corpse. This search gave him a fright. Lu Feng encountered a devourer before? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. He had seen a devourer with the devourer mark in Lu Feng's memories. It seemed that this was a bonus. However, that Devourer mark was very strong. It was even stronger than Lu Feng, who was a rank 9 Dao Lord. Therefore, it should be a Samsara Daylord level. Chapter 2036. Let's go. Yixian immediately set off on his journey. Lu Feng had encountered the Devourer beast at a lake in the north. He was just passing by and had a fierce battle with the Devourer beast before escaping with serious injuries. Yixian spent more than a month on his journey. After more than a month, he finally arrived at the lake where Lu Feng had encountered the Devourer beast. Yixian quickly sent the Sword Immortal Avatar to check on the lake. Indeed, there was a Devourer beast at the bottom of the lake. It was a huge python. When the Sword Immortal Avatar saw the python with the Devourer mark, he immediately launched an attack. However, even with the Dao Seed of Life and Death, the Sword Immortal Avatar's attack could not hurt the python. However, it had angered the python. The python opened its bloody mouth and stupidly swallowed the Sword Immortal Avatar into its stomach. Such an action was as good as courting death. If an ordinary sacred beast was swallowed into the python's stomach, it would have been digested in no time. However, the Sword Immortal Avatar was invincible. The digestive fluid did not have any effect on him. Instead, it gave the Sword Immortal Avatar an opportunity. The scales of the Devourer beast were very strong. Even Lu Feng could not break through them. However, the insides of the python were much weaker. The Sword Immortal Avatar madly attacked from the inside. In a short while, the Devourer beast had several large holes in it. Fresh blood dyed the entire lake red. Yixian smelled the pungent smell of blood and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. This time it was not bad. He had earned another Devourer point. Hiss! Suddenly a sharp hiss was heard. After the Devourer beast shrieked, it fell down with a loud crash. It was dead. Then the Sword Immortal Avatar quickly kept the corpse and devoured it. Ding! Host has devoured the corpse of a Super Devourer beast. The reward is 1 Devourer source. The system notification rang in Yixian's mind. After hearing it, Yixian was stunned. Super Devourer beast? Previously, he had encountered a low-level Devourer beast and even cultivated a mid-level one. But now he had encountered a Super Devourer beast. Moreover, the reward was not Devourer points but Devourer source. This time it was awesome. Holy shit! The first devouring source allowed the devouring system to level up. The second devouring source allowed the devouring system to level up to the immortal grade. Now there's another one. Doesn't that mean? Thinking of this, Yixian's eyes lit up. At this time the system prompted again. Ding! The celestial level devouring system can be upgraded. Do you want to proceed? Yes. Yixian answered without hesitation. What a joke. How could he not level up after obtaining a devouring source for free? Ding! The celestial level devouring system is upgrading. All major systems are temporarily shut down. The system prompted. So be it. It wasn't like Yixian didn't have a deep grudge against him. At worst he could just rest for a while. Next he rested nearby. He wondered what new tricks the system would have after the upgrade. This upgrade took more than a month. After more than a month. Ding! The Immortal Grade Devouring System has been successfully upgraded to Divine Grade Devouring System. When the system notification rang out, Yixian woke up from his sleep. The system upgrade was finally completed. Before he could take a closer look at the upgraded Divine Grade Devouring System, the system prompted again. Ding! The system upgrade is successful. You are rewarded with 2 bloodline fusions. Do you want to proceed now? Bloodline fusions? Hearing this, Yixian narrowed his eyes slightly. According to his previous experience, bloodline fusions were to fuse combat bloodlines, physique bloodlines, and support bloodlines into one bloodline. He now had 6 types of bloodlines in his body so he could fuse them twice. This was the key to increasing his strength quickly. Yes. Yixian answered immediately. Ding! Bloodline fusions begin. Ding! Bloodline fusions. The host has obtained the Divine Sword Bloodline and Divine Battle Bloodline. The fusion of the bloodlines was completed in the blink of an eye. Divine Sword Bloodline and Divine Battle Bloodline? Yixian raised his eyebrows. The Divine Sword Bloodline reminded him of when he was in the mortal world. He had also fused with the Divine Sword Bloodline once. However, there was a Void God bloodline behind the Divine Sword bloodline at that time. The Divine Sword bloodline now was the real Divine Sword bloodline. No, it couldn't be considered the real Divine Sword bloodline. Yi Xian noticed that there was a note behind the Divine Sword bloodline. Demigod bloodline? Yi Xian was stunned. He quickly checked and found that the Divine Battle bloodline was also at the demigod level. Ding! The host is currently a 6th grade Dao Lord. The requirement to fully unlock the bloodline is to prove the divine position for the host. The system prompted. Prove the divine position? Does that mean I will become a god? Yi Xian immediately understood. Only by becoming a god would he be able to fully unlock the bloodline. After fully unlocking the Divine Sword bloodline, it would be called the Unparalleled Divine Sword bloodline. After fully unlocking the Divine Battle bloodline, it would be called the Supreme Battle God. However, both bloodlines had yet to be fully unlocked, so they were only at the demigod level. Yi Xian didn't care too much and quickly fused the two bloodlines. Ding! Divine Sword bloodline fusion. Ding! Divine Battle bloodline fusion. The system prompted again. The Divine Sword bloodline is formed by the fusion of the Sword Immortal bloodline, the Divine Beast Envoy bloodline, and the Spacetime bloodline. The Divine Battle bloodline is formed by the fusion of the Immortal Slaying bloodline, the Immortal Eye Unicorn bloodline, and the Immortal Phoenix bloodline. Yi Xian was shocked when he checked the abilities of the two bloodlines. They were too powerful. Although they had yet to be fully unlocked and some abilities had yet to be revealed, the current abilities were already heaven-defying. The Divine Sword bloodline had 3 advancement paths. The first advancement path was called the Divine Sword Path. The second advancement path was called the Divine Sword Body. The third advancement path was called the Sword Servant. The Divine Sword Path had absolute understanding and control of the sword. In addition, it had 2 skills. The first skill was the Divine Sword Technique. After using it, one could form a divine sword that could split the sky. If one was hit by this divine sword, no matter who it was, they would be killed instantly. Not to mention other things, this divine sword technique alone was extremely terrifying because it was a true one-hit kill divine skill. However, this divine skill's cooldown time required a large number of swords to recover, just like the unicorn's descent. The second skill was called the Sword Explosion. Within a certain range, Yi Xian could make the enemy's sword explode and severely injure the enemy. Those were the abilities of the Divine Sword Path's advancement path. Then, the second advancement path was the Divine Sword Body. It could suppress 30% of the surrounding non-sword cultivator's strength and 10% of the sword cultivator's strength. Chapter 2037. In addition, the body of the sword god could reduce sword wounds by 30%. However, there was no way to reduce sword chi damage. Yi Xian had the ethereal divine armor, which could make up for this shortcoming. The third advancement path of the sword god bloodline, Sword Servant, was to summon sword servants to assist in battle. Currently, there was not a single sword servant, but there was a sword god clone, which was the sword immortal clone from before. If one could obtain a specific item, they could continue to summon sword servants, such as the immortal sword servant, 100 beast sword servant, shadowless sword servant, and so on. Although all sword servants would die except for the immortal sword servant, they could be summoned again once the cooldown was over. Moreover, there was no limit to the number of sword servants that could be summoned at any time. Yi Xian could summon all of them. Most importantly, every sword servant had a special characteristic. As long as they were activated, Yi Xian would be able to obtain unimaginable abilities. For example, as long as Yi Xian activated the immortal sword servant, Yi Xian would have the ability to revive once. In simple terms, every sword servant had its own special characteristic. Once activated, Yi Xian would be able to obtain certain abilities. After Yi Xian finished reading the 3 advancement paths of the Sword God bloodline, he was so shocked that he could not speak. It was already so powerful before it was fully activated. How powerful would it be if it was fully activated? However, what made Yi Xian feel helpless was that the Sword God bloodline was the product of the fusion of the Sword Immortal bloodline, the Imperial Divine Envoy bloodline, and the Spacetime bloodline. The advancement paths of the Imperial Divine Envoy bloodline and the Spacetime bloodline did not seem to stand out in the Sword God bloodline. It was either overshadowed by the Sword Immortal bloodline, or it had not been activated yet. Time reversal is gone and so is time control. It seems that I can no longer load to kill monsters in the future. Yixian thought to himself. However, the sword god bloodline was already very powerful. After all, it was only at the demigod level. Then Yixian continued reading the battle god bloodline. The battle god bloodline was the fusion of the immortal slayer bloodline, the immortal eye unicorn bloodline, and the immortal phoenix bloodline. This bloodline also had 3 advancement paths. The advancement path of the war god tyrant body had 3 effects. First, the divine war physique. Apart from greatly increasing one's physique, it also had the effect of the immortal phoenix bloodline, allowing it to heal injuries without limit. Secondly, as long as one's body was injured, one's strength would increase. The more serious the injury, the greater the increase in strength. This effect could be used in conjunction with super recovery. As long as super recovery was suppressed, the injuries would not heal. These were the 2 effects of the first advancement route of the war god bloodline, the war god tyrant body. Following that was the second advancement path, the war god mount, which was to summon a divine beast mount to assist in battle. The third path was called the war god domain. This was also a skill. Once the war god domain was unleashed, it could forcefully envelop a person and engage in a one-on-one battle with Yixian. Within this domain, Yixian's strength would increase. As long as he could defeat his opponent, the increase in strength would be maintained for a period of time. However, if Yixian was defeated, then his strength would be permanently reduced by 10%. This was the effect of the war god bloodline. Although it was less than before, Yixian's strength had increased. One had to know that these 2 bloodlines had yet to be fully activated. If they were fully activated, they would definitely be even more powerful. The sword god bloodline and the war god bloodline, although they are only at the demigod level, they have greatly increased my strength. The current me might even have the strength to kill a Samsara Dao Lord. Yixian thought to himself. There was still a huge gap between Samsara Dao Lords and Dao Lords. Yixian was only a rank 6 Dao Lord. It was already quite good that he had such confidence. Right now he wanted to find a Samsara Dao Lord to fight. However, at this moment he discovered something else. There were only 2 demigod bloodlines in the bloodline window, and it could not be used. This meant that he could only fuse with 2 bloodlines in the future. Whatever. This bloodline window might be hidden like the other systems and only be activated at certain times. At this thought, Yixian thought of the sex system. Didn't that system only activate at the end? However, right at this moment, ding! The system has created a bloodline holder with 4 bloodlines. The host will receive a reward for killing the bloodline holder. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in Yixian's mind. Bloodline holder? Hearing this, Yixian narrowed his eyes. This guy really came at the right time. He was just about to find a person to fight when the system created one for him. Not bad, not bad. Although 2 of the 6 bloodlines had been fused, the system had actually kept some skills. For example, the Death Pursuit command, the Eye of Assassination, the Eye of Insight, and so on. Yixian did not know where the bloodline holder was, so he directly took out the Death Sword. Then he summoned the Sword God clone, Black Horn, and the old tree to set up a defense around him. Now Yixian only had 2 clones and 1 main body left. Previously, after the bloodline fusion, he forcefully fused 3 into 1, which was his main body. As for the other 2 clones, one was in the mortal world, and the other was in the second heaven. Therefore, at this moment he could not split them. This made him feel a little regretful. If he had known this would happen, he would have split his doppelganger. That way, he would have had 2 more doppelgangers. Fortunately, he still had the avatar of Ares in the mortal world and in the second heaven, so there was no need to be afraid. He stood in place and waited for a while. A few days later, an aura descended. This aura was at the level of a 9th grade Dao Lord. Is it you? A young man looked at Yixian and said with narrowed eyes. Are you looking for me? Yixian asked. Unexpectedly, this young man attacked directly. He was the holder of 4 bloodlines created by the system. These 4 bloodlines were the Immortal Eye Unicorn bloodline, the Immortal Phoenix bloodline, the Divine Beast Envoy bloodline, and the Immortal Slayer bloodline. Therefore, his Tao of Raging Flames was very terrifying. However, this was useless against Yixian. Bang! The flaming sword Qi hit the Void Spirit godly armor and immediately disappeared. At the same time, the sword god clone had already swiftly attacked the back of the opponent. However, the sword god clone was only a 6th grade Dao Lord. Its combat strength was still not enough. Although the opponent was a sword cultivator, 10% of his strength had been suppressed by the divine sword seal. Bang! The sword chi of the sword god clone was blocked by the flames of the bloodline holder. Scram! The young man immediately turned around and slashed at the sword god clone. The latter also quickly attacked. However, at this moment, crack! A crisp sound suddenly rang out. The Dao weapon in the young man's hand actually exploded. The broken blade was instantly blasted away, leaving many wounds on his body. This move was mastered by Yixian after fusing with the sword god bloodline. It was called Sword's Explosion. The young man did not expect this and was injured. He did not even have time to attack. Instead, he was hit by the sword god clone and was sent flying. Little guy, you dare to fight with me? Chapter 2038. You're courting death. The young man was enraged and immediately engaged in a fierce battle with the sword god's clone. But it didn't take long for Blackhorn and Old Shoe to join in. Bullying with numbers? 100 unicorn army. The young man shouted angrily, and the sacred power in his body began to surge out. In the next moment, hundreds of unicorn appeared in the sky. A bloodline holder. As expected of a bloodline holder. Previously, Yixian could only summon 1 unicorn at most. Now this bloodline holder could summon hundreds of them. If they focused their attacks, they would probably be able to kill a Samsara Dao Lord. However, this little bit of skill was nothing in front of Yixian. Come out, my mount. Yixian muttered. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden light shot out from his body and rapidly expanded in the sky. Everyone turned their heads and saw that the golden light had turned into a golden celestial dragon. Yixian glanced at the system and saw that this was called Golden Celestial Dragon. The War God Mount skill could summon a Golden Celestial Dragon, which was very impressive. He did not expect a Golden Celestial Dragon to appear on his first summon. Whoosh! 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 As soon as the Golden Celestial Dragon appeared, it swept its tail and killed dozens of unicorn. The other unicorn quickly attacked, but surprisingly, it was useless against the Golden Celestial Dragon. Not only that, the Golden Celestial Dragon's scales continuously shot out golden rays, killing the other unicorn. Terrifying. It was too terrifying. When the young man saw that his hundreds of unicorn were wiped out in an instant, he was scared witless. He felt that he would not be able to defeat this Golden Celestial Dragon. Let's go. The young man made a prompt decision and turned to run. You want to run? It's too late. Yixian shook his head. His eyes flashed as he used another trump card. Divine Sword Art. A divine sword condensed in the sky and then slashed down. The sky was split open. Before the young man could react, the divine sword had already descended and cut him in half. He died just like that. The power of the divine sword's secret art was indeed extraordinary. This was a true one-hit kill. This unlucky bastard is the weakest bloodline holder I've ever met. To think that he has a 4th-level bloodline. Yixian shook his head helplessly. However, he couldn't be blamed for this. After all, the other party had a 4th-tier immortal bloodline, while he had a double demigod bloodline. However, the divine sword technique that he had just used required a large number of swords to cool down. Otherwise, he would not be able to use it again. A Dao soldier formed from a Dao seed would definitely have more experience than an ordinary Dao soldier. Thinking of this, Yixian made use of the God-tier devouring system's forging function, and some Dao seeds as materials to create Dao weapons. Then it would devour them all. The divine sword technique had recovered to 50%. Because my level is low, the things I obtain are more precious. After using the divine sword technique, it will be easier for me to recover. Yixian was very satisfied. However, because of the bloodline fusion, his one-hit kill sword and peerless sword pair had disappeared. Therefore, he was preparing to fuse the life sword and death sword together. Ding! The host has obtained the life and death sword. The system notified. This life and death sword had reached the level of a life and death Dao soldier. It was very suitable for Yixian to use now. However, the life sword and death sword originally belonged to the Jiang family. Now that Yixian had borrowed them and reforged them, it was a little unreasonable. However, this matter was easy to solve. He just needed to give the Jiang family some benefits. The The Jiang family's old patriarch, Jiang Lingguang, was only a rank 1 Dao Lord. Yi Xian, on the other hand, was already a rank 6 Dao Lord. He had even killed a Samsara Dao Lord level devourer. Just casually taking something would make the Jiang family overjoyed. Immediately, he tore open the void and returned. Then he left immediately. Now that he had settled everything, he had a new goal. That was to awaken a new sword servant. Based on the current situation, it seems that the materials for the violet gold sword servant are easier to obtain. Yi Xian thought to himself. The undying sword servant had the ability to not die and was very sharp. As for the violet gold sword servant, it was a type of sword servant with extremely strong defense. It could allow Yi Xian to comprehend the violet gold godly armor skill. The violet gold godly armor had extremely strong defense. Together with the void spirit godly armor that was immune to all energy attacks, it could be said to be almost invincible. The reason why Yi Xian chose to awaken the violet gold sword servant first was because there was a violet gold stone in the memories of the person with the 4th bloodline. It was the material needed to awaken the violet gold sword servant. However, there was only one violet gold stone. Awakening the violet gold sword servant required a large amount of violet gold stone. The person with the 4th bloodline is called Dai Hao. There is a violet gold stone mine in the Dai clan's property. Yi Xian thought to himself. He threw Dai Hao's corpse to the mask of authenticity, and then disguised himself as Dai Hao. He immediately rushed to the Dai clan. The mask of authenticity was a good magic treasure. As long as Yi Xian did not make a move himself, no one would be able to tell that he was an imposter. Therefore, he successfully infiltrated the Dai clan. This Dai Hao is actually the young master of the Dai clan. His status is not low. He should be able to enter the violet gold stone mine. Yi Xian thought to himself as he rushed to the violet gold stone mine. Along the way, the clansmen greeted Yi Xian. Yi Xian did not bother to pay attention to them. He did not want to expose himself. After a while, he arrived at the entrance of the violet gold stone mine behind the Dai clan. This violet gold stone mine has just been opened. There are still many violet gold spiders inside that need to be cleaned up. Yi Xian thought to himself as he stepped in. These violet gold spiders were almost all high-level Dao Lords. Only a few had reached the Samsara Dao Lord level. Given Yi Xian's current strength, there was no need for him to fear them. This place was very suitable for training, so many Dai clan clansmen had formed teams to enter. Yi Xian avoided these Dai clan clansmen and began his training. No one knew how many pieces of purple gold ore there were in the purple gold ore vein. The piece of purple gold ore in Dai Hao's interspatial ring was something he had obtained while wandering around. In order to increase efficiency, Yi Xian had sent his sword god clones out together. However, after half a day, they had only obtained 10 violet gold stones. Only 10 violet gold stones after half a day? I need 10,000 violet gold stones to activate the violet gold sword servant. Wouldn't that take me more than a year? Yi Xian's eyes darkened. If he had to spend a year to create a violet gold sword servant, he might as well just kill him. One had to know that time was very precious to him. A year was enough for him to break through several times. Even becoming an emperor would not be a problem. Thus he decided to use another method. Although it was a little inappropriate, in this world where the strong were respected, it was not surprising. Chapter 2039. The Dai clan was not a small clan. Thousands of people had entered the purple gold mine alone. Yi Xian had encountered quite a few groups before, so he decided to snatch their Dao seeds. These people did not deserve to die, so his idea was to forcibly absorb them into the devouring space and then use the system to forcibly strip them of their Dao seeds. This way, he could obtain both the purple gold ores and the Dao seeds. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. In the next few days, Yi Xian frantically searched for the Dai clan members. 3 days later, he had gathered 2,000 purple gold ores. However, there was still a long way to go before he could activate the purple gold sword servant. However, at this moment, clang, 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 a series of crisp sounds entered Yi Xian's ears. He raised his eyebrows in puzzlement. This sound was not the sound of humans fighting against the purple gold spiders. It was the sound of weapons clashing. Yi Xian hurried over to take a look and found that there were indeed 2 groups of people fighting. One side was the Dai clan members and the other side, Yi Xian did not know who they were. However, the other side's combat strength was clearly stronger than the Dai clan members. Young clan leader, they are from the Tan clan. Suddenly, someone glanced at Yixian and hurriedly shouted, "The Tan clan." Yixian narrowed his eyes and quickly searched his memories. He found that the Tan clan was several times stronger than the Dai clan. Why would they suddenly kill their way into the purple gold mine? Strange. No matter what, Yixian still had to act. After all, he was the young clan leader now. The Tan clan members were not bad, but if they were not at the Samsara Dao Lord level, they were still very weak in front of Yixian. Very quickly, these people were all taken care of by Yixian, including the people from the Dai family. Then, Yixian performed a soul search on them and found that the Tan clan members were only here to seize the purple gold mine on the orders of their elders. Yixian found it strange because the Dai clan and the Tan clan had not interfered with each other before. It was strange that they suddenly came to seize the purple gold mine. After all, even if the entire purple gold mine was given to the Tan family, the Tan family might not be interested in it. However, right at this moment, I heard that you were in the purple gold mine? Suddenly, the communication token lit up. The other communication token was with the head of the Dai family, who was also Dai Hao's father. "I'm in the purple gold mine. What's wrong?" Yixian replied, pretending to be Dai Hao. "Come out quickly. That Tan family wants to occupy the purple gold mine. I'll send someone to receive you," the Dai family patriarch said. "What's going on?" Yixian asked in confusion. Because he was his son, the Dai family patriarch did not hide anything and directly said, "In the depths of the purple gold mine, a piece of purple gold ore was suddenly discovered. I don't know who leaked the news and passed the news to the Tan family." Top-grade purple gold ore? Hearing this, Yixian seemed to understand. A piece of purple gold ore was much more valuable than ordinary purple gold ore again. Most importantly, a piece of purple gold ore would contain a drop of purple gold liquid, which was a material used to forge pseudo-thearch artifacts. The Tan family had most likely come for this. Is this piece of purple gold ore still in the depths of the purple gold mine? Yixian narrowed his eyes. That's right. When we first discovered it, for some reason we were unable to mine it, so we set up a formation. Now that the news has been leaked, we don't want to worry too much about it. Let's just hand over the purple gold mine to the Tan family, lest we get killed, the Dai family patriarch said. But even if we hand over the purple gold mine, will the Tan family give up so easily? Yixian asked curiously. Top-grade violet gold ore was extremely rare, and even high-level Samsara Dao Lords would be tempted by it. For this violet gold mine to actually produce a single piece of such ore was already an incredible stroke of luck. It was very likely that the Tan family would seal the news and even exterminate the Dai family. No matter what, we can't resist. Otherwise, the consequences. Before the patriarch of the Dai clan could finish his sentence, a clear voice rang out, followed by a plop sound. This sound was transmitted to Yixian through the transmission token, causing his expression to darken. The Dai family patriarch, who was a Samsara Dao Lord, had most likely been killed. The Tan family was really going all out. They were really ruthless in their attacks. However, if it were any other family, they would probably do the same. If a more powerful family than the Tan family found out that they had the purple gold liquid, they would also be killed. However, what did this have to do with Yixian? Is the purple gold ore in the depths? The corners of Yixian's mouth curled up slightly. He was already interested in this piece of purple gold ore again. After all, if he could obtain this piece of purple gold ore, it would be enough to activate the purple gold sword servant. He wouldn't need to spend any more time collecting purple gold ore again immediately. He ordered the 3 sword god clones to gather in the depths. Along the way, he saw many people from the Dai family and the Tan family. Without exception, all of them were dealt with by him. It had to be said that the Tan family was indeed very strong. They were a level higher than the Dai family, and had high-level Dao Lords everywhere. However, they were all very weak to Yixian. Soon Yixian arrived in the depths of the purple gold mine. At this moment, loud sounds came from inside. It should be the Tan family breaking the formation. Their auras aren't weak. I'm afraid there are some Samsara Dao Lords. Yixian narrowed his eyes and then ordered the sword god clones to move out. Who's there? Boom! 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 Soon, the sounds of battle came from inside. The invincible sword god clones fought with a group of Tan family experts. One against many, he wasn't afraid at all. However, what surprised him was that the Tan family wasn't breaking the formation just now. Instead, they were attacking a Samsara Dao lord from the Dai family. This Samsara Dao lord from the Dai family was in charge of guarding this supreme-grade purple gold mine. When the Tan family attacked, he was blocked here, so they fought. I heard that this supreme-grade purple gold mine is quite difficult to collect. If you're not careful, it will shatter, and then the drop of purple gold liquid will dissipate into the world. Yi Xian thought to himself, if such a treasure disappeared, no matter who it was, they would cry to death. Therefore, the Dai family didn't collect it and had been thinking of a way. However, he decided to observe the situation first. After all, the people inside were Samsara Dao lords. It would be much more convenient to let them fight first, and then he would make a move after they were done. Rumble. The battle inside was very intense. Yi Xian waited outside. After a while, the battle finally came to an end. Immediately, Yi Xian wore the Void Spirit Divine armor and entered. Who's there? A loud roar came. Yi Xian, who wore the Void Spirit Divine armor and was invisible, was discovered. Since that was the case, then kill. Chapter 2040. In just an instant, all of the Tan clan members were killed, with the exception of the Samsara Dao Lord. Yi Xian was now a rank 7 Dao Lord, and he was no longer afraid of facing a Samsara Dao Lord. However, he was afraid that his opponent would destroy the supreme-grade violet gold ore. After all, he was no longer able to use temporal reversal. Once the ore was destroyed, the drop of violet gold liquid within it would dissipate into the world. That would be too wasteful. Die! The Tan clan expert immediately charged towards the sword god clone and the others. On the other side, Yi Xian, who was wearing the void spirit godly armor, stealthily snuck into the formation and carefully inspected it. Unfortunately, he did not find the supreme-grade violet gold ore, nor did he find it in the other corpses' interspatial rings. It seemed that the Samsara Dao Lord had taken it away. Since that was the case, it was easy to deal with. He attacked directly. Instantly, the Samsara Dao Lord was attacked from all directions and was heavily injured. Go! The Tan clan Samsara Dao Lord's expression changed drastically. He quickly turned around and charged out of the formation. You want to leave? Not so easy. Yi Xian's eyes widened. Together with the sword god clone, he executed the assassin's eye and flashed behind the enemy. However, at this critical moment, a figure suddenly shot out and inserted itself between the two. Boom! A wave of energy swept out, and Yi Xian and the sword god clone's attacks were both blocked. Who? Yi Xian hurriedly took a look. The newcomer was very unfamiliar. It seemed to be someone from the Tan clan. However, this newcomer had most likely reached the level of a rank 2 Samsara Dao Lord. You go. I'll stop him. The newcomer shouted and attacked Yi Xian. Aren't you just a rank 2 Samsara Dao Lord? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and directly used a trump card. The War God Mount. Each time he used the War God Mount, what he summoned was different. Last time, Yi Xian had summoned a divine golden dragon. This time, however, he summoned a divine golden saber-toothed tiger. The dazzling golden light instantly illuminated the entire violet gold mine, covering the violet gold light. A sacred aura spread out, shocking the rank 2 Samsara Dao Lord into quickly retreating. Swish! The golden saber-toothed tiger transformed into a streak of golden light that shot straight towards the second-rank Samsara Dao Lord. Scram! The man shouted angrily. He raised his hand and struck the golden saber-toothed tiger, but it did not cause any damage to the golden saber-toothed tiger. Poochie! With a crunching sound, the golden saber-toothed Dao Lord's shoulder was bitten off by the golden saber-toothed Dao Lord, causing blood to spurt out everywhere. Yi Xian and the Sword Immortal Avatar quickly followed up as they launched a pincer attack. A short while later, the second-rank Samsara Dao Lord's head was pierced through by the golden saber-toothed tiger's fangs and he perished. Next, Yi Xian quickly collected the corpse, then ordered the golden saber-toothed tiger to chase after the fleeing Samsara Dao Lord. After a while, the golden saber-toothed tiger dragged the corpse back. Unfortunately, to Yi Xian's disappointment, there was no supreme-grade purple gold ore in their interspatial rings. Strange! Yi Xian frowned. He hurriedly performed a soul search on everyone. Afterwards he found out that the supreme grade purple gold ore had already shattered during the battle between the Dai clan and the Tan clan. When the Samsara Dao Lord of the Dai clan who was guarding the supreme grade violet gold stone found out that the clan leader had perished, he chose to destroy the stone as well as himself. He destroyed the stone, and the drop of violet gold liquid disappeared from the world as well. The supreme grade purple gold ore was an excellent material for forging pseudo-emperor artifacts. It was priceless. Although Yi Xian felt that it was a pity, it was not something he needed. He hurriedly returned and found the shattered supreme grade purple gold ore again. This was what he needed. During the battle just now, he had not noticed that he had confused the supreme grade purple gold ore with the ordinary purple gold ore again. Now he had finally obtained it. Ding! Host has activated the purple gold swordsman. A system notification rang out. After devouring the supreme grade purple gold ore fragment, Yi Xian finally activated the purple gold swordsman. He immediately summoned the purple gold swordsman. The purple gold swordsman was dressed in purple battle armor and wielded a large sword. It looked extremely mighty. After activating the purple gold swordsman, Yi Xian also learned a new skill called the purple gold godly armor. The purple gold godly armor had extremely strong defensive abilities. When paired with the void spirit godly armor that was immune to energy attacks, even mid-level Samsara Dao Lords might not be able to pose a threat to Yi Xian. The purple gold swordsman will produce a supreme grade purple gold ore every once in a while. Will the quality of the supreme grade purple gold ore increase with my cultivation level? Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he hurriedly sent the purple gold swordsman into the devouring space. Based on the current rate of the devouring space, it would produce a supreme grade purple gold ore every 10 days. It was very good. However, this supreme grade purple gold ore was different from the supreme grade purple gold ore that was naturally formed. It did not contain the purple gold ore that was used to forge pseudo-emperor artifacts. Even so, Yi Xian was overjoyed. TSK. When the time comes, I'll be able to use this supreme grade purple gold ore to deceive everyone. I'll definitely be able to make a huge profit. Yi Xian was overjoyed. However, there was still one more thing that he had to do. Although the Dai clan had nothing to do with him, it was because of them that he had activated the purple gold swordsman. The Dai clan had most likely been destroyed by the Tan clan by now. He had to avenge them. That rank 2 Samsara Dao Lord from earlier was actually the one who had killed the Dai clan head. Now that he was dead, there was nothing to fear from the others. Soon this supreme grade purple gold ore was cleaned up by Yi Xian and the others. The Dai clan's members were all taken in by Yi Xian. As for the Tan clan's members, they were all killed by Yi Xian. By the time Yi Xian left the supreme grade purple gold ore and arrived at the Dai clan's residence, he discovered that the Tan clan's experts had already retreated. Did they hear about the supreme grade purple gold ore shattering? Or did they hear about the rank 2 Samsara Dao Lord dying in the supreme grade purple gold ore? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. However, this was no longer important. He would take advantage of this opportunity to destroy the Tan clan. But before that, he had to deal with the Dai clan first. After I devoured that rank 2 Samsara Dao Lord's Dao seed, I broke through to become a rank 8 Samsara Dao Lord. Even my divine sword art has been restored. I don't need to do anything to destroy the Tan clan. Yi Xian thought to himself as he sent his sword god clone to take action. 3 days later, the sword god clone arrived at the Tan clan's residence and summoned the purple gold swordsman, Black Horn and the old tree. Instantly, a storm of blood broke out in the Tan clan's residence. The 2 remaining rank 2 Samsara Dao Lords were completely unable to stop it and both died tragically. In the end, the Tan clan was also sucked into Yi Xian's devouring space. This time, however, Yi Xian's true body did not take action. Without using any of my trump cards, the purple gold swordsman is actually slightly stronger than the sword god clone. Yi Xian thought to himself. However, the purple gold swordsman was merely a golem, while the sword god clone was far stronger. Chapter 2041. After this incident, Yi Xian had obtained a large number of Dao seeds. Currently, his devouring Dao seed had reached mid-mastery and was not far from late mastery. Once he reached late mastery, he would be able to break through to become a 9th rank Dao Lord. At that time, He would only need to gather a late mastery Dao seed to become a Samsara Dao Lord. As for the Samsara Dao seed, it was only at early mastery. Thus, Yixian was preparing to purchase some life-type and death-type treasures to force his way to the Saint Dao level. This required a certain amount of wealth. After all, Yixian needed more experience to level up than others. He would definitely need to spend a lot. However, now that Yixian had the violet gold swordsman, he had the capital to do so. Yixian immediately headed to a large city. In a few days, the violet gold swordsman would be able to produce a supreme grade violet gold ore. When that time came, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. After 10 days of traveling, Yixian finally arrived at a large city. At this time, there was already a supreme grade violet gold ore in his devouring dimension. This supreme grade violet gold ore was even better than the one in the violet gold ore vein. The only difference was that the one in the violet gold ore vein was naturally produced and contained a drop of violet gold liquid. However, the supreme grade violet gold ore produced by the violet gold swordsman was completely empty. However, this supreme grade violet gold ore was not something that ordinary people could break open. Yixian estimated that no one would be able to see through this supreme grade violet gold ore produced by the violet gold swordsman. After all, no one had heard of any other supreme grade violet gold ore other than the ore vein. Immediately, Yixian had the sword god's avatar take action and entrust it to the auction house. When this news spread, the entire city was in an uproar. All the great clans were pooling their money and preparing to fight for this supreme grade violet gold ore. First of all, supreme grade violet gold ore would contain a drop of violet gold liquid. Just the fact that a supreme grade violet gold ore was already tempting enough. It could allow one to comprehend the Tao of violet gold of the 5 elements. The Tao of violet gold was of a higher level than the Tao of pure gold. It was the Tao with the strongest defense among the 9 sacred Taos. As for the violet gold liquid, it was a material for forging pseudo-thearch artifacts. As long as one could obtain it, they would definitely be able to earn 10 or even 20 times the original price. The auction house had spent a lot of money to advertise for this supreme grade violet gold ore. A few days later, a huge auction was held in the city. After some people heard about this, even if they didn't buy anything, they still prepared to go in and take a look. This was because they knew that this time there would definitely be a big force bidding, so they just treated it as spending money to watch a good show. At this moment, the sword god avatar was already watching from a private room. Soon the auction began, but this time it was different from the previous ones. This time there was only one item up for auction, and that was the purple goldstone of the highest quality. Of S2. I heard that the Tao of violet gold is extremely powerful. If one can successfully comprehend it, they'll be able to block the attacks of experts 1 or 2 levels higher. That violet gold liquid is even better. It's a material for forging pseudo-thearch artifacts. You can only come across it by chance. The auction house was in an uproar. The various great clans all had their eyes on the supreme grade violet gold ore and began to bid. The price began to skyrocket. In the blink of an eye, it had reached a level that no one would have expected. That was enough to create a mid-level Samsara Dao Lord. However, the violet gold liquid was something that even high-level Samsara Dao Lords coveted. A single drop could be used to forge pseudo-thearch artifacts. Once someone obtained a pseudo-thearch artifact, they would be virtually invincible among those of the same level. No one would be able to withstand a single blow from them. The sword god's clone sat in the private room, listening to the continuous bidding around him. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. I'm rich. I'm going to make a killing this time. Yixian's true body was overjoyed. This was already enough for him to break through to become a Samsara Dao Lord. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was that the violet gold sword servants would be able to produce a supreme grade violet gold ore every 10 days. This way, he would be able to put on a good show once more. At this moment, the various great clans suddenly slowed down. This was because they were about to run out of funds. Now it was time to see who would win. These clans and powers began to work together in private. Both sides would pool their funds and obtain the supreme grade violet gold ore before splitting it. This process lasted for several minutes. In the end, the supreme grade violet gold ore fell into the hands of the 5 allied powers. The final bid was made using all of their assets. After deducting the auction fee, All of this fell into Yixian's pocket. Awesome! Not long after, the auctioneer handed over the proceeds to Yixian. The auction finally came to an end. However, Yixian didn't leave just like that. Instead, he stayed in the auction house and began to collect as much as he could. All of the Dao seeds in the auction house were purchased by Yixian. Not only that, but he also purchased a large number of natural treasures that could improve his Samsara Dao seed. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a 9th grade Dao Lord. Ding! His Dao of Devour has been upgraded to the early stage Saint Dao. Ding! His Dao of Life and Death has been upgraded to the early stage Saint Dao. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a 1st grade Samsara Dao Lord. 2 system notifications rang out. Yixian had broken through in succession. His Dao of Devour and Dao of Life and Death had been upgraded to the Saint Dao level by Yixian. Apart from that, Yixian had also upgraded his Dao of Raging Inferno and Dao of Gale. Thus, Yixian was currently comprehending several Saint Daos, which had greatly increased his strength. If he had only upgraded 2 of his Daos to the Saint Dao level, he might have been able to break through and become a 2nd grade Samsara Dao Lord. However, if he upgraded several Daos at the same time, then even a 1st grade Samsara Dao Lord would be stronger than a 2nd grade Samsara Dao Lord. After the matter was settled, Yixian left the auction house. As expected, after he left, he discovered that someone was following him. Those who had participated in the auction earlier weren't small powers. Although they couldn't obtain that supreme grade violet gold ore, they could easily find out who had put it up for auction. After all, Yixian had just obtained a large amount of natural treasures. He couldn't keep a low profile even if he wanted to. Moreover, there were also people from the auction house among the people who had been following Yixian. Come, let me wipe you all out. Yixian's eyes flashed. He ordered his sword god clone to leave the city immediately. As for those who had been following him, they also left the city without exception. These people didn't hold back. After exchanging glances, they actually began to discuss who would get the yin and yang ring. The sword god clone looked at these people and smirked. Everyone, if you don't make a move, I'm leaving. Hearing this, these people found it strange. Yixian was only one person. Even the person with the lowest cultivation level among them was higher than Yixian. Why was Yixian so calm? Kid, hand over the yin and yang ring obediently, and I can let you live. An old man said slowly. Chapter 2042. If you turn around and leave now, I can spare your lives. Yixian mimicked the tone of the other party. You've got guts. The old man didn't say anything else. But right at this moment, someone couldn't hold it in any longer and charged at Yixian. Bastard! The others cursed and charged at Yixian as well. An ordinary person would have wet their pants in the face of such a force. One had to know that these nearly 100 people were all Samsara Dao Lords, and the strongest was a rank 4 Samsara Dao Lord. Yixian was a mere rank 1 Samsara Dao Lord. It was already good enough that he could stand firm. The show is finally about to begin. The sword god's clone's eyes flashed. Since these people were here to rob him, there was no need to show mercy. One word, kill. In the next moment, the violet gold sword attendant, Blackhorn, and the old tree all appeared. In addition, the war god's mount appeared. The first and second times, Yixian summoned the divine golden dragon and the divine golden saber-toothed tiger respectively. He was extremely lucky, but this time, he only summoned an ordinary thunder mammoth. However, this thunder mammoth's strength was comparable to a rank 3 Samsara Dao Lord. Of course, the strongest was naturally the sword god's clone. With the divine sword seal, he directly lowered the strength of everyone present. Non-sword cultivators were weakened by 30%, while sword cultivators were weakened by 10%. Coupled with his invincible physique, he didn't fear anyone's attacks at all. In an instant, more than half of the people who had come to rob Yixian died. How can this be? The old man who had said that he would spare Yixian was shocked. Half of his people had died in the first wave of attacks, leaving only him and 2 others. He immediately understood that Yixian wasn't someone to be trifled with. He quickly led his people away. Where do you think you're going? Suddenly a roar fell into his ears. At some point, the sword god's clone had appeared behind him. After breaking through to become a Samsara Dao Lord, Yixian, who had the Samsara Downlord and the Devouring Downlord, was extremely powerful. With just one sword strike, the old man was sent flying. Furthermore, in the direction where the old man was sent flying, there was already a huge monster guarding it. Boom! The thunder mammoth stomped down, heavily injuring the old man. Then the black horn spat out a mouthful of saliva, killing him. There was no suspense in this battle anymore. Within a few seconds, the remaining people were all dealt with. No one survived. In the distance, the people in the city couldn't help but gulp as they watched the battle. As it turned out, Yi Xian had been pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. No wonder he hadn't left. It turned out that he was planning to counterattack. What a joke. How could a person who could take out a piece of top-quality purple gold and not hide it be an ordinary person? What made Yi Xian happy was that these people were all from the powers that were participating in the auction. They had a lot of money on them. Yi Xian had made another huge profit. He immediately returned to the auction house, spent all of his money, and broke through to become a rank 2 Samsara Downlord. At the same time, he also took the entire city. The city lord, who was only a rank 5 Samsara Downlord, couldn't resist Yi Xian's breakthrough at all, and was sucked into the devouring space. Not only that, but he also took back that piece of top-quality purple gold. Let's go. The sword god clone broke through the void and returned to Yi Xian's side. Then he continued on his journey. In the following period of time, Yi Xian used this method to lure others to commit crimes. Then he would take action to suppress them. In less than a month, he broke through to become a rank 4 Samsara Downlord. At the same time, he also obtained 3 pieces of top-quality purple gold. Today he came to another big city, but this time it was much bigger than before. The city lord was a rank 9 Samsara Downlord. Just like before, he used the purple gold rock to fish, but he didn't expect that this time, he would actually fish up the city lord. At this time, the city lord was leading experts to chase after Yi Xian. The city lord of Jade Tripod City is a rank 9 Samsara Downlord. He broke through many years ago and is already half a step into the half-step Imperial Emperor realm. His strength is not to be underestimated. As for the others, they are nothing to be afraid of. Yi Xian thought to himself. Previously, he had already fought with the city lord. However, even when he gathered everyone to attack the city lord, he still couldn't gain the upper hand. Although he still had a final trump card, the Divine Sword Art, he didn't have 100% confidence that he could slash this peak rank 9 Samsara Downlord. Let alone 100%, he didn't even have 20% confidence. Since this didn't work, he would use other methods. Old man, you really want these 3 pieces of top-quality purple gold? The sword god avatar suddenly stopped and turned around to ask. Hand over the items and I'll spare your life. The city lord of Jade Tripod City shouted angrily from behind. Is that so? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said, It's not impossible for me to hand them over. However, you have to take my sword first. Hearing this, the city lord of Jade Tripod City was stunned and said in shock, Do you think that your sword can kill me? Whether it can or not, we'll only know after we try. I'm just asking if you dare. Yi Xian said. Alright, it's just a sword. Come on. The city lord of Jade Tripod City snorted. The Yi Xian in front of him was only a rank 5 Samsara Downlord. As someone who was half a step into the half-step Imperial Emperor realm, how could he be afraid? However, Yi Xian's sword was not so easy to take. You have guts. I hope you won't be scared out of your wits. Yi Xian snorted coldly. He gripped the sword of life and death tightly in his hand and slashed down fiercely. This sword was just an illusion. The real attack was the divine sword that condensed above his head. The divine sword art had the effect of killing all enemies in an instant. Once it was used, even the sky would be split open. When the city lord of Jade Tripod City saw this move, his heart trembled. However, when he looked at the split open sky, he suddenly had a realization. Suddenly his aura skyrocketed. Rank 9 Samsara Downlord? No. At this moment, he had broken through to the half-step Imperial Emperor realm. What made him break through was Yi Xian's move. Blessed by the heavens, half-step Imperial Emperor. The city lord of Jade Tripod City widened his eyes. He did not expect that he, who had been stuck at the rank 9 Samsara Downlord realm for countless years, would break through to the half-step Imperial Emperor realm today. What a surprise! A Samsara Dao Lord had to raise their 3 Dao seeds to late-stage Sage Dao Mastery before they could plant a Dao fruit. Countless years ago, he had already raised his 3 Dao seeds to late-stage Sage Dao Mastery, so he was only one step away from becoming a half-step Imperial Emperor. This time, thanks to Yixian's help, his 3 Dao seeds had fused and turned into a Dao fruit, finally becoming a half-step Imperial Emperor. Once he broke through to the half-step Imperial Emperor realm, he would have a Grade 1 heavenly mandate and could temporarily borrow the power of the heavens. The city lord of Jade Tripod City waved his hand and a golden palm slapped out, instantly slapping the divine sword away. Boom! Chapter 2043. F***CK. Yixian cursed. He did not expect Yixian to go back on his words. Yixian said that he would take one move from him. At the same time, he also felt the change in Yixian's aura. Strong. So strong that it made his heart palpitate. This is a half-step Imperial Emperor? Yixian was shocked. Previously, he was the one who made a breakthrough in battle and defeated his enemies. But now, someone actually made a breakthrough in battle with him. This was troublesome. Originally, he still had a glimmer of hope to kill all his enemies. But with the breakthrough of the Jade Tripod City Lord, this glimmer of hope was destroyed. Kid, I don't need to take this move from you anymore. The Jade Tripod City Lord laughed. He looked calm, but Yixian's move just now could even break through the 4th heaven. Its power was probably at the half-step Imperial Emperor level. Even if he made a breakthrough, he would not dare to take that move. City Lord, you made a breakthrough? At the side, the experts of the Jade Tripod City Lord Manor were shocked. The Jade Tripod City Lord was already a peak 4th heaven expert. Now that he had made a breakthrough, there was no one who could match him. Besides, it was really easy for him to take down Yixian as a half-step Imperial Emperor. So what if I made a breakthrough? You still can't do anything to me. Yixian said coldly. Is that so? The Jade Tripod City Lord narrowed his eyes and instantly turned into a stream of light, arriving in front of Yixian. His speed was more than 10 times faster than before. Before Yixian could react, the Jade Tripod City Lord was already standing in front of him, grabbing Yixian's shoulder. Bang! An attack containing the power of destiny landed on the Sword God Avatar. However, what surprised the Jade Tripod City Lord was that the Sword God Avatar remained unscathed. How is this possible? The Jade Tripod City Lord was shocked. There was a huge gap between Samsara Dao Lords and half-step Imperial Emperors. Once one made a breakthrough, their strength would increase by leaps and bounds. They would not be threatened by Samsara Dao Lords. The power of that attack just now was at least dozens of times stronger than before. However, Yixian actually received it. What was this body made of? I told you, you can't hurt me. The Sword God's doppelganger continued. So what? I got what I wanted. The City Lord of Jade Tripod City immediately revealed a smile. He opened his right hand, revealing an interspatial ring in his palm. This interspatial ring was originally worn by the Sword God's doppelganger. Really? The Sword God Avatar laughed as well. In the next moment, the Jade Tripod City Governor's smile came to an abrupt halt. He probed and found that the interspatial ring was empty. There was not a single strand of hair in it. Where is it? The Jade Tripod City's City Lord could not help but ask. Are you looking for this? With a wave of his hand, Yixian took out 3 top-grade purple gold ores. After stabilizing himself, he put them away and said, I only wear them for fun. I don't use them to store things. What a brilliant move. No wonder you are so fearless. The City Lord of Jade Tripod City had to admit that Yixian was the most difficult person he had ever met. Previously, if you had taken my sword, I would have given you the 3 top-grade purple gold ores. However, you went back on your words. You have disappointed me. Yixian shook his head helplessly. The City Lord's face turned cold when he heard this. He said, I don't believe that I can't do anything to you as a half-step Imperial Emperor. In an instant he charged over and beat Yixian like a sandbag. Unfortunately, it was useless. After some time, the City Lord of Jade Tripod City stopped. I have broken through to half-step Imperial Emperor and can use the power of the heavens. However, I still can't hurt him. The City Lord of Jade Tripod City thought to himself, even if I consolidate my realm and become proficient in using the heavens, I'm afraid the result will be the same. Who is this guy? City Lord, are we not fighting anymore? The sword god's doppelganger in the distance got up from the ground and said, If not, I'm leaving. Wait. The City Lord of Jade Tripod City called out to Yi Xian. What's wrong? The sword god's doppelganger turned around. Since I can't hurt you, let's make a deal. The City Lord of Jade Tripod City said, I'll buy your 3 top-grade purple gold ores. Okay. The sword god's doppelganger grinned and said, 3 top-grade purple gold ores in exchange for your interspatial rings. The City Lord of Jade Tripod City hesitated for a moment before taking the interspatial rings of the others. I'll give you 1 top-grade purple gold ore first. Yi Xian didn't say anything else as he threw a top-grade purple gold stone over. Seeing this, the City Lord of Jade Tripod City said in surprise, You're giving it to me just like that? Haha, you can run away but you can't run away. Do you still want your Jade Tripod City? Yi Xian said with a smile. The City Lord of Jade Tripod City was now a half-step Imperial Emperor. However, his Jade Tripod City only had 8th grade Samsara Dao Lord experts. If Yi Xian charged over, it would be a devastating blow. At that time, the City Lord Mansion would be in danger. This sentence stunned the City Lord of Jade Tripod City. He narrowed his eyes and threw the interspatial rings over. Yi Xian caught the interspatial rings and checked them. There were indeed many good things inside. Just enough for him to break through to become a 6th grade Samsara Dao Lord. You broke through? The City Lord of Jade Tripod City was stunned. He was able to break through on the spot because of Yi Xian's divine sword art. But now Yi Xian had broken through. What was going on? However, he did not care because even if Yi Xian broke through to become a 9th grade Samsara Dao Lord, he would not be a match for him. A half-step Imperial Emperor, who could use Heavenly Mandate, was not someone a Samsara Dao Lord could defeat. Where are the other 2 top-grade purple gold ores? The City Lord of Jade Tripod City asked. Here they are. Yi Xian took out the 2 top-grade purple gold ores and said with a smile, Originally, I wanted to give them to you. But you beat me so badly just now. So, these 2 top-grade purple gold ores are my compensation. You. The City Lord of Jade Tripod City widened his eyes and was about to take away the top-grade purple gold ores in Yi Xian's hands. But in the next moment, Yi Xian's figure disappeared. No, to be precise, the sword god's clone had disappeared and was taken back by Yi Xian, who was far away in the horizon. At the same time, another sentence spread. City Lord of Jade Tripod City, I will come back for this top-grade purple gold ore. Please take good care of it. The City Lord of Jade Tripod City was a half-step Imperial Emperor. With Yi Xian's current level, he would not be able to fight him. Fortunately, Yi Xian still had 2 top-grade purple gold ores. This was enough for him. Although 3 top-grade purple gold ores were very tempting, just 1 was enough to make people commit crimes. Yi Xian, remember this hatred in your heart. When you are strong enough in the future, you will come back for revenge. Chapter 2044. A few days later, Yi Xian arrived at a 4th heaven city that was comparable to Jade Tripod City. However, after entering the city, he heard something. Have you heard? The Jade Tripod City Lord in the north has been suppressed? That can't be. That's a rank 9 Samsara Dao Lord expert. It said that he's already half a step into the half-step Imperial Emperor realm. What rank 9 Samsara Dao Lord? A few days ago, the Jade Tripod City Lord broke through to the half-step Imperial Emperor realm and announced it to the entire city. Just yesterday, an expert suddenly appeared and suppressed the Jade Tripod City Lord, taking control of the city. What? Half-step Imperial Emperor? That's right. It seems to have started because of a supreme-grade purple gold ore. After the Jade Tripod City Lord was defeated, his supreme-grade purple gold ore was taken by the other party. At the same time, the other party announced to the world that he was buying purple gold ores and supreme-grade purple gold ores in bulk. If anyone didn't and was exposed, they would be killed without mercy. Who is this person? How dare he be so arrogant? Could he be from the 5th heaven? He must be. This was the conversation that Yi Xian heard after entering the city. I didn't expect the Jade Tripod City Lord to be defeated. My supreme-grade purple gold ore also fell into the other party's hands. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, not taking this matter to heart. Using the method of fishing, He took this city that was comparable to Jade Tripod City into his pocket and left again. In the following period of time, Yi Xian continued to rush forward, breaking through from rank 6 Samsara Dao Lord to rank 8 Samsara Dao Lord. However, not long after he broke through to rank 8 Samsara Dao Lord, ding! The target of the death pursuit order is dead. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. What's going on? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. In the battle with the Jade Tripod City Lord, he had marked everyone, but the others were all small fries, so he withdrew the death pursuit order and only marked the Jade Tripod City Lord. Now, the target of the death pursuit order was the Jade Tripod City Lord. Although the Jade Tripod City Lord had fought with him and Yi Xian had ended in defeat, Yi Xian still wanted to get back at him. Now the Jade Tripod City Lord was dead, and the Supreme Great Purple Gold Ore had fallen into the hands of others. This was unacceptable. Immediately, Yi Xian tore through the void and returned to Jade Tripod City. At this moment in Jade Tripod City, there was a purple pillar of light that pierced through the clouds. It was very eye-catching. Yi Xian let the sword god avatar enter the city and immediately felt a powerful aura. It seemed that this was the expert from the 5th layer of heaven, the murderer of the Jade Tripod City's city lord. The sword god doppelganger immediately moved out to investigate. By the time he arrived at the city lord's estate, he saw quite a few people lined up outside. None of them had low levels of cultivation. They were all at least rank 7 Samsara Dao Lords. They were all at the purple gold rock. Strange. Why would a half-step sovereign emperor collect so many purple gold ores? Yi Xian was a little confused. A half-step sovereign emperor could almost forge a quasi-emperor weapon. It was one thing for him to collect supreme-grade purple gold ores, but why would he need these purple gold ores that were used to forge Samsara Dao Lords? Yi Xian did not care so much. He directly let the sword god doppelganger shout, "I have 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores. How much are they worth?" As soon as these words were said, everyone present stopped what they were doing and was stunned. 1 supreme-grade purple gold ore was priceless. How much would 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores be worth? Most likely, no one present would be able to calculate it. In the city lord's estate, a young man immediately opened his eyes and rushed out when he heard this. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw the sword god doppelganger. He said in shock, "You have 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores? That's right. I want to exchange all of them for Dao seeds, Samsara Dao seeds, and Inferno Dao seeds for cultivation." The sword god doppelganger nodded. To be able to comprehend the Tao of life and death, you can be considered to have some ability. Alright, these things are yours. The young man did not waste any time. He waved his hand and took out an interspatial ring. Then, he took out something from his own interspatial ring. Then, he threw the interspatial ring to Yi Xian. If Yi Xian could not take out 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores, he would probably die an unnatural death. Facing a half-step imperial emperor, no Samsara Dao Lord dared to do so. Yi Xian took the interspatial ring, and his eyes lit up. The things inside were enough for him to break through to the peak of the 9th stage Samsara Dao Lord. He immediately swallowed it, and a Dao fruit condensed in his body. His aura skyrocketed. Ding! Host has broken through to the 9th stage Samsara Dao Lord. If you want to continue breaking through, please plunder the heavenly fate of others. Hearing this, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Plunder? Heavenly fate? Yi Xian was very unfamiliar with the half-step imperial emperor realm because there were not many of them in the 4th heaven. However, there was a half-step imperial emperor in front of him. As long as he killed him, everything would be clear. The youth was a little surprised. He could not understand how Yi Xian could break through without batting an eyelid. However, he did not care so much. What he cared about was the 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores. As long as he had these 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores, he could go back and report on his mission. In fact, he could even get some rewards. The 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores are here. Yi Xian did not hesitate and threw the 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores over. Of the 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores, 2 were from before, while the other 3 were from the purple gold sword attendants. Seeing this, the youth's eyes lit up. He did not expect Yi Xian to really have 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores. Where did you get these 5 supreme grade purple gold ores? The youth could not help but ask. Purple gold ores were common, but there might not even be 1 supreme grade purple gold ore in a million purple gold ore veins. However, Yi Xian actually had 5 supreme grade purple gold ores. It was really strange. I got them from killing someone on the way, Yi Xian replied. Not bad. You did well. The youth was very satisfied. At the same time, his gaze landed on Yi Xian's interspatial ring. Who knew there might be more inside? However, just as he was thinking about Yi Xian's interspatial ring, Yi Xian was also thinking about him. I heard that you defeated the Jade Tripod City's city lord? Yi Xian asked. That guy didn't do his job well, so I killed him, the youth said coldly. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said, That means that the supreme grade purple gold ore in his hand is also in your hands? That's right. Why? The youth was slightly surprised. If it were anyone else who dared to speak to him in such a tone, they would have died long ago. However, Yi Xian had given him 5 supreme grade purple gold ores, so he was in a good mood. You may not know, but that supreme grade purple gold ore is also mine, so please return it, Yi Xian said slowly. Return supreme grade purple gold ore? Hearing this, the youth was slightly stunned. He did not expect Yi Xian to dare ask him to return something. Chapter 2045. Ha 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 ha. The young man suddenly laughed out loud. This was the funniest joke he had ever heard in his life. Yi Xian dared to say this because he had already broken through to become a 9th grade Samsara Dao Lord. In addition, he had the Sword God's clone, so he was fearless. It seems that you won't hand it over. If that's the case, I'll take it myself. The Sword God's clone shouted angrily. He took out his weapon and slashed at the young man. A sharp sword chi tore through the air and landed on the young man, but it was dispersed by the golden light on the young man's body. How funny. The heavenly Tao exists before the Tao. You actually used the Tao to attack me. You really don't know what you're talking about. The young man sneered. Be it half-step imperial emperors, or even eternal emperors, they all use the same method. That was the power of the heavens, also known as the mandate of heaven. The mandate of heaven could greatly increase one's lifespan. At the same time, the more mandates one had, the faster one's cultivation would be. Therefore, this realm was very cruel. If there was a disagreement, they would kill and take the mandate of heaven. I don't believe that I can't break through your defense. Yi Xian widened his eyes and attacked again. In addition, the old tree Black Horn and the violet gold swordsman all appeared. How dare you attack me like an ant? You're courting death. The young man was enraged. With a raise of his hand, he killed Black Horn and the others. Not only that, but even the violet gold swordsmen were defeated. Fortunately, the sword god's clone was invincible, so he was not injured at all. I don't believe that I can't exhaust you to death. Yi Xian widened his eyes and summoned the old tree and Black Horn again. As for the violet gold swordsmen, they could not be summoned again today because they were dead. This battle was fought without warning, causing the crowd below to be at a loss as to what to do. Fortunately, both sides were fighting in the air. Otherwise, the entire Jade Tripod City would have been destroyed. The sword god's clone kept summoning the old tree and Black Horn to attack, which surprised the young man. Seeing that his side had no advantage at all, Yi Xian's main body, who was far away in the sky, made a decision of it. At that moment, he broke through the void and descended personally. The moment he appeared, the divine sword seal was activated by him. The young man was not a sword cultivator. After being affected by the divine sword seal, his combat power dropped by 30%. However, this level of power was still not something that Samsara Dao Lords could compare to. Fortunately, the void spirit divine armor on Yi Xian's body could withstand attacks from the heavens. Who would have thought that Wei Zhentian's magic treasure form has already surpassed the heavens? Yi Xian was pleasantly surprised. However, it would not be so easy to kill this young man. Looks like I have to pay a price. Come, War God Tyrant Body. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and the saint energy in his body suddenly went berserk, and then quickly bombarded his own body. The War God Tyrant Body of the War God had 2 effects. One was rapid recovery, and the other was that the more severe one's injuries were, the stronger one would be. Back then, when he was fighting with the Jade Tripod City City Lord, he had actually used it before. However, he was still no match for him. However, his injuries that day were only about half healed. Today, he was going to put himself in a state of near death. That way, he would be able to unleash extremely powerful combat power. In an instant, Yi Xian's combat power skyrocketed, far surpassing the sword god's clone. Whoosh! 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 Streaks of sword light flashed, and Yi Xian began to attack wildly. Although he had suppressed the recovery effect of his bloodline, he had only suppressed the recovery effect. His saint energy could still continuously recover. On the other hand, the young man's saint energy was constantly decreasing. Heavenly mandate attacks were powerful, but like the Tao, they required the support of saint energy. Once saint energy was depleted, he would not be much stronger than a Samsara Tao Lord. This time Yi Xian chose to use a method of attrition. With the ethereal armor, his opponent could not hurt him. Rumble! A series of loud sounds rang out in the sky above Jade Tripod City. Afraid of being affected, the people in the city below had already retreated from the city, far away from this troublesome place. Kid, what kind of armor is that? It can actually block heavenly mandate attacks? The young man could not help but ask. Beat me and you'll know. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. What about them? The young man's gaze fell on the three sword gods' clones. The sword god's clone, the old tree and black horn. One was invincible, while the other two could revive infinitely. He could not kill them even if he beat them. This made the young man somewhat tired. It's the same. Beat me and I'll tell you. Yi Xian snorted. When the young man heard this, his expression darkened. If that's the case, then take one of my attacks. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura suddenly spread out. The young man gathered all of his heavenly mandate into his right fist, then suddenly leaped into the air and smashed down. A golden fist smashed towards Yi Xian. You came just in time. Die! Yi Xian's eyes widened. He flashed behind his opponent and used his trump card. Divine Sword Art. A divine sword materialized and fell instantly. In the previous battle, Yi Xian had not used his Eye of Assassination. He had been waiting for this moment. Their attacks were completely ineffective against the young man. Every attack that landed on the young man was blocked by his heavenly mandate. However, this time Yi Xian's attack was not ordinary. It was an insta-kill technique. Divine Sword Art. What? The young man's eyes widened in disbelief. This divine sword art was clearly stronger than his full power attack. How was this possible? Was this an attack that a 9th stage Samsara Tao Lord could produce? Impossible. Before the young man could react, he was struck by the divine sword and was instantly cut in half. He died on the spot. The divine sword art had the effect of insta-killing. However, even if it did not, its power was enough to deal with the young man. Of course, if Yi Xian had not been heavily injured and increased his strength, this attack would not have hit the young man. This was because every time Yi Xian used the divine sword art, he had to use his own sword to hack. The divine sword's hacking speed was the same as his. Since the immortal slaying bloodline was gone, Yi Xian's mind no longer rang with the notification that he had gained killing intent. He immediately put away the young man's corpse. The 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores, as well as the one in the hands of the Jade Tripod City's city lord, all fell into Yi Xian's hands. In addition, there was a large amount of natural treasures in the young man's yin and yang ring. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly noticed a golden ball of light in the air. He quickly searched the young man's memories and found that this golden ball of light was the so-called heavenly mandate. Heavenly mandate could be understood as luck. The stronger one's heavenly mandate was, the more favor they would receive from the heavens. The higher one's heavenly mandate was, the faster one's cultivation speed would be. The longer one's lifespan, the higher the chances of encountering fortuitous encounters. In short, there were many benefits. Chapter 2046. There were a total of 99 ranks in the heavenly fate realm. Every 33 ranks represented a great realm. From the 1st grade to the 33rd rank heavenly fate realm, they were all half-step imperial emperors. From the 34th to the 66th rank heavenly fate realm, they were true imperial emperors. If one had the 67th rank heavenly fate realm, they would enter the eternal emperor realm. Yi Xian quickly devoured the ball of heavenly fate realm. In the next moment he heard a system notification sound. Ding! The host has devoured the third-grade Heavenly Fate realm, breaking through to the first-grade half-step Imperial Emperor realm. He had indeed broken through to the next realm. Now, Yixian was also someone who was blessed by the heavens. However, the golden ball of light in Yixian's body was smaller than the youth's. After all, he had seized the Heavenly Fate realm of others and couldn't completely refine it. In other words, even if Yixian obtained the 99th rank Heavenly Fate realm, he wouldn't be able to break through to the 9th grade Eternal Emperor realm. However, he knew that he would definitely be able to reach that realm. Just now, he had searched the youth's memories. At this moment, he already knew why the youth wanted to buy a large amount of purple gold stones and supreme grade purple gold stones. This youth came from a force called the Crimson Sun sect in the 5th layer of heaven. They had previously discovered a ruin, but that ruin was full of danger. It was filled with purple gold beasts. Only those who wore purple gold armor would not be attacked by the beasts. It was said that this ruin was left behind by a suspected Imperial Emperor realm expert. There was probably an inheritance that would make people jealous. Those who wear purple gold armor will be mistaken as one of their kind by the beasts, but there is also a possibility of being exposed. Purple gold armor is divided into ordinary purple gold armor and supreme grade purple gold armor. The supreme grade purple gold armor is not easy to be discovered. Yixian thought in his heart. He didn't know if he would be attacked if he entered that ruin. He had already activated the purple gold sword servant and had a set of purple gold divine armor. This set of purple gold divine armor was definitely stronger than the supreme grade purple gold armor. He didn't know if he would be exposed if he wore this set of purple gold divine armor. However, Yixian liked this kind of ruin because he had the sword god clone. Once he obtained the inheritance, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. This purple gold ruin was the cave residence of a suspected Imperial Emperor realm expert. There were definitely a lot of good things in it. Who knows, there might even be an enormous heaven's will. As long as he obtained the mandate of heaven, Yixian's strength would soar once again. Although it was impossible for him to directly break through to Sovereign Emperor, it should not be a problem for him to become a high-ranked half-step Sovereign Emperor. Now that I've become a half-step Sovereign Emperor, I have the strength to break through to the 4th heaven. I can directly go to the 5th heaven. With that in mind, Yixian used his heavenly mandate power to break through the 4th layer of heaven. Then he entered it and flew towards the 5th layer of heaven. Of the 9 heavens, each was heavier than the last. The first was the smallest while the 9th was the largest. Yixian went from the 4th heaven to the 5th heaven, which happened to be the territory of the Crimson Sun sect. I've heard that the 5th layer of heaven is much crueler than the 4th layer of heaven. Even if there is no conflict of interest, there is still the possibility of swords and knives being used against one another. Yixian narrowed his eyes. After all, half-step sovereign emperors could steal the mandate of heaven from others to increase their strength. If they had the chance, they would definitely take action. Now that Yixian had broken through to the half-step sovereign emperor realm, he would need a lot of mandate of heaven to break through. However, he did not plan to enter the Crimson Sun sect. Instead, he flew in a certain direction. That was where the purple gold ruin was located. Along the way, Yixian encountered many people, all of whom were first-grade half-step sovereign emperors. When they saw that Yixian was alone, they wanted to kill him and steal his mandate of heaven. Unexpectedly, they were all killed by Yixian. The higher the realm, the harder it is to break through. After breaking through to the half-step sovereign emperor realm, I have already killed dozens of people, but I still haven't broken through. Yixian shook his head helplessly. Then he flew towards the purple light in the sky. He had arrived at the purple gold ruin. The purple gold ruin had been open for many years. Other than the Crimson Sun sect, there were many people collecting purple gold ores. Those who entered the purple gold ruin were all wearing purple gold armor or supreme grade purple gold armor. However, there were very few who could come out alive. Yixian arrived in front of the huge purple gold palace and looked around. This purple gold palace was not big. There were 2 lion-like purple gold beasts guarding the entrance. From afar, one could see a staircase that led underground. I won't enter with my main body first. Let the sword god clone enter. Yixian narrowed his eyes and let the sword god clone enter. However, just as the sword god clone approached, he was attacked by the 2 purple gold beasts. Rumble! Immediately, the two purple gold beasts ganged up on the sword god clone. The latter was beaten until he pissed his pants. He could not fight back at all. Yi Xian estimated that the strength of these two purple gold beasts should be at the mid-level half-step sovereign emperor realm. It was said that only those who wore purple gold armor and supreme grade purple gold armor would not be attacked by the purple gold beasts. Of course, these two types of armor were just to confuse the enemy. It was harder to recognize supreme grade purple gold armor, but it was easier to recognize the purple gold armor. Many people who wore purple gold armor and wanted to take advantage of the situation had already died at the hands of these two purple gold beasts. Right now, Yi Xian only had supreme grade purple gold ores and not supreme grade purple gold armor, so it was impossible. However, the purple gold sword servants might be able to. Yi Xian immediately let the purple gold sword servants take action. Then he saw the purple gold sword servants swagger into the purple gold palace without being attacked by the purple gold beasts. As expected, the purple gold sword servants were judged by the purple gold beasts to be of the same kind. Unfortunately, it was the purple gold sword servants that passed through and not the sword god clone. Otherwise, Yi Xian could enter the palace through the sword god clone. However, he had a way. Purple gold divine armor appear. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and a set of purple armor appeared under the void spirit divine armor. It covered Yi Xian's entire body like scales. He tried to go over and walk to the spot where the sword god clone had been attacked. As expected, these two purple gold beasts did not attack him. Very good. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction, then entered the purple gold ruins. As long as he entered, the sword god clone would be able to follow him immediately. At that time they would switch places, and it would be the sword god clone entering the purple gold ruins. If there was a checkpoint that he could not pass, Yi Xian would personally take action. Just like that, Yi Xian entered the purple gold ruins. After walking down the long flight of stairs, Yi Xian arrived at the purple gold underground palace. Looking around, there were large doors that were wide open in all directions. He did not know where they led to. Yi Xian did not want to stay in such a high-class place for too long, so he broke through the void and left, leaving behind the sword god clone and the purple gold sword servants. Chapter 2047. Next, the sword god clone released the old tree and black horn, and they entered the 4 tunnels. However, before long, Yi Xian heard 2 system notifications in his mind. Ding! Flame-swallowing unicorn is dead. Ding! Black scale dragon is dead. Immediately after that, there was a notification that the 2 of them had revived. Through the shared vision, Yi Xian could see that the one who killed the old tree and black horn was a purple figure. It must be some kind of purple gold beast. Not only that, but the sword god clone also encountered it. Boom! 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 Loud sounds came from the tunnel where the sword god clone was. These were the sounds of the sword god clone being beaten up. However, the invincible sword god clone relied on his invincible Vajra body to use the purple gold beast to hurry up. Such a method of travel was unheard of. After a while, the sword god's avatar that was sent flying saw a human corpse behind him. He immediately used the devour skill to absorb the corpse. This human corpse was wearing ordinary purple gold armor. Although he had fooled the guards, he was killed by the patrolling purple gold beasts. The sword god clone kept the corpse, and Yi Xian quickly searched his soul to see if there was anything related to the purple gold ruins. In addition, there was a golden ball of light floating above the corpse. The sword god clone did not forcibly keep it. The deceased was just an independent cultivator, a second-grade half-step imperial emperor. He was 1 level higher than the youth Yi Xian had killed. However, there was nothing worth mentioning in this person's memories. After Yi Xian devoured his destiny, his strength increased greatly. One had to admit that destiny was a good thing. The higher one's destiny, the easier it was to be favored by the heavens. For such ruins, it was easier for people with high fate mandates to encounter fortuitous encounters. However, to Yi Xian, the most attractive part of the violet gold ruins were the corpses of the dead. Because there were corpses, he could practically obtain the will of the heavens. When he had been a Dao Lord, Yi Xian had been able to resurrect others. Back then it had been fairly easy for him to do so. Though the life and death Dao seed had turned into a Dao fruit, Yi Xian still had the ability to bring the dead back to life. He could use the heaven's will to revive. Of course, using Heaven's will to revive would consume a large amount of Heaven's will. Reviving those below the half-step sovereign emperor realm was fine, but reviving half-step sovereign emperors would require a huge price. If a half-step sovereign emperor with a first-grade fate mandate died, others could use their own fate mandate to revive him. However, the price was terrifyingly high. If a third-grade Heaven's mandate cultivator paid the price of a drop in cultivation, they might be able to revive him. If it was a peerless genius like Yi Xian with a demigod bloodline, then a rank 10 or even rank 20 Heaven's mandate expert would have to sacrifice themselves in order to revive. In short, the higher the talent, the higher the price of resurrection. However, if a rank 20 Heaven's mandate cultivator were to revive a rank 1 Heaven's mandate cultivator, it wouldn't be difficult at all. In fact, it would be extremely easy. Heaven's mandate was divided into 99 ranks and each rank had its own difference. A second-grade Heaven's mandate cultivator wasn't equivalent to 2 first-grade Heaven's mandate cultivators. Could be 5 or 10. A rank 20 Heaven's mandate cultivator was equivalent to tens of thousands of first-grade Heaven's mandate cultivators. Speaking of which, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't use his Heaven's will to revive these people. To him, these corpses were all experience points. As long as he was allowed to grow, not to mention the purple gold battle beast, he might even be able to take the entire purple gold ruins into his pocket. Following that, the sword god clone continued to be beaten up. He had to use an unusual method to travel. Although the sword god clone was useful, the system gave him a flaw. He couldn't use defensive skills like the purple gold divine armor because it was useless. Furthermore, although the sword god clone could wear the void spirit divine armor, the armor's buff had no effect on him. He could only use invisibility. While the sword god clone was being beaten up, the purple gold sword servant on the other side also encountered a battle beast. However, the purple gold sword servant was different from the sword god clone. The purple gold sword servant's entire body was made of special purple gold, so the purple gold battle beast treated it as one of its kind. Hi! The purple gold sword servant directly passed by the purple gold battle beast, and even greeted it in a friendly manner. Roar! The purple gold battle beast let out a low roar, but no one knew what it was saying. In the purple gold ruins, the purple gold sword servant was much more useful than the sword god clone. They followed this path and encountered many corpses along the way. However, what made Yi Xian helpless was that the purple gold sword servant couldn't use the yin and yang ring, and couldn't use the void to locate him. Therefore, Yi Xian asked him to return and sent Wei Zhantian to follow him. This way, he could collect all the corpses along the way. During this period, Yi Xian finally broke through from first-grade half-step Imperial Emperor to second-grade half-step Imperial Emperor after devouring so many Heaven's wills. However, those who died didn't know about the purple gold ruins. However, Yi Xian obtained a damaged set of supreme-grade purple gold battle armor. He obtained it from the corpse of a certain person who had overestimated himself. He guessed that the person who had overestimated himself had set his sights on the purple gold battle beast, but was killed by the purple gold battle beast. In the end, Yi Xian benefited from it. Yi Xian used the supreme-grade purple gold ores produced by the purple gold sword servant to repair the damaged set of supreme-grade purple gold battle armor, and let the sword god clone wear it. This way, the sword god clone had a high chance of deceiving the purple gold battle beast. When he encountered the purple gold battle beast, he would be treated as one of its kind. However, this passage was a little too long. The sword god clone and the purple gold sword servant rushed for an entire day, but they still hadn't walked out of the passage. However, this was still acceptable. After all, this passage was built by an expert who was suspected to be at the Imperial Emperor level. An expert of that level would have a Heaven's Will of Fate of over 30. With the support of Heaven's Will, it wouldn't take long for them to pass through this passage. Finally, on the second day, the purple gold sword servant was the first to walk out of the passage. He came to a side hall, but when he walked out of the door, the dozens of doors around him instantly closed, including the one behind him. Then the ceiling suddenly opened, and a purple gold battle beast fell down. This purple gold battle beast charged towards the purple gold sword servant without saying anything. What's going on? Yi Xian was a little confused. The purple gold sword servant shouldn't be recognized, so why was he attacked? However, he couldn't care less and immediately ordered the purple gold sword servant to counterattack. Chapter 2048. Battle God's Mount. Yi Xian ordered the sword god's clone to use a skill to summon a silver giant dragon. Although a silver grade mount was not as powerful as a gold grade mount, it was still very helpful in this battle. In addition, the old tree and Black Horn also attacked together. Even Wei Zhentian turned into the Void Spirit Divine Armor and put it on the old tree. Rumble. A series of loud noises reverberated in the side hall. At this time, Yi Xian discovered that there were many corpses in the palace. It seemed that they were all killed by this purple gold battle beast. It's about the level of a 4th stage half-step Imperial Emperor. It's not too strong. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly as he thought to himself. He guessed that this was one of the checkpoints in the purple gold ruins. They had to kill this purple gold battle beast before they could continue to move forward. Immediately, he ordered Black Horn to devour the corpses into the devouring space. There were a total of 9 corpses. They were not weak. They were at least 3rd stage half-step Imperial Emperors when they were alive. Yi Xian obtained their yin and yang rings and their heavenly fates before devouring them. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a 3rd stage half-step Imperial Emperor. When the system notification sounded, the sword god's clone and the others' auras suddenly skyrocketed. However, even if they broke through to 3rd stage half-step Imperial Emperor, the sword god's clone and the others spent a lot of time to deal with this purple gold battle beast. Crack! With a crisp sound, the purple gold battle beast was directly blasted into pieces of purple gold. Then the surrounding doors opened again. It was only a 4th stage half-step Imperial Emperor purple gold battle beast. It was not enough to stop Yi Xian. Yi Xian ordered the sword god's clone to go over and check. He found that there was a supreme-grade purple gold stone in this purple gold battle beast. Previously, on the way here, he had killed a weaker purple gold battle beast. That purple gold battle beast also had a supreme-grade purple gold stone in its body. However, the purple gold ore that Yi Xian had obtained was so purple that it was black. Ding! The black gold stone can be used to strengthen the violet gold sword servants. Once strengthened to a certain level, the violet gold sword servants can evolve into black gold sword servants. Do you want to upgrade it now? The system suddenly prompted. Hearing this, Yi Xian answered without hesitation. Yes. Next, the violet gold sword servant fused with the black gold rock, causing its strength to increase. Yi Xian had heard of black gold ore before. It was an ore that was of a higher grade than purple gold ore again. The black gold liquid inside could also be used to forge pseudo-thearch artifacts. At the same time, the top-quality black gold ore was one of the materials used to craft Emperor's artifacts. Although there was only a one-word difference between a quasi-Emperor artifact and a quasi-Emperor artifact, it was the difference between a half-step Sovereign Emperor and a Sovereign Emperor. An Emperor weapon was a weapon at the Imperial Emperor level. From this, it could be seen how precious supreme-grade black gold ore was. No wonder this purple gold beast is so strong. It's because it has black gold stone in its body. I wonder if there are top-grade black gold stones in this violet gold ruins? Yi Xian thought to himself. If there were top-grade black gold stones, then the violet gold sword servant would probably be able to evolve into a black gold sword servant. This purple gold beast had already been dealt with, so Yi Xian had the sword god's clone and the violet gold sword servant randomly choose a few paths to enter. This violet gold ruins was a little like an ant's nest. It was connected in all directions. Although there was only one path to take each time, Yi Xian was sure that some paths would lead to the same place. Along the way, Yi Xian saw many corpses. However, this time the corpses he encountered were not weak when they were alive. They were at least 3rd stage half-step sovereign emperors. Presumably, these people were all experts who had passed the first trial. In this way, Yi Xian benefited from it. Then he continued to advance. Black Horn, the old tree, and the other weaker ones would be killed by the purple gold beasts along the way. Therefore, he could only rely on the violet gold sword servant and the sword god's clone to travel. This day lasted for more than 10 days. In these 10 days, Yi Xian obtained a huge amount of fate and natural treasures that could improve his birth chart. His realm had already broken through to 6th stage half-step sovereign emperor. During this time he passed 3 trials in succession. In other words, he defeated 3 purple gold beasts in the palace and obtained some black gold stones. Today he arrived at the 5th side hall. At this moment, there was a huge purple gold beast in front of him. Its realm had probably reached 8th stage half-step sovereign emperor. Yi Xian ordered the violet gold sword servant and the sword god's clone to attack together. But they could not hurt this purple gold beast. Helpless, he could only decide to use his trump card. Divine sword technique. A divine sword tore through the purple gold relic and slashed at the purple gold battle beast, cutting it in half. What a joke. The divine sword technique could even break through the sky, let alone this 8th stage half-step sovereign emperor. In an instant, Yi Xian obtained a large black gold stone from the beast's body and greatly strengthened the violet gold sword servant. However, this violet gold ruins had the ability to repair itself. The crack on the top of its head was instantly repaired. However, this did not matter. After all, Yi Xian did not want to leave. However, after using the divine sword technique, this skill entered a cooldown state and could not be used again. Fortunately, Yi Xian had a large number of quasi-emperor artifact swords on him. In an instant, 4/5 of the cooldown was restored. However, right at the moment when this rank 8 half-step Imperial Emperor level purple golden battle beast died, a figure suddenly appeared in the center of the side palace hall. Hello. When the voice entered Yi Xian's ears, he was a little surprised. You are? Yi Xian looked at the phantom youth in front of him and could not help but ask. I'm Monarch Zijin, the owner of this ruin, the young man said. Oh, so it's Senior. Yi Xian quickly cupped his fists. There's no need to be so polite. I have a request, Monarch Zijin said. Senior, please tell me. Monarch Zijin paused and said, to be honest, although I'm the owner of this ruin, I'm actually sealed here. So, I want you to help me escape. What? Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. He originally thought that Monarch Zijin was already dead, and that the person in front of him was just a remnant soul. This ruin was actually Monarch Zijin's tomb. However, he did not expect that Monarch Zijin was only sealed by someone else. Just as he was surprised, a system notification rang in his mind. Ding! Host has triggered a chain random mission. Help Monarch Zijin escape. Yi Xian's eyebrows twitched. He had not encountered a chain random mission in a long time. He immediately accepted it. How do I break the seal? Yi Xian asked. It's very simple. I'm sealed under the central palace of this ruin. In the central palace, there's a black gold beast at the peak of the half-step Imperial Emperor. As long as you can kill it, I can break the seal. Chapter 2049. It's that simple? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Simple. The purple gold monarch was very surprised. He said, originally, there was only one black gold battle beast at the peak of the 9th stage half-step sovereign emperor realm in the purple gold ruins. I was the one who secretly created the others. My purpose was to pick out people with potential to help me escape. It's already pretty good that you were able to kill this rank 8 half-step sovereign emperor black gold battle beast. However, you should know that the one in the central palace is 10 times stronger than this one. If you were to step into the central palace, you would be instantly killed. If that's the case, I'm afraid I can't help you. Yi Xian shook his head. Don't be anxious. Let me finish. Emperor Zijin shook his head and said, back then I was severely injured by a sneak attack. Then I was sealed here. That person left behind a powerful black gold battle beast to suppress me. However, I can give you the black gold stones that I condensed. You can use them to strengthen this puppet of yours. After hearing this, Yi Xian was a little surprised. He asked, condensed black gold stones? That's right. I'm not a human. I'm a purple gold demon. We can condense purple gold stones, supreme grade purple gold stones, black gold stones, and even supreme grade black gold stones. Unfortunately, I was heavily injured and sealed here. At most I can condense black gold stones. Emperor Zijin shook his head. He was originally an imperial emperor. After being heavily injured, he was only a 9th grade half-step imperial emperor. He couldn't even break the seal. Supreme grade black gold stones? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and said, Senior, how many black gold stones do you have? Wait. After saying this, Emperor Zijin disappeared. Yi Xian waited for a while. Not long after, a black gold battle beast returned with a Qian Kuan ring in its mouth. At the same time, Emperor Zijin's figure appeared again. I've been trapped for so many years. I can only break a small hole in the seal. This Qiankuan ring contains the black gold stones that I condensed over the years. Emperor Zijin asked the black gold battle beast to pass the Qiankuan ring to Yixian. Yixian looked at it and his eyes lit up. There were at least 10,000 black gold ores inside, which was more than enough for a purple gold sword servant to evolve into a black gold sword servant. At that moment, Yixian used all the black gold ores to strengthen the violet gold sword servants. Ding! Purple gold sword servant has evolved into black gold sword servant. As for the rest, Yixian used them all to forge pseudo-thearch weapons, and then restored the cooldown of the divine sword technique. Now Yixian had the ability to kill the black gold battle beast. Senior, please let me pass, Yixian said to Monarch Zijin. Now. Emperor Zijin was surprised to hear this. Yes. Yixian nodded and said, don't worry, Senior. The one standing in front of you right now is also a puppet. My original body is not there. Puppet? Monarch Zijin was stunned. He could feel that the sword god's doppelganger was a body of flesh and blood. How could it be a puppet? However, since Yixian said so himself, it should be true. After all, he was only an illusion now. Alright, then go ahead and try. Monarch Zijin didn't say anything else. He simply opened the biggest door. Then, the black gold sword servant and the sword god's doppelganger walked in side by side. These doors were protected by formations. If they did not pass through, they would not be able to see what was behind the doors. After the black gold sword servant and the sword god's doppelganger walked in, they saw a huge black gold giant in the middle of the palace. This black gold giant must be the black gold battle beast that suppressed Monarch Zijin. Boom! At this moment, the 100-meter-tall black gold giant suddenly moved. It had been ordered to kill anyone who stepped into the central palace. The sword god's doppelganger and the black gold sword servant did not say anything and immediately started fighting. This black gold giant was a peak 9th stage half-step imperial emperor. It was very strong. However, the sword god's doppelganger and the black gold sword servant were only 6th stage half-step imperial emperors. There was a difference of 3 realms. The difference of 3 realms made it impossible for the sword god's doppelganger and the black gold sword servant to hurt the black gold giant. I don't care anymore. Yixian did not care so much and directly used the divine sword technique. The purple gold historical site was opened again. Boom! The divine sword fell and cut the black golden giant into 2 halves, killing it instantly. Not to mention this rank 9 half-step imperial lord level black golden giant. Even if a monarch were to be struck by it, he would still die. In this way, the biggest boss of the purple gold historical site was killed by Yixian. Immediately, Yixian rushed over and took the black gold stone in the black gold giant's body along with the corpse. A supreme grade black gold stone? At this moment, Yixian suddenly realized that this black gold stone was actually a supreme grade black gold stone. This thing could only be condensed by an imperial emperor of the purple gold tribe. It seemed that the person who suppressed Imperial Emperor of the Purple Gold Tribe had really put in a lot of effort. However, what Yixian could not understand was why that person did not directly kill Imperial Emperor of the Purple Gold Tribe when he was already seriously injured. Instead, he suppressed him. Just as he was feeling surprised, the center of the central palace suddenly began to tremble. Something seemed to want to break out of the ground. Yixian understood that this must be Imperial Emperor of the Purple Gold Tribe. So he immediately followed and cooperated with him. In a short while the seal was broken, and Yixian finally saw Imperial Emperor of the Purple Gold Tribe. However, Imperial Emperor of the Purple Gold Tribe's situation was much worse than he had imagined. Thank you very much. Otherwise, I don't know if I can leave this damn place in my lifetime. As soon as Imperial Emperor of the Purple Gold Tribe appeared, he immediately thanked him. Previously, his heavenly fate rank had already exceeded 34, which was the Imperial Emperor rank. However, as he was sealed, his heavenly fate continued to be consumed, so his realm dropped. In addition, he continued to condense black gold stones and then used his heavenly fate rank to form the purple gold beast and black gold beast, which worsened his decline. Therefore, he was only a 6th stage half-step Imperial Emperor now. Senior, you're too kind. Yixian grinned. This time, if it were not for Imperial Emperor of the Purple Gold Tribe, he would probably have to spend a lot of time to get through the Purple Gold Tribe's ruins. Moreover, his chain random mission was triggered because of Imperial Emperor of the Purple Gold Tribe. He wondered what kind of reward he would get after this chain random mission was completed. I've been sealed for many years, and I've been desperately condensing black gold stones all these years. I'm only a 7th stage half-step Imperial Emperor. I need to find a safe place to recover my strength. Imperial Emperor of the Purple Gold Tribe said. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up and he said, I happen to have a place here. After he finished speaking, he did not wait for Imperial Emperor of the Purple Gold Tribe's reply. He asked Blackhorn and the Old Tree to perform a double devour and directly absorb Imperial Emperor of the Purple Gold Tribe into the devouring space. Then, Wei Zhenqian turned into the Beast God Bell and forcibly controlled Imperial Emperor of the Purple Gold Tribe, who was only a 6th stage half-step Imperial Emperor. Chapter 2050. Ding! Host has completed the first round of the chain random task. At this moment, the system's notification sounded, but there was no notification for the second round. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and asked Emperor Zijin to explain the situation, such as why he was imprisoned here. I am Zijin, the young master of the Zijin family. Countless years ago, I was ambushed by my cousin Zifeng and was imprisoned here, Emperor Zijin said. Hearing this, Yi Xian asked curiously, why did Zifeng ambush you and only imprison you here? Why didn't he kill you? Zifeng wanted to be the leader of the Zijin family, and I was in his way, so he ambushed me. However, he didn't dare to kill me because once I died, the family would know. As long as he imprisoned me, the family would just think that I was traveling outside. Emperor Zijin replied. Oh, then do you think he has become the leader? Yi Xian asked again. I'm not very sure because he destroyed my Qian Kuan ring that day, so I can't take over the family. However, I think that with his methods he should have already become the leader, Zijin said. As soon as he finished speaking, the system's notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Host has triggered the second round of the chain random task. Escort Emperor Zijin back to the Zijin family. As expected, this task was related to Emperor Zijin, and the second round of the task had been triggered. Now Emperor Zijin was under Yi Xian's control. For convenience, he directly searched Emperor Zijin's soul. This search allowed Yi Xian to discover a secret that was buried in Emperor Zijin's heart. The ancestor of the Zijin family was a purple gold. Later on, he mutated and cultivated into a human form, and then continued to reproduce. Later on, another mutated person was born in the Zijin family. This member of the Zijin family had a black gold ore in his body. Then the leader planted the black gold ore, and then a black gold ore vein was formed. In the end, the Zijin family continued to devour the black gold to strengthen themselves, and the strength of the entire Zijin family increased rapidly. And today Monarch Zijin's body actually had such a black gold mineral seed. In other words, Yi Xian could also create a black gold ore vein. This black gold ore vein, together with the devouring space, would be very effective. At that moment, Yi Xian directly told the Purple Gold Emperor to take out the black gold mine. This didn't affect the Purple Gold Emperor in the slightest. This was also a change that happened when Emperor Zijin was trapped in the Purple Gold Relic. Yi Xian picked a piece of land in the devouring space, and then planted the black gold ore vein. Together with all kinds of treasures, the land began to turn black instantly, and emitted a faint black gold light. Black gold. The black gold vein had already been formed and was starting to spread. Although this speed was slow, one should not forget that this was within the devouring space. One day in the outside world was equivalent to nearly 18,000 years in the devouring space. The black golds of the black gold ore vein was the black gold ore vein of the purple gold ore. Moreover, the black gold ore produced here was even better than the supreme grade purple gold ore. There might even be supreme grade black gold ore here. As long as there were those special treasures, the black gold ore vein could continuously expand the ore vein, forming a never-ending ore vein. Not bad, not bad. The black gold produced in the future can be used to forge quasi-emperor weapons, restore the cooldown of the divine sword technique, and strengthen the black gold sword servants. This is killing two birds with one stone. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, if I can get the Zijin family's black gold ore vein, the efficiency will be greatly increased. Thinking of this, he could not wait and immediately left the Zijin underground palace. After being sealed for so many years, Emperor Zijin had already given all his wealth to Yixian. Now he was penniless. However, just as Yixian was about to head to the Zijin family, rumble! Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently as if the end of the world had arrived. What's going on? Yixian could not figure out what was going on. He looked over and realized that the Zijin ruins were beginning to collapse. Smoke and dust filled the air and shrouded the entire place. Rumble! Suddenly, an enormous hand stretched out from the ground and slapped down, flattening the entire violet gold historical site. At this moment, Yixian had already hidden far away. Following that, another hand stretched out. Then with a push of both hands, a huge head stretched out. Emperor Zijin, what is this? Yixian hurriedly released the purple gold emperor. When the latter came out to take a look, he was shocked. This is also a black gold battle beast, but its core is probably a supreme grade black gold ore. Emperor Zijin said in shock. A supreme grade black gold battle beast? Hearing this, Yixian raised an eyebrow. He did not expect such a terrifying black gold battle beast to exist under the Zijin palace. Moreover, even Emperor Zijin did not know about it. At this moment, this supreme grade black gold battle beast had already crawled out from the ground. Its huge eyes were staring in the direction of Yixian and Emperor Zijin. Oh no, it's a guardian battle beast made by Zifeng. Once I escape, it will come out and kill me. Emperor Zijin's expression changed drastically. Compared to the 9th grade half-step Emperor Black Gold Giant in front of him, it paled in comparison. This supreme grade Black Gold Giant had probably reached the Emperor realm. F***ck. I can't use the Divine Sword technique now. Yixian raised an eyebrow and quickly kept Emperor Zijin into the devouring space. When this supreme grade Black Gold Giant saw Emperor Zijin disappear, its gaze fell on the Sword God clone. Then it crawled out from the ground and rushed toward the Sword God clone. Rumble! This supreme grade Black Gold Giant was not slow. When it ran, it was like a super earthquake. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of the Sword God clone. Bang! It stomped on the Sword God's clone and the Black Gold Sword Servant. Crack! Although it had already advanced once, the Black Gold Sword Servant was still directly trampled to death. As for the Sword God clone, he was not injured at all. It seemed that this matter could not be settled peacefully. There doesn't seem to be any powerful forces nearby. It seems that we can only wait. Yixian thought to himself. In the surrounding forces, at most there were high-level half-step Emperor Realm people. Facing this supreme-grade Black Gold Giant at the Emperor Realm was courting death. Therefore, Yixian could only let the Sword God clone stall this supreme-grade Black Gold Giant and wait. Wait for the Black Gold mine to produce black gold. Then make it into a quasi-emperor weapon, and let the Divine Sword technique cool down. Chapter 2051. Just like that, Yixian started to wait for time. This wait lasted for 10 days. After 10 days, the cooldown of the Divine Sword technique was finally over. Then, the Sword God's doppelganger slashed at the supreme-grade Black Gold Giant. The sword cut the supreme-grade Black Gold Giant into two halves as if it was cutting tofu. Instant kill. Yixian immediately went over and kept the corpse. There was indeed a piece of supreme-grade black gold stone in the body of this supreme-grade Black Gold Giant. Without hesitation, Yixian used it to strengthen the Black Gold Sword Servant. This time, fortunately, there was a black gold stone. Otherwise, Yixian would not have been able to obtain so many black gold stones and restore the cooldown of the Divine Sword technique. If this supreme-grade Black Gold Giant was allowed to leave, this area would suffer a heavy blow. Fortunately, Yixian dealt with it. Since the matter was settled, Yixian would head to the Zijin family next. Before the Zijin family was trapped, there were hundreds of emperors in the Zijin family. He wondered how the Zijin family had developed now. According to the memories of the Zijin family, there was a one-way teleportation array that led back to the family. Therefore, Yixian spent 3 days to find this teleportation array. Whoosh! The teleportation array started to move. However, only the Sword God's doppelganger was teleporting. Soon, the Sword God's doppelganger landed. However, what surprised him was that the teleportation array seemed to have been abandoned for many years. This is a tragedy. The Zijin family actually moved away. Yixian rolled his eyes helplessly. It seemed that he had to search for the Zijin family. He hoped that the Zijin family had left behind some clues. He randomly chose a direction and headed forward. After a day he found a city. Therefore he went in to ask around. Unfortunately, most people had never heard of the Zijin family. This city was built later. However, he did not believe that no one here knew about it. Find the Zijin family, the former overlord of this area. Those who know will be rewarded with 10,000 black gold stones. Yi Xian went directly to the city lord's mansion. He spent some money and posted a reward. When this news came out, the entire city was in an uproar. 10,000 pieces of black gold rock was not a small number. Most people would have a headache when they heard this number. They didn't know how many there were. However, those with higher cultivation realms knew the value of this. Even the large families in the city might not be able to take out 10,000 pieces of black gold rock. And in this way, he only needed a single piece of information to obtain it. However, when these people heard the word Zijin clan, they were all dumbfounded. Who had heard of this family? Sigh, I have nowhere to spend my money. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. Finally, on the 10th day after the mission was issued, someone finally used the communication token that Yi Xian had left in the city lord's mansion. I know where the Zijin clan is. A voice sounded from the communication token. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian hurriedly grabbed the communication token and replied, "Where? I can tell you, but I want to know, why are you looking for the Zijin clan? Then why don't you tell me why you are asking this question?" Yi Xian asked back. This question made the other party fall silent. After a long while, the other party replied, "I am at the entrance of the city lord's mansion." Upon hearing this, Yi Xian hurriedly broke through the void and went over. Then, he saw a young man standing at the entrance of the city lord's mansion. After seeing this young man, Yi Xian was a little surprised because he felt that this young man was somewhat familiar. This aura seemed to be similar to Zi Yang's. Could it be that he was also a member of the Zijin clan? Coincidentally, Monarch Zijin was behind Yi Xian. When this young man saw Monarch Zijin, he was shocked. "Big brother?" the young man shouted. Yi Xian hurriedly recalled and realized that this young man was actually Monarch Zijin's younger brother, Ziyin. No wonder he knew where the Zijin clan was. So he was from the Zijin clan. "Younger brother, it's you?" Zijin was slightly surprised. The two brothers were actually able to meet in this place. Their luck was really good. "Big brother, where have you been all these years? Why haven't I heard from you at all?" Ziyin couldn't help but ask. "I was sealed by Zifeng and only escaped recently. However, when I returned to the clan, I discovered that the clan had already moved away," Zijin replied. "Zifeng?" Ziyin raised his eyebrows and said, "Bastard! Let's not talk about this for now. How is the clan now?" Zijin asked again. "The clan is fine. Previously, our clan found a place that was more suitable for the Zijin clan. So our entire clan moved there. However, Zifeng has already become the patriarch of the Zijin clan and changed the name to the Zijin clan," Ziyin said. When Zijin heard this, he couldn't help but mutter. As expected, he has become the patriarch. Zifeng is very capable. After becoming the patriarch, the clan has indeed continued to grow stronger. However, he acts arrogantly and is now pushing our clan aside. During this period of time, many clan members have died mysteriously. I suspect that he is the culprit," Ziyin said. "Since Zifeng can attack me, he can naturally attack others as well," Zijin said. Zifeng was the son of his uncle and was related to him by blood. However, since he could attack him for the sake of power, after becoming the patriarch, he was naturally unrestrained. Thus, Zijin decided that he absolutely could not allow Zifeng to continue. However, although his current strength had recovered to that of a rank 8 half-step imperial emperor, it was simply insufficient for the current patriarch of the Black Gold clan. "Big brother, follow me back to the clan first. Father will definitely be very happy," Ziyin said. Hearing this, Zijin directly shook his head. "Back then Zifeng attacked me. If I were to appear now, wouldn't I be telling others about his scheme back then? No, big brother, you only need to disguise yourself. Furthermore, our branch has already separated from the main clan and has our own territory. Zifeng won't know," Ziyin said. "Since that's the case, fine." Zijin nodded and agreed. After that, Ziyin brought Zijin and Yi Xian and hurried to the Zijin clan. On the way, Yixian also learned about the current situation of the Zijin clan. Before Zijin was sealed, his father was the patriarch. The Zijin clan possessed 100 Imperial Emperor-level experts. And now, the Zijin clan was so powerful that they possessed rank 6 Imperial Emperor-level experts. This was all thanks to the Black Gold vein. However, the Black Gold vein was in the Black Gold clan. After the Zijin clan moved out, they started to decline. After all, they were suppressed by Zifeng. Moving out could be considered to be in accordance with Zifeng's wishes. This time, although they had Ziyin leading the way to the Zijin clan, they still spent a month's time. Without Ziyin, it would likely take Yixian 3 months to find the Zijin clan. At this moment, Zijin had already disguised himself. Then he was led by Ziyin into the Zijin clan. On the way back, Ziyin had already informed the patriarch of this matter through a transmission talisman. Chapter 2052. Ding! Host has completed the second round of the chain random quest. After Zijin returned to the Zijin family, a system notification rang out in Yixian's mind. After Zijin's father heard about it, he was very happy and quickly came to see him. Zijin, you're finally back. Zijin's father, Zilai, couldn't help but say, Father, why do you look a little off? Although they hadn't seen each other for many years, Zijin still felt that something was off. Zilai paused for a moment before replying, Sai, just this morning another 3 clansmen died. Did Zifeng do it? Zijin asked. I'm not sure, but there's an 80% chance that it was him. We never found the corpses of those people, otherwise I could have revived them. Zilai shook his head helplessly. He was already a 5th-rank Imperial Emperor expert. Reviving 1st-rank and 2nd-rank Imperial Emperors was extremely easy for him. However, without corpses, even a 9th-rank Imperial Emperor would be powerless. This Zifeng is truly deranged. We were born from the same root, but he actually wants to exterminate our clan. Zijin couldn't help but say, There's nothing we can do about it. After all, the other branches are all subordinate to him. Moreover, he's also a 6th-rank Imperial Emperor. We're simply no match for him. Zilai shook his head. Everyone was silent. At this moment, Zijin suddenly said, Father, this is my savior Yixian. Moreover, he's very capable. We can get him to help us transform into my appearance and then confront Zifeng. This seems to be useless. Even if you confront him with his current abilities, no one would dare to say anything. Zilai shook his head. Then we can't let him do as he pleases. At most, we'll just fight. Ziyin was also provoked and shouted angrily. There's no rush. Zijin has extremely high cultivation talent. Now that he has the black gold stones, he can quickly recover his strength and break through. As long as he grows in secret, we won't have to fear Zifeng anymore. After Zilai finished speaking, he took out 10 black gold stones and said, Zijin, these are 10 top-quality black gold stones. Take them and refine them. As expected of a great clan, they took out 10 top-quality black gold stones in one go. With these 10 top-quality black gold stones, Zijin might be able to quickly break through to 3rd-rank Imperial Emperor. At the current level, it was not only possible to increase one's level by stealing others' fates. As long as one strengthened one's own body or increased one's own saint energy, one's fate's level would be increased. In short, the stronger one was, the more they would be favored by the heavens. However, Supreme Monarch of Zijin was now under Yixian's control. Therefore, these 10 supreme-grade black gold ores would fall into Yixian's pocket. Ding, the host has triggered the 3rd round of the chain mission, Kill Zifeng. The system prompted. Previously, he had already spent quite a bit of time searching for the Zijin clan and hurrying on with his journey. If he did not hurry up, his rewards would be completely deducted. Therefore, Yixian asked Monarch Zijin to stay in the Zijin clan while the sword god avatar left. Half of the 10 black gold stones were used to strengthen the black gold sword attendants. The rest were used as backups. When the time came, they could quickly cool down the divine sword technique. However, before Yixian left, he first dismembered Emperor of the Purple Gold. Apart from the head, everything else was devoured by the Mask of Authenticity. If Emperor of the Purple Gold did not die, it would be easy to recover. However, if it died, it would consume a large amount of fate to revive. Now, the Mask of Authenticity was already 80% authentic. Even Zijin's father Zilai would not be able to recognize it. Then Yixian asked the sword god avatar to wear the mask of authenticity and disguise himself as emperor of Zijin. He then headed to the Black Gold clan. This Black Gold clan was 100 times stronger than before. The current clan master, Zifeng, was already a rank 6 imperial emperor expert. Although Yixian's original body had experienced many things on the way to the Zijin clan, he was only a rank 9 half imperial emperor now. It was still not time for him to fight against Zifeng. However, he could start from other aspects. For example, the Black Gold mine. At this moment, Yixian had already arrived near the Black Gold mine. This place was an important area of the Black Gold clan. However, the sword god avatar had the Void Spirit divine armor, which fooled many people. He arrived at the entrance of the Black Gold mine. Then, he asked the old tree and Black Horn to make a diversion. Just like that, he entered the Black Gold mine. This Black Gold mine was hundreds or even thousands of times bigger than the one in the devouring space. After all, this Black Gold mine had been formed for countless years. However, only the center of the Black Gold mine was guarded by experts. Under normal circumstances, it would be some ordinary people mining the Black Gold mine. This time, Yixian wanted to make the Black Gold clan bleed a lot. Collect them. Without saying anything, he began to use the devouring space to mine the Black Gold mine. His speed was much faster than others. It was best for ordinary people to collect the complete Black Gold mine. That way the price would be higher. However, Yixian was different. He did not have such a requirement. In any case, he just collected all of the Black Gold mine. After all, these Black Gold mine were all used by him to forge emperor artifacts. In the following period of time, Yixian collected a large amount of Black Gold mine. The amount was as high as 100,000. There were also many top-grade Black Gold mine. The strength of the Black Gold sword servants had undergone a tremendous change. At this moment, a nearby Black Gold clan expert noticed something amiss. He immediately went over to check. However, he did not find anything. However, just as he turned around, the sound of a strong wind came from behind him. Rip! A crisp sound was heard. This second-rank imperial emperor of the Black Gold clan was directly beheaded by Yixian. The heavenly fate and the corpse were all collected by Yixian in an instant. Now, he was standing on the side of the Purple Gold clan. Anyone from the Black Gold clan was his enemy. Yixian, who was already a half-step imperial emperor, was very lacking in heavenly fate. This was because as long as he had enough heavenly fate, he would be able to break through to the imperial emperor realm. Based on his current situation, this realm should not be too far away. In the following period of time, Yixian wandered around the Black Gold mine. Anyone from the Black Gold clan that he encountered could not escape death. However, these people's realms were not high. At most, they were only third-rank imperial emperors. Therefore, they all turned into Yixian's experience points. At this moment, Yixian had obtained another heavenly fate. He quickly devoured it. In the next moment, he heard a system notification sound. Ding! The heavenly fate has been upgraded to 34th grade. Host has broken through to first-rank imperial emperor. Finally, Yixian broke through. Although there was a difference of a whole realm between a half-step imperial emperor and an imperial emperor, the increase in strength was much less than that of a Samsara Dao Lord and a half-step imperial emperor. However, this was already very good. This meant that Yixian could go and see the depths of the Black Gold mine. The depths of the Black Gold mine was where the Black Gold mine was located. It was said that in the years when the Purple Gold Emperor was sealed, the Black Gold clan gave birth to 2 more disciples who had condensed the Black Gold mine. Chapter 2053. If I can obtain these 3 Black Gold ores, the expansion speed of the Black Gold ores in the devouring space will increase by several times. Yixian's eyes lit up. However, there were a large number of experts guarding the depths of the Black Gold ores. Other than the 5 rank 4 imperial emperors, there was also a rank 5 imperial emperor. This defense could be said to be impregnable. It would not be that easy to obtain the Black Gold ores from these people. However, it was even more impossible for him to stop Yixian at this level. Immediately, the sword god's clone charged straight in. Furthermore, he immediately unleashed his ultimate move upon disagreeing. Divine Sword Technique. A divine sword appeared out of thin air and slashed down. With lightning speed, it killed one of the imperial emperors. In an instant there was one less person. At this moment, there were only 4 rank 4 Imperial Emperors and that rank 5 Imperial Emperor left in the depths of the black gold ores. Battle God Mount. Black Gold Sword Attendant. The Sword God's clone first summoned the old tree and black horn. Then, he summoned the Battle God Mount and the Black Gold Sword Attendant. This time Yi Xian's summoning was not bad. He summoned a gold-ranked mount. Merely in this sort of situation, if this gold-ranked mount were to join hands with others, it would at the very most be able to stop 2 rank 4 Imperial Emperors. As for the rest, there was nothing they could do. However, their goal this time was not to kill everyone. Instead, they were going to obtain the 3 black gold ores. At this moment, Eye of Assassination. The Sword God's clone's eyes flashed. His figure instantly disappeared and appeared behind a rank 5 Imperial Emperor guarding the black gold ores. What? This rank 5 Imperial Emperor was extremely shocked. In the next moment, he saw the Sword God's clone slash out with his full strength. Clang! A crisp sound was heard. This rank 5 Imperial Emperor blocked the Sword God's clone's attack. However, in the next moment the sword in his hand suddenly exploded. The Sword God's clone also possessed the demigod Sword God bloodline. Thus he possessed absolute control over swords. Furthermore, he was able to use Sword Burst. The better the quality of the sword in his hand, the more powerful Sword Burst would be. Of course, if the quality of the sword was too good, he would not be able to use Sword Burst. Bang! The sword shattered into countless pieces and instantly entered that rank 5 Imperial Emperor's body. Fortunately, this rank 5 Sovereign Emperor was a member of the Purple Gold Clan. Furthermore, he had been strengthened by the Black Gold Clan all year round, so his body was extremely tough. I'll take it. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Sword God Avatar attacked again. Another divine sword fell and instantly broke the seal on the 3 black gold minerals. Then, the black gold minerals inside were directly absorbed into the old tree's devouring space. Previously, Yi Xian had collected a large amount of black gold ores. Therefore, after using the divine sword technique once, he immediately devoured the pseudo-emperor weapons and recovered his cooldown. Bastard! The reason for that was because those 3 black gold ores were the lifeblood of their black gold clan. If they were to lose them, their black gold clan would have no one to rely on in the future. It was precisely because it was so important that he, a rank 5 Imperial Emperor, was sent to oversee it. Other than that, there were also 5 rank 4 Imperial Emperors. His strength was already sufficient to face a rank 6 Imperial Emperor. Unfortunately, those 3 black gold minerals were still obtained by Yi Xian. We cannot stay here for long. Let's go. Without saying anything else, Yi Xian ordered the Sword God Avatar to retreat. However, he had taken away the black gold minerals. These people from the Black Gold Clan would not let him off so easily. After that rank 5 Imperial Emperor attacked, the old tree, Black Horn and the Silver Mount all died miserably. As for that black gold sword attendant, because it had been strengthened many times, it was very resistant to grass and was still standing strong. You asked for this. At this moment, the Sword God Avatar flashed behind another person and slashed down again. Another divine sword appeared and killed a rank 4 Imperial Emperor. With the enormous black gold ores as support, the divine sword technique's cooldown recovery was very fast. Although it was impossible to forge a good emperor weapon with just black gold ores, Yi Xian did not have any other materials. Furthermore, he had the most black gold ores. Thus, he used them to increase the cooldown of the divine sword technique. Seeing that his companions had died miserably, that rank 5 Imperial Emperor immediately went mad. At the same time, the others also quickly reported this matter to Zifeng. What a joke. The Black Gold Clan's most important black gold minerals had been snatched away. The importance of this matter was second only to the destruction of their clan. Unfortunately, if the Sword God Avatar wanted to leave, they would not be able to stop him. However, the Sword God Avatar did not have any intention of leaving. Instead, he silently put away the black gold sword attendant and acted as a punching bag. In any case, since he could not kill him, he would just vent his anger. At the same time, Yi Xian, who had obtained the 3 black gold minerals, had already planted them in his devouring space. The 4 black gold minerals were able to form black gold ores at all times. With every second that passed in the outside world, Yi Xian would gain something. How could this be described as pleasurable? After the Black Gold clan's current clan leader, Zifeng, received the news, he immediately rushed over. A bunch of trash. You can't even stop a single rank 1 Imperial Emperor? Zifeng cursed angrily. Clan leader. This person's abilities are exceptional. Furthermore, I do not know how he refined his body. My attacks were simply ineffective against him. Furthermore, I have already taken away his Cosmos ring. However, the things inside are not in it. That rank 5 Imperial Emperor immediately replied. Humph. Zifeng immediately examined the Sword God avatar carefully. Sure enough, the Sword God avatar did not have any other Cosmos rings on him. Feeling helpless, he decided to first capture the Sword God avatar and then search his soul. However, it was impossible for him to capture the Sword God avatar. One must know that the Sword God avatar possessed an unparalleled body. Apart from being unparalleled, he was also immune to all sorts of oppressive might. Even if an eternal Imperial Emperor was present, they would not be able to suppress him. Whoosh! Zifeng turned into a ray of black light and flew toward the Sword God avatar. He slapped his palm onto the Sword God avatar's shoulder. However, in the next moment, the Sword God avatar's figure instantly disappeared. Then, he appeared behind a rank 4 Imperial Emperor. Divine Sword Technique. Slash. In an instant, another rank 4 Imperial Emperor was killed. His corpse was taken away along with his destiny. However, this was already the last time Yixian used the Divine Sword Technique. The black gold ores he obtained from the black gold ore vein had all been used up. However, he had already obtained 4 black gold ores. As long as he was given enough time, he would be able to recover. When the surrounding black gold families people saw that their clan leader was actually unable to do anything to the Sword God avatar, they were astonished. A rank 6 Imperial Emperor was actually unable to injure a rank 2 Imperial Emperor? How was this possible? The battle here had also attracted the attention of many people. Immediately, there were people who were guessing who the Sword God avatar was. He was actually able to withstand the attacks of a rank 6 Imperial Emperor head-on. Wasn't this a bit too frightening? Ha ha ha, the Black Gold family's people are actually unable to injure me in the slightest. Instead, their clansmen are continuously dying. If this matter were to spread, everyone in your Black Gold family would definitely know about it. Chapter 2054. Hearing those words, Zifeng's expression changed. Unfortunately, he was still unable to injure the Sword God's clone. This battle continued for a very long time. No one from the Black Gold clan was able to injure the Sword God's clone. On the other hand, the Sword God's clone was able to rely on his extraordinary abilities to continuously kill the people from the Black Gold clan. In the end, Zifeng ordered everyone to retreat, leaving behind only him and the 3 rank 5 Imperial Emperors. The battle continued for an entire day. The Sword God's clone was like an undefeatable god of war. He continuously fell and stood back up. This caused the surrounding people to be shocked speechless. Was this still a human? On the other side, after an entire day, the black gold ore vein in the devouring space had expanded by quite a bit. The amount of black gold ore it produced was astonishingly large. The cooldown of the Divine Sword Technique had already been restored. At this moment, the Sword God's clone's figure suddenly flashed and disappeared. What? Where did he go? Zifeng was shocked. Even he, a rank 6 Imperial Emperor, was unable to see where the Sword God's clone had gone. At this moment, the Sword God's clone had already put on the Void Spirit Divine Armor and quietly left the battlefield. Then he suddenly reappeared. Divine Sword Technique. A heaven-cleaving divine sword instantly appeared and slashed down. SSSS. A rank 4 Imperial Emperor was sliced in two and died miserably on the spot. Everyone was dumbfounded. Before they could react, the Sword God's clone had put away the corpse in Tianming. In the next moment, the Sword God's clone's aura increased dramatically. Ding! Host made a breakthrough. Host is currently a rank 2 Imperial Emperor. Finally, after killing so many people, Yixian made a breakthrough. He now possessed the strength to kill rank 5 Imperial Emperors. However, as the cooldown of the Divine Sword Technique had yet to be restored, he was still unable to kill them. At the same time, the people from the Black Gold clan and Zifeng also understood why Yixian was staying here. It turned out that he was toying with them. Yixian originally had the ability to escape. However, he refused to do so. It turned out that he wanted to make a false accusation. If this continued, the Black Gold clan would likely be annihilated. Who are you? Zifeng immediately stopped and asked. Hearing those words, the Sword God's clone smiled. Then, he used the mask to transform into the appearance of the Purple Gold Monarch. Immediately, someone recognized him. Purple Gold. Zifeng was astonished. He naturally also recognized Zijin. After all, he was Zijin's older cousin. At the same time, he was also the one who had sealed Zijin. After he had sealed Zijin, he had taken over the position of family head. As his power and strength increased, he had forgotten about Zijin. Who would have thought that Zijin would actually be able to break through the seal and arrive here? Furthermore, his strength had increased. Cousin, back then when you ambushed me and sealed me, you definitely didn't expect me to see the light of day again, right? The Sword God's clone sneered. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire crowd went into an uproar. So it turned out that Zijin had been sealed by Zifeng. No wonder they hadn't seen him all these years. So what if we're out? Zifeng snorted coldly. Right now, he was the patriarch of the Black Gold family, and at the same time he was also the strongest person in the Black Gold family. Even if the matter was exposed, so what? It seems that you admit it. However, this fact shouldn't have any effect on you. The Sword God's clone smiled and glanced at the people around him. However, it's time for you to pay the price for your actions. You? Zifeng narrowed his eyes. That's right, me. After the Sword God's clone finished speaking, his gaze landed on the 3 rank 5 Imperial Emperors. Then he said, right now I'll give you all a way to live. As long as you submit to me, you can be spared from death. Otherwise, even Zifeng will not be able to save you. Once those words were said, the 3 rank 5 Imperial Emperors glanced at each other. Was this something that a rank 2 Imperial Emperor could say? A mere rank 2 Imperial Emperor actually dared to threaten to kill them? He truly did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. However, it was precisely this rank 2 Imperial Emperor that killed several rank 4 Imperial Emperors right before their eyes. Most importantly, he had done it when he was a rank 1 Imperial Emperor. Now that he had broken through to rank 2 Imperial Emperor, his strength had definitely increased. In an instant, the 3 rank 5 Imperial Emperors started to hesitate. What a joke. You think you can incite them? Zifeng said with a face full of confidence. Although these 3 rank 5 Imperial Emperors were his seniors, they were all nurtured by him. Now Yixian wanted them to change sides. How was that possible? Kill. Before Yixian could say anything else, Zifeng had already attacked. After the 3 rank 5 Imperial Emperors glanced at each other, they also attacked. Rumble. The sounds of battle began to spread. Every single sound was extremely intimidating. In the beginning, the surrounding Black Gold clansmen all felt that Zifeng, a rank 6 Imperial Emperor, would definitely win. However, after an entire day of fighting, they no longer felt that way. Yixian had been beaten up for an entire day, yet he was actually not injured at all. This was truly strange. Furthermore, he was actually able to counterattack and kill others. This was simply not something that an ordinary person could do. If they were to continue fighting, there would come a day when all of their clansmen would die. Because of that, some people made a decision. Furthermore, the person who made this decision was one of the 3 rank 5 Imperial Emperors. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of air being torn apart was heard. Following that, a figure fell from the sky. The crowd focused their eyes and saw that the person who had attacked was actually one of the 3 rank 5 Imperial Emperors. However, the person who had been ambushed did not die. Instead, he was only seriously injured. What was even more frightening was yet to come. The third person actually raised his hand and attacked as well. Crap! When Zifeng heard the sound of wind, his expression changed greatly. He hurriedly tried to stop them. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. Rip! A crisp sound was heard. That rank 5 Imperial Emperor's head was separated from his body. He died on the spot. Seeing this, the corners of Yixian's mouth curled up slightly. When the second person attacked, he had already used the death pursuit warrant and the eye of assassination to flash behind his opponent. Once his opponent died, he would be able to directly take away his corpse in heavenly fate. The two rank 5 imperial emperors who had attacked had actually already communicated with him and decided to switch sides. Although Zifeng was capable, he was too cruel. Not to mention those who had been ordered to assassinate him. Even ordinary people would not be able to escape death if they made a mistake. They were also afraid that they would be useless to Zifeng in the future and be killed. Thus, they immediately switched sides to Yixian's side. The two of you, are you not worthy of the top-quality black gold stones I've given you all these years? Zifeng was furious. Zifeng, your dynasty has already passed. You should obediently surrender, shouted one of the rank 5 imperial emperors. You're courting death. Zifeng opened his eyes wide. He immediately understood the situation he was in. In the beginning, it was him who had led 3 rank 5 imperial emperors to besiege Yixian. Now, 2 rank 5 imperial emperors had switched sides and the third had been ambushed and killed. Chapter 2055. Fortunately, Zifeng had embezzled quite a few top-quality black gold ores over the years. Thus, he was extremely powerful. He was only a step away from becoming a rank 7 imperial emperor. However, Yixian's current strength was not weak either. After he obtained that rank 5 imperial emperor's heavenly fate, he immediately devoured it. Although he did not break through to rank 3 imperial emperor, his heavenly fate had increased by several grades. Furthermore, that rank 5 imperial emperor's cosmos ring also contained a large amount of black gold ores and top-quality black gold ores. After all, that rank 5 imperial emperor was one of the top figures of the black gold clan. How could he be poor? Thus, Yixian could now use the divine sword technique again. However, he could only use it once. Thus, he wanted to kill Zifeng in a single strike. In an instant, Yixian joined forces with the other 2 rank 5 imperial emperors and fought against Zifeng. If it were only those 2 rank 5 imperial emperors, they would definitely not be Zifeng's match. However, one must not forget that the old tree and black horn were capable of unlimited resurrection. Thus, they also joined the battle. In the beginning, it was 3 against 1. Now it was 5 against 1. This greatly reduced the pressure. Not only that, but the sword god's clone wearing the void spirit divine armor was also very difficult to deal with. He would occasionally appear behind Zifeng and launch sneak attacks. This gave Zifeng a headache. In the beginning, they fought for an entire day. Now Zifeng was facing these people's attacks. The speed of his consumption of heavenly fate was dozens of times faster than yesterday. If this continued, the consequences would be unimaginable. You all want me to die? Since that's the case, I'll drag you all down with me. Zifeng shouted angrily. His aura suddenly surged. Ordinary people would be able to recover if they only used heavenly fate to fight. However, Zifeng was currently burning his heavenly fate. In other words, he was continuously lowering his cultivation to obtain a powerful boost. In an instant, the situation was reversed. The 2 of you retreat. We'll block them. The sword god's clone shouted. Then he, the old tree and black horn charged forward. Apart from that, the black gold sword attendants also appeared. After a day of recovery, the war god's mount skill could also be used. The sword god's clone immediately used it. A black bone dragon was summoned out of thin air. An aura of death instantly spread, causing the surrounding people to feel suffocated. Ding! Wings of death successfully summoned. A system notification sounded in Yixian's mind. What surprised Yixian was that the black bone dragon that he summoned this time wasn't a silver or gold ranked one. Instead, it was a platinum mount that surpassed gold grade. This strength was not simple at all. Following the appearance of the wings of death, Zifeng's expression had already sunk to rock bottom. It seemed like they were in trouble. I don't believe that I will lose here. Zifeng roared furiously and fought with all his might. Unfortunately, 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. Yixian had more people on his side. Other than the 2 rank 5 imperial emperors, the sword god's clone, the black gold sword attendants, the wings of death, the old tree and black horn were all not easy to deal with. Even the others could see that Zifeng's momentum was gone. Sure enough, after the wings of death appeared, Zifeng was suppressed. He had to use heaven's will to protect himself in case something unexpected happened. In the end, he decided to give it his all and directly transformed into his original form. He had jumped into the pit by himself. Main body? You are courting death. The sword god's clone's eyes lit up. He directly transformed Wei Zhentian into the beast god Bel. In an instant, Zifeng's strength decreased by 80%. What? Zifeng was a little confused. If he transformed into his original form, his strength would have increased. But now why did it decrease by so much? Before he could react, a heaven-cleaving divine sword slashed down on his head. Swoosh! In an instant, Zifeng was cut in half by the sword. As long as the divine sword technique could injure the enemy, even if it was just a scratch, it would trigger the one-hit kill effect. Not to mention, Zifeng was cut in half? Ding! Host has completed the chain random mission. Reward. God of War mount guaranteed summon gold grade. With Zifeng's death, a system notification sounded in Yixian's mind again. Hearing this, Yixian's eyes lit up. The God of War mount skill had a guaranteed summon, and it was gold grade? This meant that in the future, when he used the God of War mount skill, he would exclude ordinary mounts and even silver grade mounts. At the very least, he would be able to summon a gold grade mount. This was too awesome. At that moment, Yixian quickly kept Zifeng's body and Tianming, and then devoured them. Zifeng's Tianming was very close to becoming a 7th grade imperial emperor. After devouring him, Yixian broke through to become a 3rd grade imperial emperor. With his current strength, even if everyone here worked together, they might not be able to defeat him. From now on, Zijin will be your clan leader. At that moment, the Sword God's clone suddenly said. This sentence stunned the surrounding people. Zijin, aren't you Zijin? Before the crowd could react, the Sword God's clone released Zijin. At that moment, the crowd realized that the Sword God's clone was in disguise. No wonder his strength was so strong. Then Yixian did not care about the others. He directly ordered Blackhorn and Old Tree to put the entire Black Gold clan into the devouring space. Such a huge clan gave Yixian a lot of convenience. For example, he had an 8-star genius. Ding! Host has completed the 7th round of the sect chain mission. Reward. Double the speed of the devouring space. The system notification sounded. Yixian could not remember how fast the devouring space was. In any case, one day in the outside world was more than 17,000 years in the devouring space. Double the speed of the devouring space did not mean that it would be 35,000 years, but more than 50,000 years. This was because it was double the speed of the devouring space, not double the speed of the devouring space. Now, one day in the outside world was 50,000 years in the devouring space. Although this was not very useful to those who lived in the devouring space, their lifespan was actually calculated according to the time in the outside world. To put it simply, their lifespan was 50,000 times longer than others of the same level. Not only that, but it also greatly increased the production capacity of the devouring space. As for the 8th round of the sect chain mission, it required 108-star geniuses. Moreover, they had to be eternal emperors. This mission was many times more difficult than the previous one. However, the more difficult the mission, the more generous the reward. It has already increased to more than 50,000 times. I wonder when Luoluo will wake up? At that moment, Yixian suddenly remembered something. Luoluo had fallen into a deep slumber. He wondered how powerful Luoluo would be after she became a stage 2 heavenly loathing fox. He would think about this later. Chapter 2056. However, with Yixian's breakthrough, the cooldown of the divine sword art increased as well. With Yixian's current wealth, it just so happened that the cooldown of the divine sword technique had been restored and he could use it again. At this moment, Yixian's attention suddenly fell on something. It was a yellow stone with a seal on it. However, after searching Zifeng's corpse, he found that it was an eternal fate stone. When half-step sovereign emperors and sovereign emperors died, their fate would leave their bodies and be obtained by someone else. However, if an eternal sovereign emperor died, their fate would condense into an eternal fate stone. To put it simply, this eternal destiny stone was formed from the fate of an eternal emperor realm expert. What the F***ck? Yixian was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Even if it was only a grade 1 eternal fate stone, it was at least a 67th rank fate stone. If Yixian devoured this eternal fate stone, his cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. At the very least, he could become a 7th rank sovereign emperor, 8th rank sovereign emperor, or even 9th rank sovereign emperor. If the owner of this eternal fate stone wasn't a 1st rank sovereign emperor, Yixian could break through and become a 1st rank sovereign emperor. However, there was a seal on this eternal fate stone. This seal was probably placed by an eternal sovereign emperor. Zifeng is really pitiful. He obtained a priceless eternal fate stone by chance, but he can only watch as it's taken away. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. Breaking the seal on this eternal fate stone was impossible for an ordinary person. However, one couldn't forget that Yi Xian had an extremely powerful trump card. The Divine Sword Art. He immediately used his saint energy to lift the eternal fate stone into the air, then used the Divine Sword Art. A heaven splitter divine sword appeared and slashed down. Yi Xian's control was pretty good. This divine sword just so happened to break the seal on the eternal destiny stone and didn't cause any damage to it. Previously, he had always used the sky splitter divine sword to kill his enemies. However, this time he was using it to break the seal. However, this was definitely worth it. After the seal on the eternal destiny stone was broken, Yi Xian quickly put it away and devoured it. Ding! The eternal fate stone's grade is too high. Host cannot consume it. To Yi Xian's surprise, the stone couldn't be devoured. How high was this level? This eternal fate stone definitely doesn't belong to a rank 1 eternal emperor. It's probably even higher. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Although he couldn't devour it now, he could in the future. There was no rush. As a result, Yi Xian directly threw the eternal destiny stone into his devouring space and didn't bother with it anymore. Now that the matter had been settled, all he needed to do was to return to the Zijin clan and absorb the entire Zijin clan into his devouring space. However, at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly raised his brows and hurriedly sank his mind into the devouring space. He saw that the eternal destiny stone that he had broken the seal and thrown into the devouring space had suddenly taken the initiative to fly to Luo Luo's side. Then the eternal fate stone began to melt, turning into countless fates that entered Luo Luo's body. After absorbing the fates, Luo Luo's aura surged, but she didn't wake up. If it had been anyone else, Yi Xian would have stopped it. However, it was Luo Luo who was changing. Moreover, it seemed to be a good sign, so he simply watched. Luo Luo managed to absorb the eternal fate stone that even the devouring system couldn't devour? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow in disbelief. However, he knew that as long as Luo Luo absorbed the eternal fate stone, her cultivation would definitely reach the eternal emperor level. Right now, 1 day in the outside world was equivalent to 50,000 years in the devouring space. As such, Luo Luo only took half a minute to absorb the eternal fate stone. Half a minute later, the eternal destiny stone was completely absorbed. Not a single drop was left. Luo Luo's aura had already reached the eternal emperor level. Haha! Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh. At that moment, Luo Luo, who had been sleeping for many years, finally opened her sleepy eyes and woke up. Yi Xian immediately let Luo Luo out. He smiled and said, "Little girl, you really can sleep. Young master, long time no see." Luo Luo giggled. Although it had only been a few months in the outside world, it had been almost 1,000,000 years in the devouring space since she had last fallen asleep. "Little girl, your cultivation level is much higher than mine as soon as you wake up. How do you feel?" Yi Xian asked. "Very good. I'm many times stronger than before." Luo Luo nodded and said, "Moreover, my bloodline is boiling. It's very lively. I don't know why." "You must have just woken up. You'll be fine after a while," Yi Xian said. However, right after he finished saying those words, the sky above him suddenly cracked open. A golden light descended and enveloped Luo Luo. "What?" Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. "What's going on?" "Young master, I can't move my body. I feel like I'm about to ascend. There's also a voice calling out to me," Luo Luo said in surprise. Yi Xian was surprised. "What's that voice?" "I don't know. It seems like it wants to bring me to the 9th heaven." Luo Luo shook her head. The 9th heaven? Yi Xian was shocked when he heard those 3 words. He was currently at the 5th heaven. Above him was the 6th heaven, followed by the 7th and 8th heaven. The 9th heaven was above the 8th heaven. It was the last heaven. Who was calling out to Luo Luo? "Young master, I think I'm about to be brought up," Luo Luo said hurriedly. Yi Xian immediately used the devouring space to envelop Luo Luo. However, he was surprised to find that he couldn't absorb her this time. Where did this golden light come from? Before Yi Xian could react, Luo followed the golden light and began to ascend rapidly. Stop! Yixian shouted angrily and quickly followed. However, Luo soon reached the end of the fifth heaven. Then she rose into the dark night sky. Yixian was blocked by the closing crack. Luo! Yixian shouted in his heart. Unexpectedly, Luo didn't reply. As a mere third-grade imperial emperor, he didn't have the ability to break through the fifth heaven. Moreover, Luo was being taken away by a ninth heaven expert. Even if his strength increased by 10,000 times, he wouldn't be able to catch up. Fortunately, he could still sense Luo's location. However, the distance between them was increasing at a terrifying speed. Chapter 2057. F***CK Who is it? Yixian could not help but curse. At this moment, he was extremely furious because he was unable to save Luo. He could only watch as Luo was taken away. Most importantly, he did not know who the other party was. If it was someone with ill intentions, wouldn't he be in trouble? Damn it! Yixian sensed the distance between him and Luo, and made a decision in his heart. He had to break through quickly and kill his way to the ninth heaven. Merely, he was currently only a rank 2 imperial emperor. Above imperial emperors were eternal emperors. After that, it was said that half-step ruler. He only had the memories of the seventh heaven. He did not even know what the eighth heaven was like, let alone the ninth heaven. However, right at this moment, Brat, is the Zijin clan nearby? Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice entered Yixian's ears. Yixian turned around and saw a middle-aged man looking at him. The latter's aura was actually that of a rank 6 imperial emperor. That's right. Yixian nodded. Very well, bring me there. The middle-aged man said in a commanding tone. You want to order me around with just a sentence? Earlier, when Luo was taken away by the mysterious person, Yixian was very angry. Now that someone who was not afraid of death had come to him, how could he not take this opportunity to flip out? How dare a mere rank 3 imperial emperor speak to me like this? The middle-aged man shouted angrily. Unexpectedly, Yixian directly attacked. Whoosh! The sound of wind suddenly came from behind, causing the middle-aged man's body to tremble. In the next instant, his head was separated from his body. This person had truly come at the wrong time. He just happened to bump into him. Yixian quickly put away the corpse in heavenly fate. Then he began to search his soul. It turned out that this middle-aged man was ordered to find the patriarch of the Black Gold clan, Zifeng. However, the Black Gold clan was nowhere to be found, so he came to the Zijin clan. He came from a peak city in the fifth heaven. The Black Gold clan used to exchange black gold stones for other resources, such as heavenly fate stones. So, I can use black gold to exchange for destiny stones. Yixian's eyes narrowed as he immediately headed towards the top city called Heaven Marshal City. The Black Gold tribe was not very far from the Heaven Marshal City. Yixian spent 5 days to arrive at the Black Gold tribe. At the same time in these 5 days, the black gold vein in the devouring space had begun to take shape, producing a lot of black gold oregon. He immediately entered the Heaven Marshal City, and went straight to the City Lord Mansion. Yixian had sold all of the black gold stones and supreme quality black gold stones for destiny stones, leaving only a few for backup. 5 days ago, after he devoured that middle-aged man's destiny stone, he was already on the verge of making a breakthrough. Now that he had obtained a large amount of destiny stones, he directly broke through to rank 4 Imperial Monarch. However, in the battle earlier, he had used the Divine Sword technique multiple times and exhausted a large amount of black golden stones. Otherwise, he might have been able to break through to rank 5 Imperial Lord. However, right at this moment, suddenly, a group of black figures appeared from the horizon. They quickly approached the Heaven Marshal City. When the Heaven Marshal City's City Lord sensed them, he immediately leaped into the sky. Who are you? The Heaven Marshal City's City Lord was a rank 9 Imperial Lord. He could be considered to be an overlord in the 5th heaven. This time, although there were only 50 people heading for the Marshal Heaven City, all of them were experts. All of them were high-level Imperial Emperors. Without saying anything, they directly launched a concentrated attack at the Heaven Marshal City's City Lord. It's the Marauder Squad. The Heaven Marshal City's City Lord's expression changed. He immediately reacted and shouted, The Marauder Squad was a squad that specialized in killing others and plundering their destiny stones to rapidly increase their strength. Wherever they passed, not a single blade of grass would grow. They would practically massacre the entire city. The arrival of this Marauder Squad caught the attention of the Heaven Marshal City. Immediately, the experts from the City Lord's mansion rushed out to meet them. As the City Lord's mansion, they naturally had to shoulder the heavy responsibility of protecting the city. However, this time around, the City Lord's mansion was slightly powerless. The reason for that was because this Marauder Squad was from the 6th heaven. There were 2 ranked 9 Imperial Lords in this Marauder Squad. The City Lord is no match for them. Everyone quickly helped them. Immediately, the citizens of the Heaven Marshal City all acted. If the City Lord were to die, their Heaven Marshal City would likely be destroyed. Not many people would be able to survive. In this sort of situation, they had to be of one mind to face the enemy together. Yixian just so happened to encounter this good show. However, he did not immediately act. Instead, he watched from the sidelines. This Marauder Squad was very powerful. The weakest among them was a rank 7 Imperial Lord. It was already not something that he could interfere with. However, he could still fish in troubled waters. Immediately, he released the Black Gold Sword attendants, Old Tree and Black Horn. Of course, the Yixian who was in the Heaven Marshal City was not his actual body. Instead, it was only his sword god clone. Thus, he was not worried at all. Rumble. In the sky above the Heaven Marshal City, a world-shaking battle unfolded. A total of 1,000 people participated in the battle. However, right at this moment a battle broke out in the Heaven Marshal City. Battles also broke out in the Heaven Marshal City. Some people with bad intentions took advantage of the chaos to kill others and steal their treasures. Yixian did not bother to pay attention to them. After all, he was not a saint. There was no need for him to act like a saint in this world where the strong were respected. His attention was completely focused on the battle in the sky. The time has come. Attack! Yixian's eyes flashed. He immediately gave the order. Immediately, the sword god clone and the others all moved out. They activated plundering mode. Their main goal was to obtain cosmos rings and heavenly wills. The sword god clone possessed the void spirit divine armor. Adding on the eyes of assassination, his plundering speed was astonishingly fast. In the blink of an eye, he had obtained several cosmos rings and 2 rank 5 Imperial Lord heavenly wills. This battle would definitely result in disastrous casualties. If his luck was good, Yixian might be able to break through to rank 5 Imperial Lord. However, there were also quite a few people who had the same idea as Yixian. In an instant, a conflict occurred in the Heaven Marshal City. It turned into a great battle. Yixian did not care too much. As there were already people from the Heaven Marshal City that were attacking him, his eyes flashed. He directly ordered Old Tree and the others to stand in position. Then he used his trump card. Divine Sword Technique. A heaven-cleaving divine sword appeared and directly slashed down. Some people were unable to dodge in time and were directly killed. Then, their corpses and heavenly wills were instantly collected. Among them, there was even a rank 7 Imperial Lord from the plundering squad. Unfortunately, Yixian was still unable to make a breakthrough in his cultivation. As the people from the Heaven Marshal City were not united, they were soon scattered by the plundering squad. Then the Heaven Marshal City's city master was besieged and killed. Right before the Heaven Marshal City's city master died, Yixian used the eyes of assassination and appeared behind him. However, he was immediately sent flying by a rank 9 Imperial Lord the moment he appeared. Chapter 2058. What audacity! You actually dare to covet my things. You're courting death. A rank 9 Imperial Emperor from the bandit group was enraged. He was prepared to beat the shit out of the sword god's clone. However, after attacking for a while, he was unable to do anything to the sword god's clone. The sword god's clone could not be bothered to pay attention to him. He continued to use the eyes of assassination and flash behind other people. This method allowed him to obtain quite a few good things. Unfortunately, the people that died were all from the Heaven Marshal City. Their cultivation was not higher than rank 6 Imperial Emperors. Thus, he did not obtain much. Soon, the people from the Heaven Marshal City were slaughtered to the point that they threw away their armor and fled. Seeing this, the people from the Heaven Marshal City also left. After today, there would likely be no more Heaven Marshal City. However, right at this moment, suddenly the fifth heaven was torn open. An old man stepped on golden light and descended. His appearance caused the bandit group to stop. No, it should be the oppressive might emitted by the old man that caused everyone to be unable to move. Apart from the sword god's clone, no one was able to escape. Oh, interesting. The old man raised his brows. His gaze landed on the sword god's clone. Then he looked away. The sword god's clone glanced at him. He was slightly shocked. This old man came from the sixth heaven. Furthermore, he possessed the ability to tear apart the fifth heaven. He was at least an eternal imperial emperor. What did he want to do in the fifth heaven? At this moment, the old man continued. A few days ago, an abnormal change occurred in this region. A golden light tore apart the fifth heaven. Did anyone see that? Once those words were said, everyone was stunned. However, Yixian raised his brows when he heard those words. Golden light tore apart the fifth heaven. Wasn't that the guiding golden light from the ninth heaven? At that time, that guiding golden light had brought Luoluo away. Yixian was present. But why was this old man investigating this? If anyone saw it, tell me and I'll reward you greatly. The old man added. However, no one answered him. Helpless, the old man could only wave his hand and gather the countless people from the Heaven Marshal City. Following that, the large sack in his hand suddenly enlarged in size and sucked everyone into it. This time, even the sword god's doppelganger was not spared and was directly sucked into the magic treasure. Of course, it was Yixian who took the initiative. The sword god doppelganger had an invincible body. Unless it was attacked, the effects of pressure were useless against it. Yixian took the initiative to enter this transcendent artifact because he wanted to see what the other party was up to. If he wanted to leave, he could just recall the sword god avatar. What is this old man trying to do? Yixian thought to himself. At this time, the people who had been taken into the bag were all confined in a small array. After an unknown period of time, the bag opened again, and a large number of people came in. It must be understood that there were millions of people in Sky Marshal City, all of whom were at least at the Samsara Downlord level. It was Yixian's first time seeing a magic treasure that could take in so many people other than his own devouring space. This old man had run all over the area. As long as there was a living thing, he would capture it. Yixian seemed to understand what the old man was doing. The old man was probably going to bring everyone back and search their souls one by one. Just like that, a month passed. A month later, a gust of wind suddenly blew in the bag and blew everyone out. After Yixian landed, he looked around and found that there were countless people around him. This number was probably more than 10 billion. Any imperial emperor would be able to sense a place countless miles away. With so many people gathered together, they would be able to sense it. This was probably just the tip of the iceberg. At this time, everyone was suppressed to the point that they could not move, and a few figures stood in the air. The old man who had taken Yixian away spoke slowly. Everyone, let me introduce myself first. I am the sect master of the sixth heaven Khanate Gate. I invited everyone here to investigate a matter. Since everyone said that they did not see it, I will search your souls one by one. Without another word, the Khanate Gate sect master sucked one of the people over and began the soul search. The soul search was not long, only a second. But don't forget that there were countless people here. If he wanted to search their souls one by one, who knew how long it would take? Not to mention everyone, even if there were 100 million people, it would take at least 3 years to complete the soul search. Not to mention there were hundreds of millions of people here. After thinking for a while, Yixian used the divine devouring space to create something. It was a floating image crystal that he had extracted from his memory. It was the scene of Luoluo's ascension. However, since this floating image crystal was extracted from his memory, it could be modified by the divine devouring space. He modified the scene to be the scene of Luoluo's ascension by chance, while he had only seen it by chance. Immediately he began to think. Previously, the Khanate Gate sect master said that there would be a reward if he told him the situation. But what kind of reward would it be? After a while, Yixian made up his mind and decided to hand over the floating image crystal. Perhaps this Khanate Gate sect master had something to do with the golden light that led to Luoluo's departure. Immediately he said, "Senior, this junior has a floating image crystal that you will definitely be interested in." "What?" Hearing this, the Khanate Gate sect master raised an eyebrow and said, "Let me see." Then Yi Xian tossed the floating image crystal over, and the Khanate Gate sect master scanned it. "As expected," muttered the Khanate Gate sect master. Then in a flash, he appeared in front of Yi Xian and asked, "Do you know this young lady who ascended?" "This junior doesn't know her. This junior happened to pass by and saw this scene," replied Yi Xian. "But I saw that she seemed to be talking to you?" asked the Khanate Gate sect master. "Yes, she was asking me for help. But this junior is too weak to do anything." Yi Xian shook his head and said. The Khanate Gate sect master fell silent. That day he had also seen that golden light. However, that golden light had broken through from the seventh heaven. It had directly pierced through the sixth heaven, and then picked up a person. So, he wanted to investigate this matter. However, he couldn't find any clues. I thought too much. The seventh heaven is still too far away from us. The sect leader of the pre-celestial sect shook his head, then tossed a stone to Yi Xian and said, "I see that you're a talent for being able to withstand my pressure. From now on, you can cultivate under my sect." Yi Xian took the stone and looked at it. He couldn't help but gasp. Chapter 2059. "Thank you, sect master." Yi Xian hurriedly thanked him. Then the experts of the innate heaven sect sent these people back. Of course, most of them were willing to stay in the innate heaven sect. If they were given a choice between the fifth heaven and the innate heaven sect, many of them would choose to stay in the innate heaven sect. Even though the innate heaven sect was the weakest of the sixth heaven sects, its foundation was not something the fifth heaven sects could compare to. The opportunities in the sixth heaven were much better than in the fifth heaven. For example, although the sect master of the innate heaven sect was unknown, he was at least an eternal emperor. In the fifth heaven, there were only a few eternal emperors, and each of them controlled a region. There was not much room for improvement. Then, Yi Xian was brought to the innate heaven sect by an eternal emperor expert. Yi Xian's aptitude was just right to become an outer disciple. After everything was arranged, Yi Xian turned his attention to the eternal fate stone. He did not know what grade the previous eternal fate stone was. It was too high, so he could not devour it. However, he could sense that this eternal fate stone was lower than the previous one. Devour. Without another word, Yi Xian gave it a try. Ding! Host has devoured an eternal fate stone. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a 7th rank imperial emperor. The system notified. A 7th rank imperial emperor had surpassed Zi Feng. This time he had not come in vain. He had increased 3 levels in one go. However, as his cultivation level increased, those black gold stones were useless. Only the black gold stones were of some use. Next he had to plan a new path. His first goal was to break through. Only by breaking through could he find Luoluo quickly, and beat up the mysterious person who had taken her away. If he wanted to increase his cultivation level, it was simple. He just had to keep stealing. However, Yi Xian felt that this method was not feasible, so he thought about it. At this time, he happened to pass by the innate heaven sect's training hall. There were many missions inside. He went in to take a look and really found a suitable mission for him. This mission was to kill an eternal emperor-level holy beast and bring back its corpse. The reason this mission attracted Yi Xian's attention was because of the sacred beast called the Undying Phoenix. The undying fire seed within the undying phoenix was a necessity to activate the undying sword servant. As long as Yi Xian activated the sword servant of the undead, he would have the ability to rise from the ashes once. Eternal Emperor level? That's nothing. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. In the previous battle in Heaven Martial City, his divine sword technique had already recovered, so he could still use it once. In addition, given his current realm, he should be able to kill an Eternal Emperor-level Undying Phoenix. He immediately left the innate heaven gate and headed for the Undying Flame Mountain. A few days later, he arrived at the Undying Flame Mountain. The temperature here was terrifyingly high because these were the undying flames left behind by the Undying Phoenix. Even if there was nothing to burn, this flame could continue to burn. The Undying Flame Mountain was very famous in this area. Very few people who entered could come out alive. As his original body was still in the fifth heaven, Yi Xian sent his sword god clone in to investigate. These terrifying undying flames were completely useless against the sword god avatar. However, the undying flame mountain was very barren. After the sword god clone entered, he did not see any other living things. However, on the second day after he entered the undying flame mountain, he suddenly heard a series of loud sounds. Rumble. Hearing this sound, Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and hurried over to take a look. Sure enough, someone was fighting the undying phoenix of the undying flame mountain. Yi Xian focused his eyes and saw that it was 3 youths besieging the undying phoenix. These 3 people were only 9th grade imperial emperors, but they were very strong among their peers. Therefore, when the 3 of them joined forces, they were able to fight the undying phoenix to a draw. At this moment, the 3 of them noticed Yi Xian. One of them shouted, "If you don't want to die, scram!" Yi Xian was only a 7th grade imperial emperor right now. He was simply not worthy of their attention. However, that person's tone caused Yi Xian to feel extremely displeased. "If I don't teach you all a lesson, how can I be called Yi Xian?" Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. Ever since Lualua was kidnapped for no reason, his emotions had fluctuated greatly. To put it simply, these 3 people were courting death. Immediately, Old Tree, Black Horn and the Black Gold Sword attendants charged toward them. Not only that, the sword god clone flashed behind them and ruthlessly slashed down with his sword. Clang! A crisp sound was heard. The sword god clone's sword landed on the undying phoenix's armor. Eternal Emperor artifact? Yi Xian was stunned. It seemed that these 3 guys had some background. They actually had an Eternal Emperor artifact. Previously, the supreme grade black gold stone he obtained in the 5th heaven could only be used to forge a middle grade emperor artifact. It could not even be used to forge a high grade emperor artifact, let alone an eternal emperor artifact. However, it was not that easy to block Yi Xian's attack with an eternal emperor artifact. Don't forget that these 3 people were provoking the undying phoenix. When the undying phoenix saw that Yi Xian was helping it naturally would not attack Yi Xian. Originally, the 3 people's combat strength was on par with the undying phoenix. However, with the addition of Yi Xian and the others, they instantly fell into a deadlock. "Bastard, do you know who we are?" The young man spoke again. "Even if your father is the king of heaven, you will still die today." Yi Xian widened his eyes and attacked with all his might. No matter how powerful the Eternal Emperor artifact was, it could not block so many attacks. After all, the Eternal Emperor artifact needed the blessing of the heavens, and the heavens needed the support of the saint power. In the face of such a powerful attack, their saint power was rapidly depleted. Soon they were running out. "Let's go." The young man in the lead glanced at Yi Xian and shouted in a low voice, "It's not that easy to leave. Stay here." Yi Xian's eyes flashed. A divine sword suddenly appeared out of thin air and slashed horizontally. Rip! Although they were wearing Eternal Emperor artifacts, they were still as fragile as tofu in the face of the Heaven Splitter divine sword. Yi Xian used this sword to directly kill 2 people. What a terrifying attack! The young man in the lead was shocked when he saw this. Even an Eternal Emperor could not kill 2 people in a row, let alone Yi Xian, who was only a 7th grade Imperial Emperor. What a joke! Before he could react, the undying phoenix on the other side spat out a mouthful of undying flames. The saint power in his body was rapidly depleted. In the end, it was exhausted. "No, I'm from the Iceblade Villa. I can't die." The young man in the lead roared. Chapter 2060. Soon, the leader could not hold on any longer, and was beheaded by the sword god's doppelganger. The universe ring and Tianming fell into the sword god's doppelganger's hands. Then, the sword god's doppelganger quickly devoured Tianming, and summoned the beast god Bell. Once the beast god Bell was summoned, the undying phoenix's strength decreased by 80%. Moreover, it was injured by the 3 of them. Coupled with Yi Xian's sword god bloodline, its strength was only slightly stronger than an ordinary 9th grade imperial emperor. In a short while, it was besieged and killed by the sword god's doppelganger. Undying fire seed. Yi Xian quickly took out the undying Huabell from the undying phoenix, and used it to activate the undying swordsman. Ding! The undying swordsman has been successfully activated. The system notified. Yixian immediately summoned the Undying Swordsman. The Undying Swordsman was wearing white bone armor and a white bone mask that only revealed its eyes. Yixian did not know how strong it was. Yixian quickly ordered the Undying Swordsman to fight with the Black Gold Swordsman. To his surprise, the Undying Swordsman's strength was on par with the Black Gold Swordsman that had been strengthened many times. No, to be precise, the Undying Swordsman was slightly stronger. That was because the Undying Swordsman had a resurrection skill. However, the Black Gold Swordsman did not share the resurrection skill. Not bad, not bad. Another capable member. Yixian nodded in satisfaction. Then, he suddenly glanced at the other swordsmen that had yet to be activated and felt an urge to activate them. Each swordsman was stronger than the last. If all of them were activated, it would be awesome. Especially the 100 Beast Swordsman. It could summon hundreds of powerful sacred beasts at once. That was not the point. The point was that Yixian had another bloodline, the Battle God bloodline. The 100 Beast Swordsman could summon hundreds of Battle God mounts at once when used with the Battle God mount skill. What the F***ck? Yixian had completed the chain random mission and was guaranteed to summon at least a gold grade mount. In other words, as long as the 100 Beast Swordsman was activated, Yixian could summon hundreds of gold grade mounts at once. Perhaps there might even be a platinum grade mount that surpassed gold grade. TSK. Yixian couldn't help but laugh. However, the 100 Beast Sword Attendant was not so easy to activate. It required Yixian to kill 100 Saint Beasts with noble bloodlines. This Undying Phoenix just so happened to be one of them. Therefore, Yixian still needed to kill 99 other holy beasts of the same bloodline before he could be considered a holy beast. This is a tough mission. Yixian thought to himself as he took a look at the mission he had obtained from the Xiantian Gate. There were also 3 types of missions to hunt Saint Beasts, and the bloodlines of these Saint Beasts were not bad. At that moment, Yixian made his move again. However, what he didn't know was that the 3 young men he just killed all had special treasures on them that could record what they saw before they died. Therefore, the scene of Yixian killing them had already been sent back to their clans. At this moment, somewhere in the 6th heaven. Bastard! A mere innate heaven gate dares to kill a member of my Ice Sky Mountain Villa? You are courting death. The higher-ups of the Ice Edge Villa were enraged. They immediately sent out their experts and rushed towards the innate heaven gate. Yixian, who didn't know about this, was still on his way. Soon he found the second holy beast, suppressed it with the beast god bell, and killed it. He had already obtained 2 of the 100 bloodlines. Then he continued on his way. More than 10 days later he completed all the missions. Then, he prepared to leave and return to the innate heaven gate. After all, he still had rewards for these missions. However, when Yixian returned to the innate heaven gate, he found that it was a mess. Corpses were everywhere, and blood flowed like a river. What happened? Yixian raised his eyebrows. He had only left for a short time, and the innate heaven gate was annihilated. Wasn't this too bad? He felt that it was a little strange, so he kept all the corpses and searched their souls. After searching, he found out who the culprit was. The people of the Ice Edge Villa massacred the entire innate heaven gate? Yixian suddenly recalled that when he was in the Undying Flame Mountain, the young man in the lead said that he was from the Ice Edge Villa. Now it seemed that the Ice Edge Villa couldn't find him, so they came to the innate heaven gate. In short, he was the source of all this. He was the one who harmed the innate heaven gate. Rest in peace for now. When I am strong enough, I will resurrect you. Yixian kept all the corpses of the innate heaven gate and kept them safe. As long as his strength grew in the future, it would be easy to resurrect these people. But now there was one more thing to do, and that was to destroy the Ice Edge Villa. Although he was the one who killed the disciple of the Ice Edge Villa, that person had a foul mouth. In today's world, it was not strange to kill an entire family because of a word. Moreover, this was in the 6th heaven, so it was obviously crueler. Yixian immediately rushed in a direction. The Villa Master of the Ice Edge Villa was only a 3rd-grade Eternal Emperor, 5 realms higher than Yixian, so the difficulty was not very high. About 7 days later he arrived outside the Ice Edge Villa. Sword God Clone, go. Without saying a word, he directly sent the Sword God Clone into the Ice Edge Villa. Kill everyone on sight. Anyone who reached the Eternal Emperor level had to die. Immediately, A bloody storm broke out outside the Ice Edge Villa. Which scoundrel dares to act so presumptuously in my Ice Edge Villa? You're courting death. Many people rushed out of the Ice Edge Villa. All of them were Eternal Emperors, but they were only first-grade Eternal Emperors. Immediately, Yi Xian's side fought the experts of the Ice Edge Villa. This time Yi Xian came with the intention of destroying the Ice Edge Villa, so he would not show mercy. The Sword God Clone, Undying Swordsman, and Black Gold Swordsman blocked the Ice Edge Villa's Eternal Emperors. As for the Old Tree and Black Horn, they dealt with the others. War God Mount. In order to increase efficiency, the Sword God Clone used a big move and summoned a Gold Grade Mount. This time it was the Golden Behemoth. Boom! This was a colossal creature that was 100,000 meters tall. With a casual stomp, it could trample many people to death. Balls of heavens will floated out of the corpses and were devoured by the Old Tree and Black Horn. Then the balls of heavens were devoured by Yi Xian. Although his realm did not increase, Yi Xian's will of heavens was constantly rising, so his strength was also soaring. At this time the Sword God Clone suddenly used a trump card that he had never used before. War God Domain. As soon as this skill was used, the entire world froze. At this time the only one who could move was Yi Xian's side, and another first-grade Eternal Emperor. Chapter 2061. During the duel the entire world was forbidden. The two would decide the victor in the God of War domain. If the Sword God Clone won, he would temporarily gain a boost in strength. But if he lost, the Sword God Clone and Yi Xian would permanently lose 10% of their combat strength. Yi Xian could only use this skill when he was determined to win. Although it was impossible for the Sword God Clone to lose, there was a time limit to the God of War domain. Once the time was up he would lose. But that wasn't the point. The point was that the Old Tree, Black Horn, Undying Sword Servants, Black Gold Sword Servants, and Golden Behemoth could all move. Simply put, it was a gang fight. What's going on? The Ice Edge Villa's Eternal Emperor was shocked. He saw that everyone else had stopped moving. Even the sword chi that pierced through the air was the same. However, he and his enemies were still able to move. What was going on? Before he could react, the Sword God Clone and the others launched an attack. Although he was an Eternal Emperor, 2 fists were no match for 4. Soon he was killed by the Sword God Clone. Ding! Host has obtained the Invincible God of War effect. As the system notification sounded, the strength of Yi Xian and his subordinates all skyrocketed. His killing speed had also increased by several folds. Impudent! At this moment, a roar suddenly came from the sky. The Sword God Clone turned around and saw several powerful auras rushing toward him. The higher-ups of the Ice Edge Villa are finally here? The Sword God Clone looked and found that he had seen 2 of them in the memories of the innate heaven sect disciples. These 2 second-stage Imperial Emperors were the murderers who had slaughtered the entire innate heaven sect. I finally found you. Die! Yi Xian was furious. He directly ordered the Sword God Clone to attack. In an instant, he flashed behind one of them and slashed with his sword. Unfortunately, the other party had an Eternal Emperor weapon and was a second-stage Imperial Emperor. Even with the Invincible God of War effect, he couldn't break through the other party's defense. Humph! The other party snorted and turned around to send the Sword God Clone flying. Right now, the Sword God's avatar was unable to break through the opponent's defense. However, things were different now. At that moment, several rank 1 Imperial Emperors had already died, and Yi Xian had obtained their Eternal Fate Stones. After devouring, he would break through. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now a rank 8 Imperial Monarch. Once a cultivator made a breakthrough, their strength would increase exponentially. Now that Yi Xian was only 3 levels away from his opponent, he should be able to pose a threat to him. Die! Seeing that his opponent was unscathed, the rank 2 Eternal Emperor struck out with his sword again. However, before the sword chi could pierce through the air, the Eternal Emperor weapon in his hand suddenly exploded. Sword burst. Bang! The Eternal Emperor weapon exploded into countless fragments, directly killing the weaker Imperial Emperors below. And this was just an appetizer. Make the storm worse. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. In the next moment, the Emperor weapons and Eternal Emperor weapons all exploded. Sharp whistling sounds rang out. In an instant, almost all of the people from Ice Edge Villa below were killed. At the same time, among the group of people in the air, only the long sword in the hand of the Villa Master of Ice Edge Villa was intact. After all, it was the treasure of Ice Edge Villa. Bastard, I'll definitely kill you. Ice Edge Villa Master was furious. Just that blow alone had killed several rank 1 eternal emperors of Ice Edge Villa. As for the imperial emperors, they had lost countless of them. With his cultivation level, it was easy for him to resurrect those imperial emperors. However, even he would have to pay a huge price to resurrect a rank 1 eternal emperor. Haha, kill me if you dare. Yi Xian laughed 3 times and flashed behind a rank 2 eternal emperor. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. Just now, the eternal emperor weapon long sword had exploded and pierced through the eternal emperor weapon battle armor. Now Yi Xian's sword had completely broken through the opponent's defense. Oh no! The rank 2 eternal emperor's expression changed drastically, and he quickly retreated. At the same time, the 2 rank 2 eternal emperors and the Villa Master of Ice Edge Villa attacked together in an attempt to stop Yi Xian's attack. Unfortunately, Yi Xian's attack was impossible to guard against. Whoosh! The sword god's avatar's figure disappeared and reappeared behind the grade 2 eternal emperor. With a sweep of his sword, the rank 2 eternal emperor's head flew up. Dead. A rank 2 eternal emperor was very important to Ice Edge Villa. There were only 3 of them in the villa. Now one of them was dead. Even in Ice Edge Villa, rank 3 eternal emperors were not enough to be resurrected. Before the crowd could react, the sword god's doppelganger flashed behind another person and attacked again. Be careful. With the previous example, this person was much smarter than the one who had died. He quickly turned around and slashed at the sword god clone, sending it flying. It was a joke. 3 rank 2 eternal emperors and 1 rank 3 eternal emperor could not do anything to an rank 8 eternal emperor. If news of this spread, they would definitely be laughed at to death. However, if word of this spread, then so be it. After all, by the time this matter spread, the Ice Edge Villa would no longer exist. While the sword god clone was stalling for time, Old Tree, Black Horn, Black Gold Swordsman, Undying Swordsman, and Golden Behemoth were crazily killing. The Black Gold Swordsman could be strengthened with ores and the like, while the Undying Swordsman could be strengthened with heavenly treasures of the death attribute. Because they were in the same realm as Yi Xian, the strengthening effect was very obvious. At this moment, W&G lay. Suddenly, a violent roar resounded through the sky. Immediately after, a corpse fell from the sky and disappeared into thin air halfway down. Another rank 2 eternal emperor had been killed by the sword god clone. Now, only 1 rank 2 eternal emperor and the Villa Master of Ice Edge Villa, a rank 3 eternal emperor, were left. As for the rank 1 eternal emperors, they were all dead. I'd rather die than live in dishonor. The Villa Master of Ice Edge Villa made a difficult decision with bloodshot eyes. He took out a light blue stone from his interspatial ring and wrapped it with his heaven's will. In the next moment, a snowstorm blew in Ice Edge Villa. Huh. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and felt the surrounding temperature drop sharply. The entire Ice Edge Villa froze in an instant. Not only that, but even the living were the same. What's going on? Yi Xian was a little confused. He turned his head and found that the remaining rank 2 eternal emperor and the Villa Master of Ice Edge Villa had also turned into ice sculptures. In addition, the Black Gold Swordsman, Undying Swordsman, Old Tree, Black Horn, and the huge Golden Behemoth were also frozen. Except for the sword god clone, everyone was frozen. Chapter 2062. At that moment, Yi Xian sent his sword god doppelganger to try it out. He found that his full-powered attack could not break through the layer of ice. Moreover, it could not be swallowed. It seemed that the light blue stone was a good thing. Ding! The flame-engulfing unicorn is sealed by ice and cannot be recalled. Ding! The engulfing black-scaled dragon is sealed by ice and cannot be recalled. Ding! The Black Gold Swordsman is sealed by ice and cannot be recalled. Ding! The Immortal Swordsman is sealed by ice and cannot be recalled. System notifications rang in Yi Xian's mind. This was troublesome. The Old Tree and the others were frozen, not dead. Otherwise, they could be resurrected. However, Yi Xian had a way, and that was to use the Divine Sword technique. At that moment, he landed on the ground. Then, his eyes flashed and he directly used his trump card. Divine Sword technique. A divine sword slashed out horizontally. Everything that came into contact with it was as fragile as tofu. This divine sword first killed the old tree and black horn, then the black gold swordsman, the immortal swordsman, and finally the Villa Master of Ice Edge Villa and the second great eternal emperor. As for the others, Yi Xian was too lazy to kill them because their cultivation was too weak. Ding! The flame engulfing unicorn is resurrected. Ding! The engulfing black-scaled dragon is resurrected. Ding! The immortal swordsman is resurrected. System notifications rang. The old tree and black horn were magic treasures, so they could be resurrected. The immortal swordsman had a passive resurrection, so they could be resurrected. However, the black gold swordsman could not be resurrected, so they could only be summoned again tomorrow. At that moment, Yi Xian was collecting the spoils of war. The Ice Edge Villa was also very rich. There were a lot of heavenly treasures in the Villa Master's interspatial ring. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now a 9th grade Imperial Emperor. Yi Xian had gained a lot from this battle. He had broken through twice. At this time his heavenly fate level had reached 64. He was just a little bit away from becoming an eternal emperor. However, things were not over yet. After Yi Xian cleaned up the battlefield, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. This aura was even stronger than that of the Ice Edge Villa's Villa Master. It was most likely a rank 4 Eternal Emperor. Who? Yi Xian was a little surprised. Could it be that the Ice Peak Villa still had a hidden expert? However, even if they were rank 4 Eternal Emperors, they would still take too long to arrive. If it had been before, Yi Xian would have been afraid and would have had no choice but to hide. But now that it had appeared, he was no longer afraid. After this expert arrived, he looked around and asked, "What's going on here?" The sword god avatar was the only living person in front of him, so naturally, he was asking him. "I don't know," Yi Xian replied casually. This sentence made the newcomer a little displeased, but he didn't waste his breath. With a wave of his hand, he dissolved the layer of ice on one of the ice sculptures and began to search their souls. In the next moment, he knew the ins and outs of the matter. "It's you." The newcomer's gaze fell on Yi Xian. From the memories of the person whose soul was searched, he saw that Yi Xian had killed his way into the Ice Edge Villa. The Villa Master and the others were no match for him, so they used the sacred ice stone. "So what if it's me?" Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. "Who are you? How dare you slaughter the forces of my Ice Alliance?" asked the middle-aged man. Ice Alliance. Hearing this name, Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. Then he quickly searched the souls of the corpses. This was the Ice Mountain Range. There were many forces in this area, and these forces formed the Ice Alliance. This person should be from the Shrine of Ice, the leader of the Ice Alliance. The Ice Edge Villa Master had been holding the sacred ice stone that every subordinate faction's leader had. This thing was usually used when facing a destructive attack. Once it was used, everyone would be sealed in ice. Only a special method could unseal it. If you want to fight, then fight. Why are you asking so many questions? Yi Xian snorted coldly. "You're courting death." The middle-aged man was furious. He directly charged at Yi Xian. What a joke. A mere 9th rank Imperial Emperor dared to say such words in front of him. He was courting death. However, in the next moment, he realized that Yi Xian was not courting death. He was truly capable. In an instant, he was attacked by several people. This time, Yi Xian attacked with all his strength. Moreover, his opponent was not a sword cultivator, so his strength was directly reduced by 30%. Before Yi Xian made a breakthrough, he seemed to be able to handle the attacks of so many people with ease. Now that he had made a breakthrough, his strength had undergone a huge change. It would definitely be easier for him to deal with these people. However, it would not be so easy to kill this middle-aged man. Rumble. Immediately, the two of them began to fight. Yi Xian still used a besieging tactic. Old Tree, Black Horn, Deathless Swordsman, and the Sword God's clone attacked from 4 directions. This middle-aged man also had an Eternal Emperor artifact, so Yi Xian could only exhaust him. This battle lasted for a long time. These people, where did they come from? How dare they provoke the Ice Alliance? The middle-aged man thought to himself. He checked his saint power. There was only a third left. In the battle just now, he had continuously killed Old Tree and Black Horn. However, these two could continuously resurrect themselves. They were very difficult to deal with. Moreover, the deathless swordsman in the white bone armor was even more terrifying. His attack could corrode the heavenly fate. Go back and inform the palace master. The middle-aged man immediately made up his mind. If it was before, he could directly take out his communication token and report directly to his superiors. However, under the siege of 4 people, he could not find the time to do so. At this moment, Yi Xian saw through his opponent's intention and immediately attacked with all his strength. Sword intent of death. The deathless swordsman's ghostly fire-like eyes suddenly flickered as he slashed out a terrifying attack. This was the deathless swordsman's ultimate move. With Old Tree Black Horn and the sword god's clone restraining him, the middle-aged man could not dodge and was directly hit. Crack! The Eternal Emperor artifact on his body shattered. However, this move did not kill him. It only severely injured him. The middle-aged man shuddered. Then, he used the remaining saint power he had and used his trump card. Journey of Ice. In an instant, the middle-aged man turned into a stream of light and swept into the distance. So fast. The sword god's clone raised an eyebrow. This scene happened so suddenly that he could not even use the Eye of Assassination. However, the middle-aged man had a death hunt warrant, so he could not escape. Chase. Yi Xian immediately chased after the middle-aged man. At the same time, he also knew that the middle-aged man should be escaping back to the Shrine of Ice, the leader of the Ice Alliance. This chase lasted for a few days. Chapter 2063. However, when Yi Xian met with them again, he realized that they had called for help. At this time, Yi Xian was facing 3 rank 4 Eternal Emperors. Is this the kid who seriously injured you? A white-haired old man asked with a frown. He could sense that Yi Xian was only a rank 9 Eternal Emperor. He was not even an Eternal Emperor. How could he seriously injure a rank 4 Eternal Emperor? That's right. This kid's strength is very strange. He destroyed the Ice Edge Villa. The middle-aged man nodded. How is that possible? He's only a rank 9 Eternal Emperor. How could he destroy the Ice Edge Villa? The old man could not believe it. However, it was a fact that the middle-aged man was seriously injured. If he could really injure the middle-aged man, destroying the Ice Edge Villa was nothing. Since that's the case, let's capture him and bring him back to the palace master. The old man was ready. The battle was about to start. There was no need to say much about the following scene. Naturally, the sword god's clone was beaten up by the 3 of them. As for Yi Xian, he was temporarily powerless. However, he still had a plan. In the past few days, his original body had found the teleportation array that led to the 6th heaven and arrived at the 6th heaven. Previously, the sword god's clone had been brought up by the innate heaven sect master. Therefore, his original body was still in the 5th heaven. Now he had finally arrived. That was not the main point. The main point was that after he arrived, he used the Void Spirit godly armor to rob the various major powers. Ding! Host's fate has been upgraded to rank 67. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a rank 1 Eternal Emperor. Yi Xian suddenly broke through. Although the leap from rank 9 Eternal Emperor to rank 1 Eternal Emperor was not as big as the leap from Samsara Dao Lord to half-step Eternal Emperor, his strength still increased by leaps and bounds. After his breakthrough, his sword god's clone, Old Tree, Black Horn, Undying Sword Servants, and Black Gold Sword Servants all rose to the rank of Eternal Emperor. Their strength increased by more than 10 times in an instant. What? The 3 people besieging Yi Xian were shocked. What was going on? These people suddenly broke through from rank 9 Eternal Emperor to rank 1 Eternal Emperor. They were shocked. In the next moment they would have to pay a heavy price for their actions. Gotcha! Suddenly a crisp sound rang out. The Eternal Emperor weapon on the white-haired old man suddenly shattered and he was killed. Immediately after, another person appeared. Not good, a trip of ice and snow. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically as he once again used his trump card. But this time Yi Xian's speed caught up. Gotcha! Gotcha sound. At this moment, the sword god avatar's strength was much stronger than before because he had devoured the heaven's will of the old man and the other person. Although he had not broken through to the 2nd grade Eternal Emperor realm, his strength had increased. My Shrine of Ice will never let you get away with this. The middle-aged man knew that he was going to die. Therefore he raised his head and roared. Was the Eternal Emperor. The middle-aged man's head flew up, and he died on the spot. And in the blink of an eye, his aura skyrocketed again. Ding! Host made a breakthrough. Host is now a rank 2 Eternal Emperor. The three were stewards of the Shrine of Ice. They were worth a lot. After Yixian devoured the treasures inside, he made a breakthrough. He then searched the souls of the three corpses to get a better understanding of them. The Ice Alliance is led by the Shrine of Ice. They have 13 factions under them. Ice Peak Villa is one of them. Suddenly, a name caught Yixian's attention. Divine Ice Stone. There's a Divine Ice Stone in the Shrine of Ice? Yixian raised his eyebrows. The Divine Ice Stone was a material required by the sword servants of the 5 elements. In addition, the light blue stone that sealed everyone in ice was formed from the shards of the Divine Ice Stone. It was called the Sacred Ice Stone. Apart from the Shrine of Ice, there were 4 other factions that stood side by side with it. They were the shrines of metal, wood, fire, and earth. Coincidentally, there was a corresponding Divine Ice Stone in each of the 4 shrines. As long as Yixian obtained all of them, he would be able to activate the sword servants of the 5 elements, one of the strongest among the sword servants of the Unrivaled. The sword servants of the 5 elements are ranked 5th among the sword servants of the 5 elements. If I can activate them, my strength will increase by leaps and bounds. Yixian narrowed his eyes and flew in the direction of the Shrine of Ice. The Shrine of Ice could be considered an overlord. Its palace master was a rank 6 Eternal Emperor. His strength was not bad. However, this could no longer stop Yixian's footsteps. Yixian had previously killed 3 stewards of the Shrine of Ice. From their memories, Yixian obtained the ice and snow martial art. This martial art was very useful in this world of ice and snow. Its speed was even faster than Wei Zhenqian's flying form. 3 days later, Sword God's doppelganger arrived at the Shrine of Ice. With the help of the Mask of Illusion, he assumed the appearance of a middle-aged man and entered the Shrine of Ice. He first went in to wander around and make some inquiries. However, the destruction of Iceblade Villa did not attract the attention of the Shrine of Ice because they thought that the matter had been resolved. Therefore, Yixian wanted to use his disguise to get rid of those from the Shrine of Ice one by one. But before that, Yixian learned one more thing. In the past, possessing a treasure was a crime. Naturally, it was the same in the 6th heaven. Previously, there were people who had designs on the Divine Ice Stone, but they were all sealed in ice by the palace master of the Shrine of Ice. These people did not die, but were all sealed in ice. 7 rank 5 Eternal Emperors and dozens of rank 4 Eternal Emperors. Yixian raised his eyebrows. The reason why the palace master of the Shrine of Ice did not kill them, and instead left them at the entrance of the Shrine of Ice was to serve as a warning to others not to provoke the Shrine of Ice. Since these people did not die, they were destined to die. This time Yixian wanted to make an example out of them. At this time, Yixian had already left the Shrine of Ice and arrived at the entrance. Previously, he thought that the ice sculptures at the entrance were those who had committed a crime and were sealed in ice. But now, it seemed that they were those who had designs on the Divine Ice Stone. 57 ice sculptures, all of them. The corners of Yixian's mouth slightly curled up. Among the 57 ice sculptures, 7 of them were rank 5 Eternal Emperors. If he added the others, it would be enough for him to make another breakthrough. As he had obtained a large amount of good stuff, he could now use the Divine Sword technique. Sword God's doppelganger found a spot and suddenly used his trump card. Divine Sword technique. A heaven splitter suddenly appeared and slashed horizontally. The heaven splitter cut all the ice sculptures in half as if they were tofu. Chapter 2064. In the next moment, Yixian put away everyone's corpses. Of course, there was also the most important Eternal Destiny Stone. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now a 3rd rank Eternal Emperor. Yixian had made another breakthrough in his cultivation. Earlier, he had planned to use his disguise to kill the members of the Shrine of Ice one by one. But now it seemed that there was no need for that. The changes here had attracted the attention of those in the Shrine of Ice. Immediately, a bystander reported the matter. In the next moment, the upper echelons of the Shrine of Ice moved out in full force. The one leading them was the Hall Master of the Shrine of Ice. 1 6th rank Eternal Emperor, 5 5th rank Eternal Emperors, and more than 10 4th rank Eternal Emperors. This kind of power was already very shocking. Yixian stood at the entrance of the Shrine of Ice. Beside his feet were the blood-stained ice crystals that he had shattered. He just watched quietly. As soon as the upper echelons of the Shrine of Ice appeared, they surrounded Yixian. "Yangshuo, what are you doing?" shouted an elder of the Shrine of Ice angrily. These ice sculptures were used by the Shrine of Ice to intimidate others. Now that they had been destroyed, wasn't it a slap in the face? Not only that, the one who destroyed the ice sculptures was one of their own. What was going on? Of course, the most important thing was that these Eternal Destiny Stones had all fallen into Yangshua's hands. If a 4th-rank Eternal Destiny Stone were to be completely refined, it would be enough for them to break through to the 5th-rank Eternal Emperor realm. To put it simply, these Eternal Destiny Stones were very valuable. "Hall Master, there's no need for these ice sculptures to exist anymore," said Yixian. "Why?" asked the Hall Master of the Shrine of Ice with a frown. "Because the divine ice stone in your hands will fall into my hands," said Yixian slowly. "How dare you?" Before he could finish his words, an elder berated Yixian. At this moment, Yixian, disguised as Yangshuo, had been very cautious and conscientious in the Shrine of Ice. So why would he say such words now? But what they didn't know was that this Yangshuo was actually Yixian in disguise. Even Yangshuo's biological parents couldn't recognize him. "Yangshuo, you, a mere rank for Eternal Emperor, dare to covet the divine ice stone?" It was at this moment that the Shrine of Ice's chief spoke. "Treasures have always belonged to the capable. Hall Master, I am more capable than you. If you don't give it to me, then who should you give it to?" Yixian said with narrowed eyes. "Bastard, why don't you take a look at yourself first? How dare you say such words? I'll let you know the immensity of heaven and earth." One of the elders roared and rushed towards Yixian. A rank 5 Eternal Emperor would have been very difficult for Yixian in the past. However, now that he was a rank 3 Eternal Emperor, he was not afraid at all. In the blink of an eye, he used Assassin's Eye and flashed behind his opponent. Gotcha! With a crisp sound, the elder's Eternal Emperor weapon shattered. Not only that, but his head was also cleaved open, instantly killing him. Of the 5 great rank 5 Eternal Emperors in the Shrine of Ice, only 4 were left. Everyone present was shocked. "Yangshuo, how dare you? How dare you?" Immediately, an elder shouted angrily. Yangshuo, the steward of the Shrine of Ice, was a rank 4 Eternal Emperor. Although he was not very strong, he still had some weight in the Shrine of Ice. However, today he actually killed an elder with his own hands. Before the elder could finish his words, Yixian's figure flashed again and appeared behind him. Gotcha! Another crisp sound was heard, and the elder's head was sent flying. Another destiny fell into Yixian's hands. Now there were only 3 great rank 5 Eternal Emperors left in the Shrine of Ice. "You're courting death." The Shrine of Ice was furious. Every rank 5 Eternal Emperor was the foundation of the Shrine of Ice. Now that 2 of them had died at once, he was afraid that he would not be able to resurrect them with his current strength. No matter what, Yixian must die. The Shrine of Ice's Shrine of Ice immediately attacked. However, his realm was only 3 levels higher than Yixian's. So what? Deal with the others first. The Sword God's doppelganger immediately released Old Tree, Black Horn, Black Gold Swordsman, and Deathless Swordsman. Mount of the War God. The Sword God's doppelganger once again summoned a powerful assistant. As he had completed a random mission previously, the system rewarded him with a gold mount of the War God. However, this time it was not a gold mount but a platinum mount. At this moment, what appeared in front of Yixian was a fiery red phoenix. This phoenix was called Evil Phoenix. Ice and fire were incompatible. As soon as this evil phoenix appeared, it fought to a draw with the Shrine of Ice's Hall Master. Originally, Yixian wanted to block the Shrine of Ice's Hall Master, but now it seemed that there was no need for that. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yixian immediately cooperated with the others to deal with the elders of the rank 5 Eternal Emperors and the steward of the rank 4 Eternal Emperor. The entire process took no more than 3 seconds. After that, the Shrine of Ice became a commander without an army. "Who exactly are you?" The Shrine of Ice Master could not help but ask. It was impossible for someone with such strength to work under him for so many years. This Yangshuo was definitely not the real Yangshuo. "Since you've asked so sincerely, I'll be merciful and tell you the answer. The sword god's doppelganger's lips slightly curled as he revealed his true form. Sure enough, it was not Yang Shuo. However, by the time the Shrine of Ice Master reacted, it was already too late. At this moment, Yi Xian had dealt with everyone. Next, it was time to deal with the Shrine of Ice Master. Eye of Assassination. In an instant, Yi Xian once again flashed behind the Shrine of Ice Master and fiercely slashed with his sword. Clang! This attack was blocked by an Eternal Emperor weapon. It seemed to be no ordinary weapon. Humph, this Eternal Emperor weapon was bestowed to me by my master. How can it be broken so easily? The Shrine of Ice Master coldly snorted. However, this was nothing to Yi Xian. Anything that could be done with time was not a problem at all. No matter how hard a tortoise's shell was, there would come a day when it would be broken. Even water droplets could penetrate stone. So Yi Xian was not afraid that he could not break it. Moreover, they had the advantage in numbers. Rumble. The sound of battle was deafening. The sword god's doppelganger, the black gold swordsman, the deathless swordsman, the old tree, the black horn, and the evil phoenix besieged the Shrine of Ice Master. Not long after, the Shrine of Ice Master could not hold on any longer. His face gradually turned gloomy. You want the divine ice stone? Fine, I'll give it to you. The Shrine of Ice Master suddenly bellowed and took out a blue stone. This blue stone was the treasure of the Shrine of Ice. The Divine Ice Stone. Chapter 2065. This snowstorm was 100 times more violent than the one at Ice Edge Villa. In an instant, everything in the surroundings was frozen. The black gold swordsman, deathless swordsman, old tree, black horn, and even the platinum-ranked evil phoenix were all frozen. Only the sword god's doppelganger was spared. What? You? The hall master of the Shrine of Ice panicked. Once the divine ice stone appeared, even he would be frozen. At this moment, the lower half of his body could no longer move. He looked at Yi Xian in astonishment. Why was Yi Xian immune to the effects of the divine ice stone? TSK. Yi Xian grinned as he watched the hall master of the Shrine of Ice turn into an ice sculpture. The hall master of the Shrine of Ice courted his own death. This was exactly what he wanted. Because of this, the hall master of the Shrine of Ice could no longer move and was at his mercy. Although the hall master of the Shrine of Ice had a pretty good Eternal Emperor weapon on him, in addition to the layer of ice formed by the divine ice stone, even a 7th-rank Eternal Emperor might not be able to break through. However, one should not forget that Yi Xian possessed an unstoppable divine skill. The reason why Yi Xian dealt with the others first was because he had anticipated that this would be the outcome. At present, apart from the sword god's doppelganger, everyone was frozen. This was the perfect opportunity to replay the scene. Like before, he placed the ice sculptures together and slashed horizontally. Divine sword technique. Swish. Previously, the Villa Master of Ice Edge Villa had used the sacred ice stone condensed from the divine ice stone. This time, however, the hall master of the Shrine of Ice had used the divine ice stone, which was more than 100 times more powerful than the sacred ice stone. But even so, it was useless. In an instant, all the ice sculptures, including the hall master of the Shrine of Ice, were cut in half by the divine sword technique. They died on the spot. Yi Xian had directly obtained the mandate of a 6th-rank Eternal Emperor. However, as he had just made a breakthrough, this mandate only increased his mandate level. He could not make another breakthrough. With the death of the Shrine of Ice, there was no longer a need for the Shrine of Ice to exist. At once, Yi Xian had the resurrected old tree and black horn absorb the entire Shrine of Ice into his devouring space. Ding! The divine ice stone has been successfully devoured. The activation of the 5 elements sword servants is now at 20%. The system prompted. The 5 elements sword servants required 5 specific materials to activate. Their combat strength was ranked 5th among all sword servants, and they were extremely powerful. One had to know that the Undying Swordsman had barely squeezed into the top 10. After that, Yi Xian conducted a soul search on the Shrine of Ice's chief. The closest one is the Withered Wood Divine Palace? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. There was a piece of Withered Wood Divine Stone in the Withered Wood Divine Hall, which was exactly what was needed to activate the 5 elements sword attendants. Yi Xian immediately headed for the Withered Wood Shrine. Although Yi Xian was doing shady business now, He had no choice but to do so in order to find Luoluo in the ninth heaven as soon as possible. Moreover, as long as he was strong enough in the future, he could resurrect these people and even give them 100 times more cultivation resources as compensation. To put it simply, Yi Xian was just forcibly borrowing the other party's belongings. A few days later, he arrived at the Withered Wood Shrine. Compared to the Shrine of Ice, the Withered Wood Shrine was much easier to deal with. With his own strength, Yi Xian easily dealt with the people of the Withered Wood Shrine, and then absorbed them into his devouring space. At this moment he was on the verge of a breakthrough. With a little more destiny, he would be able to break through to become a fourth-grade Eternal Emperor. However, the news of the Shrine of Ice and the Withered Wood Shrine being destroyed one after another had spread to the other 3 shrines. The experts of the 3 shrines had gathered to guard against any unforeseen circumstances. If one were to rank the 5 shrines, the Shrine of Ice and the Withered Wood Shrine were at the bottom of the 5 shrines. This was because the shrine masters of the other 3 shrines were all 7th-grade Eternal Emperors with extraordinary strength. But so what? After annihilating the Withered Wood Shrine, Yi Xian headed for the Violent Earth Shrine. However, this time around he was intercepted by a group of people while he was on his way. Yi Xian, who was on his way, sensed that a group of several dozen people was approaching him. The combined aura of these people was very terrifying. There were at least 9 6th-grade Eternal Emperors. He immediately squinted his eyes and saw that these people were wearing 3 kinds of clothes. With just a glance he understood the origin of these people. It turned out that this group was formed by the experts of the 3 shrines. Their purpose was to capture Yi Xian and bring him back. Yi Xian had first destroyed the Shrine of Ice and then the Withered Wood Shrine. Therefore, the 3 shrines sent their experts to the Violent Earth Shrine, which was the closest to the Withered Wood Shrine. They were heading for the Withered Wood Shrine and coincidentally bumped into Yi Xian. Yes, that's him. At this time, a person at the front of the group took out a floating image crystal and compared it. Inside the floating image crystal was the scene of Yi Xian killing the experts of the Withered Wood Divine Hall. Although the person who recorded the floating image crystal had already been absorbed by Yi Xian into the devouring space, the floating image crystal he recorded was transmitted to the other 3 great shrines. As a result, Yi Xian was recognized at a glance. "Bastard, how dare you do such a thing? Tell us your name." The leader shouted angrily. "Anyway, I'm going to die anyway. It's useless to know my name." Yi Xian muttered, shaking his head. As soon as these words came out, it immediately aroused the disgust of the crowd. Wasn't this a little too much? Although Yi Xian had annihilated the Shrine of Ice and the Withered Wood Shrine, these 2 shrines only had 1 6th-grade Eternal Emperor each. Now they had organized 10 Eternal Emperors to capture Yi Xian. They were confident that they could even fight a 7th-grade Eternal Emperor. Not to mention that Yi Xian was only a 3rd-grade Eternal Emperor. "Go capture him first." At that moment the leader shouted angrily. Immediately after, everyone surrounded Yi Xian. But in the next moment, Yi Xian's figure disappeared from their sight. No, he didn't disappear. Some people caught sight of Yi Xian, but he was behind the leader. "Be careful," a person beside him shouted. Unfortunately, it was too late. "Gotcha!" A crisp sound was heard. The leader's Eternal Emperor weapon was directly shattered. Even his head was sent flying. There was a saying that went, "Times have changed." Although Yi Xian was still a 3rd-grade Eternal Emperor like he was when he annihilated the Shrine of Ice. But during this period of time, his heavenly fate level had increased. Back then he couldn't break the Eternal Emperor weapon of the Shrine of Ice, but today it was enough. The leader's death shocked everyone. Before they could react, the leader's heavenly fate was taken by Yi Xian. Chapter 2066. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now a 4th-grade Eternal Emperor. A system notification rang in Yi Xian's mind. If he had not made a breakthrough, he would have been surrounded and beaten like a sandbag. Now that he had made a breakthrough, he did not have to fear anyone. Sure enough, after he made a breakthrough, the experts of the 3 sacred halls were like a bunch of chickens and dogs. They were all beaten to a pulp. In the end, they were all killed by Yi Xian. Yi Xian obtained the interspatial ring. Yi Xian devoured the heaven's will. This group of people was Yi Xian's second parents. They knew that Yi Xian was in trouble and came to give him benefits. Now that he had broken through to the 4th-grade Eternal Emperor realm, There was no one in the vicinity who could stop him. The other 3 sacred halls only had one 7th-grade Eternal Emperor each. There was nothing to be afraid of. Yixian continued his journey. As long as he destroyed the 3 sacred halls, the 5 elements sword attendants could be activated. Next, Yixian used his superior strength to destroy the Violent Earth Sacred Hall, and then the Origin Gold Sacred Hall. In this way, only the Scarlet Flame Sacred Hall was left. At this time, Yixian was already on his way to the Scarlet Flame Sacred Hall. Previously, he had destroyed 2 sacred halls, which had increased his heaven's will by a lot. He estimated that if he destroyed the most powerful sacred hall, the Scarlet Flame Sacred Hall, he might be able to break through to 5th-grade Eternal Emperor. However, things were not as simple as he thought. The Scarlet Flame Sacred Hall had notified an expert after learning about the destruction of the other 4 sacred halls. A few days later, Yixian arrived at the Scarlet Flame Sacred Hall. However, the Sacred Hall was surrounded. All the experts were lined up neatly, waiting for Yixian's arrival. Scarlet Flame Sacred Hall Master, come out and meet me, Yixian shouted as soon as he arrived. Who's there? The experts of the Scarlet Flame Sacred Hall looked around one after another, but they did not see anyone. At this time, the Sword God's doppelganger suddenly removed the Void Spirit Divine Armor and revealed his true body. Only then did they notice Yixian. He's here. After seeing Yixian, someone from the Divine Hall of Scarlet Flames immediately reported this matter to their superiors. Of course, even if they didn't report it, the Scarlet Flame Temple Master would have already known. After all, Yixian's words had made his intentions clear. However, due to Yixian's ferocious reputation, these Scarlet Flame Divine Temple's experts did not dare to act rashly. Soon, the Scarlet Flame Divine Hall's Temple Master came out. This was a red-haired old man who possessed the strength of a rank 7 Eternal Emperor. He was the strongest expert in the 5 sacred halls. Are you the one who destroyed the other 4 divine halls? The Scarlet Flame Divine Hall Master narrowed his eyes and asked. Yixian did not try to hide it. He nodded and said, "That's right. I did it." "How dare you kill a few of my brothers?" said the Scarlet Flame Divine Hall's Palace Master. From the memories of those people, it could be seen that the 5 sacred halls' palace masters used to be disciples of certain forces. Yixian naturally did not forget. He smiled and said, "Only those who are capable will know of the treasure. If you hand over the Scarlet Flame Divine Stone obediently, I can spare your life." Although he said so, he did not think that the Scarlet Flame Divine Hall Master would compromise so easily. After all, the Scarlet Flame Divine Stone was the most precious treasure of the Scarlet Flame Divine Hall. How could he give it away so easily? You're really asking for too much. The Scarlet Flame Divine Hall Master snorted coldly. Now you have the 4 attribute Divine Stones. If you add my Scarlet Flame Divine Stone, you have 5. I'm curious, why do you want to collect the 5 attribute Divine Stones? You don't need to worry about what I want to do. You just need to hand it over to me. Of course, you can choose not to hand it over. If you do, the consequences will be the same as your other 4 brothers, said Yixian. You think you can do that? The Scarlet Flame Divine Hall Master was furious. The saint power in his body surged as he raised his hand to attack Yixian. You're courting death. Yixian's eyes shone brightly. In an instant he disappeared and reappeared behind the Scarlet Flame Divine Hall Master. Crack! With just one blow, the Scarlet Flame Divine Hall Master's Eternal Emperor weapon was shattered by Yixian. The Scarlet Flame Divine Hall Master turned pale with fright. He was much stronger than the other 4, but Yixian, a 4th-grade Eternal Emperor, was actually able to break through his defense in an instant. Wasn't this strength too monstrous? Before he could react, Yixian attacked again and sent him flying. If he was an ordinary 7th-grade Eternal Emperor, he would have been killed by Yixian. However, the Scarlet Flame Divine Hall Master was quite capable and survived. However, he would not live for long. Yixian was determined to kill him. However, at this moment, stop! Suddenly, an explosive shout entered Yixian's ears. He turned his head to look and saw a figure in the air that just happened to attack him. Whoosh! This person's attack was very fast and landed on the Sword God Doppelganger in an instant. The Sword God Doppelganger was hit and sent flying. Fortunately, the Sword God Doppelganger had an invincible body. Otherwise, even a 7th-grade Eternal Emperor would have died. So strong. Yixian shuddered. He sensed that this person's aura was several times stronger than the Scarlet Flame Divine Hall Masters. A 8th-grade Eternal Emperor. Where did this expert come from? Yixian could not figure it out. However, when he saw the newcomer's face, a memory immediately came to him. This person had appeared in the memories of the 4 palace masters before. Furthermore, he had an extraordinary relationship with the 4 of them. This person was the master of the 5 temple masters of the 5 Elements Temple, Ko Wenhua. This Ko Wenhua is a guardian of the 5 Elements Temple of a large force. He is an 8th-grade Eternal Emperor. The 5 Elements Temple is an expert who is a half-step sovereign. Yixian thought to himself. Before he could react, Ko Wenhua attacked again. He was determined to kill Yixian. In this battle, if it were a normal fight, Yixian would not be able to kill his opponent no matter what. Even if he had the divine sword technique, he would have to hit his opponent. However, given Yixian's temperament, he would not fight one-on-one with his opponent. I'm not fighting alone. Yixian's eyes lit up and immediately released Old Tree and the others. However, Old Tree and the others' opponent was not Ko Wenhua, but the Scarlet Flame Divine Hall Master. His ability to summon out of thin air surprised Ko Wenhua. Immediately,